Why did I die suddenly? Why did I travel through time? Why the hell am I so unlucky to be transported to such a useless island? Why am I so obsessed with that picture? Zhang Bufang cursed and sat on the beach, looking at the endless sea in front of him. A trace of helplessness and a little bit of depression flashed in his eyes. Zhang Bufang was a hardcore MC, Minecraft, player in his previous life. In order to complete a unique map, he stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights and finally ascended to the fairyland and died suddenly in bed, thus becoming the ghost he is now. Wearing a white dress, with a delicate, handsome and childlike face, there is helplessness and sadness on his face. If this look is seen, I don't know how many girls will become Bufang's little fans. Beep, beep. Begin to detect the surrounding environment. Detection completed. Risk level is 0. Host locked. Bufang. MC, Minecraft, system is at your service. Hearing the voice in his head, Zhang Bufang's melancholy disappeared for the most part. What is the standard equipment for a time traveler? Of course it is the system. Now that we, Bufang, are also people with systems, we are still worried about not being able to survive in this shabby place. Make a place for yourself? System novice gift packs are distributed, and you can get hardwood bayonet X1, small storage belt X1, and the gift pack for newbies? It's not bad, although it's not a good thing, but it's better than nothing, so I'll make do with it for a while. After Zhang Bufang put on the equipment, he asked the system again. MC system, what can you do? Receive the question and start answering. After the system was explained in a stiff mechanical tone, Zhang Bufang finally understood what this MC system could do, which was roughly divided into 4 parts. 1. Experience value system. You can gain experience by killing any living body, and the role of experience is to upgrade. According to the system, starting from level 1, reaching the full level of 100, death will only drop what you get. Of course, this is the same as MC. As long as you die once, you will lose all your experience and you will not be able to gain experience within 3 days. The second time you die, you will really die, and the god will not be saved. Second, the forging system is based on the experience value system. After upgrading to level 5, the forging system can be turned on. This system has the same function as the workbench in MC, but the things it can make are much better than the workbench. As long as Bufang came up with it, and he has enough materials in hand. No matter what it is, as long as there is a concept in his mind, it can be made from the forging system. 3. The store system is opened at level 10. Most of the materials required for the forging system are not available in this world. Therefore, if you want to forge the whimsical items in Bufang's mind, you need to buy them from the store, and the items in the store are. The currency is cliched called gold coins, and the method of obtaining it is the same as LOL's troop replenishment. The more powerful you kill, the more gold coins you will be given. Fourth, other systems require Zhang Bufang to upgrade to a higher level before they can be unblocked. Moreover, Zhang Bufang's current level is not enough, and he does not even have the authority to know the names of other systems. Therefore, upgrading is the first priority now. This system really lives up to its name. It basically copies MC's survival rules. Zhang Bufang stood up and walked into the woods on the island. The system has been introduced so clearly. It is estimated that according to MC's urine properties, even if he kills a few chickens, he can easily reach level 5. So he needs to fill up his stomach now. The first priority is to ensure that you don't starve to death. Ouch! Somewhere in the woods, a scream was heard, and Zhang Bufang huddled up in pain at the foot of a tree, with the back of his hands red and swollen. System, you are so funny. Perhaps it was because the pain was no longer so bad. Zhang Bufang hurriedly got up and scolded the system. I thought I had copied everything from MC. I almost lost my hand when I picked up a tree. It hurts so much, brother. Susu. Susu. A crawling sound came from behind Zhang Bufang, causing him to look back at the moon. But with just one glance, he was frightened and did not dare to move, because Zhang Bufang saw a ferocious and terrifying giant python. Gulu. Zhang Bufang swallowed. At this time, his legs were already weak, and he couldn't run even if he wanted to. Zhang Bufang thought to himself, it seems that such creatures are not hostile. Just wait for him to pass by, and it will be fine. However, who would believe such words to comfort himself? Even Zhang Bufang himself did not believe it. because the giant python was already slowly crawling towards him. Seeing that the giant python was only one step away from Zhang Bufang suddenly stopped his trembling legs, turned around, and flew behind him quickly. What kind of plane are you talking about? My golden finger has arrived. I can't die here. At least, wait until I conquer the world. Hiss. Seeing the prey fleeing, the python licked his lips in a humane manner, and then followed Zhang Bufang unhurriedly, like a cat playing with a mouse. No matter how fast Zhang Bufang moved, the python kept following. About 3 meters behind Zhang Bufang, there has been no change. This thing actually has intelligence. Zhang Bufang stopped. He knew that even if he continued running, it would be in vain. Instead of letting the giant python consume all his energy, he might as well use most of his remaining energy to fight to the death with the giant python. Although I know I have no chance of winning, at least I have more chances than running away. Damn fat snake. Zhang Bufang gave the middle finger to the giant python, then picked up a stone from his feet and threw it to the giant python, then turned around and disappeared from the sight of the giant python. Hiss hiss. Zhang Bufang's move obviously angered the giant python. After all, it is still a creature whose body is controlled by animal nature. When Bufang was provoked like this, he lost his mind and twisted left and right in this small jungle, and his tail was twitching randomly. After a while, the area of more than 10 meters was raised to the ground, and trees and weeds became a mess, but Zhang Bufang still did not appear. Damn fat snake, eat my knife. When the giant python was still wondering why Bufang suddenly disappeared, Zhang Bufang suddenly jumped down from a big tree next to the giant python, holding a wooden thorn in his hand, and fiercely aimed at the giant python's head. The 7-inch stab was inserted, and Zhang Bu regretted it. He thought that with the momentum of jumping down, he could stab the wooden thorn into the body of the giant python and kill him with one blow, but he didn't expect that the giant python would survive. The scales were so hard that with a click sound, Zhang Bufang's wooden thorn broke into 2 sections. Hiss, roar. The python's eyes turned blood red, and it was obvious that it no longer wanted to play anymore. Almost in an instant, the python wrapped itself around Zhang Bufang's body, getting tighter and tighter, and Zhang Bufang let out a huge scream. His bones were almost broken by the entanglement. Zhang Bufang felt that he might not be able to escape this time. There is obviously a golden finger. It's obvious that he has traveled through time. Obviously, I should dominate the world. Why did it become like this? If this was a hot-blooded comic, Zhang Bufang would probably be able to turn the situation around in an instant. Unfortunately, this is a living world, not a hot-blooded comic, and these few sentences have become a symbol of Zhang Bufang's powerlessness. His eyes gradually turned white, and his clenched fists were about to loosen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2 arrows shot through the hard scales of the giant python and penetrated deeply into the body of the giant python. The giant python was in pain and hurriedly let go of Zhang Bufang, but Zhang Bufang fell to the ground and coughed violently. This feeling for the rest of his life. Zhang Bufang really didn't want to experience it a second time. Brothers on the opposite side, come here quickly. That snake will come to its senses soon. Zhang Bufang endured the pain in his bones and ran as fast as he could to the location of the rough voice. Then, Zhang Bufang was pulled up the tree by a strong hand. Thank you so much. I almost got killed by that thing. Zhang Bufang looked intently and saw a big man with his upper body exposed, holding 2 crossbows in his hands. His eyes were fixed in the direction of the giant python in front of him. Zhang Bufang visually estimated that this big man should be 2 meters tall. No thanks, brother. The big man thrust a crossbow in his hand and half of the crossbow arrows on his waist into Zhang Bufang's arms. This is the first time I have seen a living person on this island. Let's kill this beast together first. Can you use this crossbow? Zhang Bufang was also very surprised to meet another living person on the island. As for this crossbow, Zhang Bufang must be able to use it. After all, there are bows and crossbows in MC. No problem, I can still use the crossbow. May I ask the strong man's name? While Zhang Bufang was talking, he loaded arrows into the crossbow. He was surprised to find that the crossbow the big man gave him was actually a repeating crossbow. Brother, are you ready? At the same time as the big man made a sound, Bufang pulled the crossbow string and made a low click sound, indicating that the crossbow arrows and he were ready and could be dispatched at any time. The big man licked his lips. Then our food today will be this big fat snake. The big man jumped from the tree to the ground, and his feet hit the ground with a dull sound, making Zhangbu almost unsteady and fall down. Oh, this man is still a heavyweight, Zhang Bufang thought to himself, but the crossbow in his hand was already aimed at the giant python's head. If he is still distracted at this time, what is the difference between betraying his teammates? When the giant python saw the big man jumping down from the tree, it sprinted in front of the big man. When Zhang Bufang saw this, he immediately aimed an arrow at the giant python's 7 inches. Hit. As a result, the giant python slowed down a lot, giving the big man time to react. At this time, the muscles on the big man's body bulged, and he first raised his leg to hit the giant python's high head to the ground. Zhang Bufang then. 3 crossbow arrows were fired at the giant python's head. The giant python was about to raise its head to fight back, but was interrupted by an elbow from the big man. Then the big man strode forward and rode on the python's body, 7 inches away, and hammered its head crazily. It's been 3 minutes. Hiss. Perhaps due to lack of physical strength, the big man suddenly paused after hammering for 3 minutes. The giant python seized the opportunity and hurriedly knocked the big man to the ground, and then raised its head again. But Zhang Bufang saw it clearly. There is a large indentation mark on the python's tongue. Whoosh. Whoosh. The giant python tried to bite, but Zhang Bufang could not let it do so. 2 crossbow arrows were shot out, blocking the way of the giant python, giving the big man time to get up and start the second round of fighting. Hiss. Hiss. The giant python slammed into it, and the big man dodged. Unexpectedly, the giant python suddenly changed its direction and rushed towards the place where Zhang Bufang was. There was only a boom sound, and the big tree on which Zhang Bufang was riding was heard. Trembling violently, Zhang Bufang lost his balance and fell down the tree. The python's eyes flashed with a cunning light, and it opened its huge mouth to welcome Zhang Bufang as a guest in its belly. What the hell do you want to do to my brother? The big man rushed in front of the giant python, used his fists as hammers, and hit the giant python's upper and lower jaws respectively. This blow made the giant python close its mouth, and then the big man kicked the giant python 3 meters away, taking advantage of the situation. Caught Zhang Bufang, who fell from the tree. Brother, are you okay? It's okay. Let's solve it first, and then talk. Be careful. Zhang Bufang almost vomited when he was in free fall, but at this time the giant python shook his head, regrouped, and rushed forward again with a swish. The big man changed his posture and hugged Bufang tightly, and jumped up, and Zhang Bufang fired 4 crossbow arrows in succession, and the arrows hit 7 inches. The giant python twisted its body in pain and tried to pull out the crossbow arrows, but its movements only made the crossbow arrows embed deeper. Good chance. Seeing this, the big man directly adjusted his center of gravity in the air and then fell down with gravity, using the same trick as Zhang Bufang when he counterattacked the giant python. Look at me kicking the mountain. Boom! With a loud noise, the giant python was dying at the feet of the big man. At this time, Zhang Bufang had an idea and shot an arrow at the depression on the giant python's head. Deep. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 7. The forging system is activated, and the current cultivation level is Warrior's 7th level. Brother, you are careful enough and you know how to make 2 cuts. Zhang Bufang jumped off the big man's body and breathed a sigh of relief. His suspicion was confirmed, and killing monsters was considered his own experience. Haha, of course. After all, this beast was so fierce before, but now we have to be more cautious. The big man smiled boldly and said, Brother, you are really thoughtful. My name is Chen Tao. Where are you, brother? Zhang Bufang said, My name is Zhang Bufang. You can call me Brother Fang. If you don't mind, brother, you can also call me Buddha. In his previous life, Zhang Bufang was a loyal fan of grave-digging notes and would buy almost every copy. The person he admired most was the Buddha in grave-digging notes, and just now something suddenly popped into his mind. The word Buddha came out instantly as the words came out of my mouth. Brother Fang, play a song. Ha 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 ha, it's so fun. I'd better call you Lord Buddha. Brother Fong doesn't sound good. The big man Chun Tao doesn't seem to feel any embarrassment in calling him Buddha. Maybe in his heart, brothers are brothers and they won't change just because of a title. Let's go, Buddha. Let's go home and eat meat. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Zhang Bufang and Chun Tao went out hunting every day. This month's training made Zhang Bufang understand a lot, and also brought the friendship between him and Chun Tao to a higher level. But it's a pity. Unfortunately, I have never encountered a creature as strong as a python. So until now, Zhang Bufang's level is still stuck at level 9. This planet is called Blue Star. It was originally a planet exactly like the Earth. But one day, the doomsday suddenly came and Blue Star became a wasteland. The forces on the entire planet were also divided into 2 groups. One group was affected by the wasteland. As for the mutated zombies, the other group are humans who have been protected by the remaining nature and have gained extraordinary power. The 7 stages of warriors that Zhang Bufang heard before are the divisions of strength in this world's extraordinary power system. At first, when Xin Tao heard Zhang Bufang ask this, he almost thought Zhang Bufang was crazy. But fortunately, out of respect for his new brother, Xin Tao told Zhang Bufang everything he knew. Inside, it turns out that the upper limit of the system level 100 means the highest level in this world. The divisions of these powers are: level 1 to 10, warrior, can easily break rocks and crack the ground, and explode with powerful force, which is 3 to 5 times the strength of ordinary people. Level 10 to 20, martial spirit. After practicing to this level, you can temporarily stay in the air and use specialized martial arts. Level 20 to 30, martial spirit. People at this level can use their inner energy to fly, and their bodies undergo earth-shaking changes. Level 30 to 60, Wuzong. After practicing to this point, the internal energy in the body will increase dramatically with each level, nourishing the body and creating an indestructible body. So level 3 is a period. Level 60 to 80, God of Martial Arts. Anyone who can reach this level is a genius who has never fallen. At this level, he can easily break the mountain gorge with one punch. Level 2 is a section. Level 80 to 100, Martial Saint. This is the final state in the world. Those who reach this state can break the void, lead to the road to immortality, successfully become an immortal land immortal, and enjoy the prosperity of the world. Level 2 is also a section. I heard that the system will give Zhang Bufang a surprise when he reaches level 10. I don't know what it will be, but judging from the crappy stuff in the system's novice gift pack, I guess it won't be much better. Lord Buddha, what are you doing sitting here? Come quickly and help peel it. Zhang Bufang was brought back to his senses by Chun Tao's words. He hurriedly jumped down from the shed covered by trees and began to prepare for today's meals. Originally, life on this island was quite comfortable, but Zhang Bufang was afraid of this comfortable life. He could never get used to this feeling. So, on the same day, Zhang Bufang packed his bags. Prepare to say goodbye to Chun Tao. Brother Chun, let me tell you something. Zhang Bufang and Chun Tao sat by a stream and were silent for a long time. Finally, Chun Tao still could not calm down and said, "So, Lord Buddha, are you here to say goodbye to me?" "That's right, Brother Chun. I can't live on this island anymore. I want to build a maritime city in this world. Be the only overlord in this world." Chun Tao stood up and stared directly at Zhang Bufang sitting on the ground. Zhang Bufang was panicked by Chun Tao. According to what he learned this month, Zhang Bufang knew that Chun Tao was a 4th-level martial artist. It was not easy to kill a 9th-level martial artist like himself. "Lord Buddha, since you are leaving, there is no point in staying here anymore." Chun Tao said, "Originally, I came to this island to hide from zombies, but now I find that it is really boring without anyone to accompany me. If you want to leave, Buddha, count me in. I've figured it out." Chun Tao clenched his fists excitedly. "If you want to be alone for the rest of your life, it would be better to be eaten by zombies. Buddha, let's go together. I am willing to fight with you." Zhang Bufang never expected that such a big man as Chun Tao would want to leave with him. Although they had been very happy with each other for a month, in Zhang Bufang's view, Chun Tao's friendship with him was not enough to allow Chun Tao to follow him. But Zhang Bufang did not expect that Chun Tao was willing to leave with Zhang Bufang, partly because of their friendship and partly because it was really boring to be alone on the island. If you send this person away, there may be no next one. So Chen Tao decided that it would be better for him and Zhang Bufang to go out and have a try. Even if they died in the end, it would be enough. You? Zhang Bufang looked at Chen Tao with mixed feelings in his heart and didn't know what to say. If you are really willing to go with me, kneel down and kowtow 3 times. And from now on call me Lord Zhang Buddha. Zhang Bufang thought to himself, as long as this happens, Chen Tao probably won't follow him, right? What Zhang Bufang didn't expect was that this world was the end of the world and no one would care about dignity. Even kneeling down and kowtow could only be regarded as a kind of etiquette. Originally, Chen Tao thought Zhang Bufang was going to use some method. I came to stop him from following, but when I heard that it was a simple matter of kowtowing and changing my name, I immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. Lord Zhang Buddha. A drop of cold sweat ran down Zhang Bufang's forehead. This Chen Tao must be too upright. He will kneel when he is asked to kneel, and he will kowtow when asked to kowtow. Could it be that my overbearing temper has set in and I accidentally accepted a younger brother? It seems like. It looks a little cool. How about it, Mr. Zhang Defo? If you are not satisfied, I, Chen Tao, will give you a few more blows. Yes, yes. Just follow. It's not a big deal. If you get wet, the ground will be dirty. He, Mr. Zhang Defo, is such a good man. A Tao, don't give me the good guy card. We are the bad guys. Yes, Lord Zhang. Come on, you're pretending to be pretty decent. Let's go and find a way to get back to land. A Tao, is this your means of transportation to this island? Zhang Bufang collapsed and looked at the big piece of wood with the core hollowed out in front of him, as well as 2 paddles made of hard bamboo. A level 14 martial spirit could actually ride this thing from one end of the continent to this place. On the island, Zhang Bufang felt that his outlook on life had been severely shattered into pieces by the paddle on the ground. That's right, Lord Zhang. If you're not satisfied, we can make a bigger one. After all, the trees here are thicker than those on the mainland. No. Zhang Bufang waved his hands quickly. You can take this thing to the mainland. I will find other ways. Yes, Lord Zhang. As he said that, Chen Tao threw the little wooden boat into the sea, jumped on it with a pair of oars, and started paddling rapidly. After a while, it disappeared from Zhang Bufang's sight. I should have believed him. Since then, Zhang Bufang has never underestimated the competition between levels. Maybe I can try the method in funny comics. 5 minutes later. Ahaha. I succeeded. On the blue sea, Zhang Bufang was riding an unknown big fish. The fish's fins were covered with vines, and the fish was sprinting across the sea towards the place where Chen Tao disappeared just now. At this speed, you can catch up with a Tao in no time, right? As Zhang Bufang thought, the big fish under his crotch also speeded up, as if he wanted to carry the man on his back to the land as quickly as possible, and then run back to have fun with the little female fish. Since Chen Tao can use that kind of small wooden boat to ferry to this island, it means that this island is not far from the land. The speed of this fish is much faster than Chen Tao's rowing speed. In addition, after just a speed increase, after a while, Zhang Bufang saw the shadow of the land, and Chen Tao waving to him on the shore. Did this kid get a chicken blood injection? I was only 5 minutes behind him, but I didn't expect that he had already crossed over to land. Zhang Bufang roughly measured the distance with his eyes. At this distance, he could already use the back of the fish as a pedal to fly directly to the land. Little fat fish, let me give you a gift before I leave. As he spoke, Zhang Bufang stood up on the back of the fish, kicked the fish's back hard, and pushed the fish into the sea with a rubbing force, and he used this force to rush to the beach. The moment he landed, Zhang Bufang ran a few steps forward to stabilize his body, and then gave Chen Tao a good brotherly hug. In a small town, Zhang Bufang was wandering aimlessly, and Chen Tao was following Zhang Bufang, as if he had truly entered the position of a servant. The air here is much better than in my previous life. Zhang Bufang sighed a few words, and suddenly heard the sound of his stomach growling behind him. Goo. Chen Tao looked around, walked quickly to Zhang Bufang, and said, Mr. Zhang, you see it's noon now. Why don't we find a place to eat first and fill our stomachs before making plans? Why is it called Mr. Zhang? Because Zhang Bufang feels that being called Master Zhang in public in the hall means being pretentious. Although he knows that this will be very satisfying, what if he accidentally offends someone? So what if he accidentally offends someone? As clever as Zhang Bufang, he decided to let Chun Tao call him Mr. Zhang for the time being. Well, okay, I'm hungry anyway. A Tao? Yes. Zhang Bufang pointed to a pedestrian and said, go and ask him for directions. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Chun Tao walked up to the man, said a few words, then came back and took Zhang Bufang into a small tea house. It seems that the cost of living in this place is a bit high. Do you want to stay there? Zhang Bufang and Chun Tao were sitting on a bench and whispering. After the earth went through the wasteland, all the buildings have basically disappeared, and electricity is only available in large cities. In small cities like this, kerosene lamps are already very convenient. It has become high-end, so the tea house is also the same. It is similar to the small tea house in ancient times and does not live up to its name. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. I gave that person's wallet when I asked for directions before. It should be enough. Puff. The tea he just drank in his mouth was sprayed all over the table by Zhang Bufang. Fortunately, the food he ordered has not been served yet, otherwise neither of them would have to eat and they could just check out and leave. What the hell? Why are you stealing other people's money? It's not what you said on the island, Mr. Zhang, that we are bad people. It's okay to steal some money. Zhang Bufang now admires this upright man from the bottom of his heart. He really believes what he says. No wonder some people always call him stupid. It seems that he is really stupid. Sir, the food is here. A person who looked like a waiter was carrying a large plate with several small dishes on it. After the waiter served it one by one, he left. Maybe it was because Zhang Bufang and the others didn't have much money. After all, a shirtless person. How rich can a big man and a pretty boy wearing coarse linen clothes be? Come on, let's go after eating. As soon as the two were eating chopsticks together, a woman suddenly ran in outside the store door and fell into Zhang Bufang's arms. Before Zhang Bufang could recover, another group of people suddenly broke in outside the store door, one of whom was obviously A. The leader of this group of people had an X-shaped scar on his face. He scanned the area with his big, sinister eyes. When he saw Zhang Bufang, the scarred man stopped scanning. Oh my god, why is this guy staring at me? Is the cliché plot in the TV series where the hero saves the beautiful woman but gets beaten into shit is about to come out? Help me, please, I will definitely repay you. The woman in Zhang Bufang's arms asked as softly as a mosquito, and then she fainted against Zhang Bufang. If Zhang Bufang hadn't been thick-skinned, these words might have turned into Cupid's arrow and pierced her. The little heart of a nerd like him. Think about it carefully. What else can a young girl repay? After Zhang Bufang thought clearly, he slammed his palm on the table, stood up, hugged the woman with one hand, and pointed at Scarface's nose with the other hand. What the hell are you looking at me for? Do you need a beating? Snapped. There was another slapping sound on the table, and Chun Tao also stood up and said, You still dare to look at our young Master Zhang's woman. I think you are impatient with life. Zhang Bufang looked at Chun Tao and gave him a good job look. Then he turned to Scarface and pretended to be arrogant. What? Why don't you take your little brother and get out? Wait a minute. Will Master Ben beat you until you get out? That person is a thief. Scarface spoke, his hoarse voice indicating that he could not resist. You hand her over to me, and she goes into the police station. If you don't hand over her, we go in together. Zhang Bufang frowned. He was afraid that he was helping the wrong person, but because of his face, he had no choice but to say, Chun Tao, come on. The moment he finished speaking, Chun Tao had already picked up the stool and rushed to Scarface. With a swing of his arm, he was about to smash the stool onto Scarface's head. If he hit it hard this time, all 10 heads would be shattered. However, the big man looked very calm and motionless. Some strength. Boom. The stool was smashed down and scattered on the ground, but Scarface didn't move at all. What? Little trick. Scarface did not attack Chun Tao. Instead, he took advantage of Chun Tao's daze to sneak around behind Chun Tao, leaned over and rushed towards Zhang Bufang, while a group of big men behind him rushed towards him in the blink of an eye. He pinned Chun Tao to the ground, unable to move. Oops. I can't keep up with the speed. Zhang Bufang watched helplessly as Scarface rushed towards the woman in his arms. He wanted to stop him, but found that his reaction speed could not keep up with Scarface's body speed. Zhang Bufang's fist to fight back had just been extended halfway. Scarface had already snatched the woman away from his arms. Mr. Zhang? There is no wealthy family named Zhang in this small county. Scarface broke Zhang Bufang's lies with one word. Zhang Bufang frowned. Now that the woman was in Scarface's hands, it would be unrealistic to snatch her back. Chun Tao even suffered a loss in his hands. I'm afraid that the person in front of me has a strength of level 20 or above. Above level 20, he is at least a martial soul level character. At this point, Zhang Bufang had no choice but to tell a big lie to see if he could calm this scarred face. You stop for me. You, a humble official, dare to speak to me like this? Scarface stopped and turned to face Zhang Bufang in confusion, as if to tell him, are you kidding me? Presumably in such a remote place, you won't hear the title Luoyang Legend. Zhang Bufang had already brought himself into the role at this time, and began to tell the scarred face about the life of Zhang Defo Lord. I have to say that the book written by the third uncle of the Southern School is quite true, at least. This scar-faced man doubted life when he heard it, and he had reached the point where he couldn't help but believe in it. Then what happened next? Where did Lord Zhang Defo go? Scarface asked eagerly, but Zhang Bufang smiled mysteriously at this time and said, Zhang Defo Lord has retired, and now the person who takes over the old Nine sect is my colleague Zhang Rishan. And I, Zhang Bufang, will also be the successor of the next generation of Buddha. However, in a small place like yours, you probably don't know about the existence of Laojiu sect. As soon as he said this, Scarface was a little scared. He was just a second-level martial spirit scumbag. There were 9 leaders in the old 9 sects, and all of them must be martial saints at the lowest level. If he was targeted by them, don't you want to order a coffin made of sunken wood for yourself first? The current Grand Buddha asked me to come down here to practice and catch a female thief. Do you know what to do now? Zhang Bufang crossed his arms and looked at Scarface arrogantly. However, the other party had long lost the arrogant aura before. It was impossible for him to completely believe Zhang Bufang, but Scarface already had something in his heart. I have no doubts, but everything can be found in the government, and the 3 of them can't run far, so why not hand the female thief to the next great Buddha first, and then go back and investigate? If what he said is true, which one? The thief will give it to him if he gives it, but if he is cheating, he can easily catch up with them based on his own cultivation. Aha. Since it is Mr. Zhang who has spoken, there is no reason why we should not give him permission. Then this thief will be handed over to the 9 sect Buddhas. Please retire first. Scarface gently placed the woman on the table, and then left the tea house with a group of men in black. Oh, Mr. Zhang, are you really a Buddha? Sure, I lied to them. Take her and leave this place now. Otherwise, when they react, they won't be able to run away even if they want to. Due to the intrusion of that group of people, the originally bustling tea house was already empty. Even the waiter and shopkeeper were missing. However, this could be considered as a contribution to Zhang Bufang's escape. Zhang Bufang's name was Chun Tao. He picked up the fainted thief girl, chose the fastest route to escape from the town, and sprinted towards the edge of the town. Old 9 Gates. Scarface sat in front of a computer, inserted his registration card into the computer case, and typed these 3 words on the keyboard. But after pressing the enter key, the computer screen actually displayed level. Too low, cannot be queried. These words made him curious. He was already the second highest ranking person in this town. If this level was not enough, what kind of terrifying family was Lao Jimin? Lord Zhang Buddha. Scarface returned to the previous interface and entered the word that Zhang Bufang had said the most. Just like last time, the level was still too low. Scarface was secretly glad that he did not offend the next great Buddha. Otherwise, I'm afraid someone would have ordered a sunken wood coffin and a flower wreath for him by now. However, Scarface did not notice that the registration card he used was confiscated from a civilian during the ward inspection yesterday. This oversight allowed Zhang Bufang and Chun Tao to escape and luckily survived. At night, a bonfire was lit, and the bonfire illuminated the faces of the 2 men and 1 woman, seeming to make them more handsome and beautiful. So, your name is Guantong. You stole something and were chased by the officials. You ran into a tea house in a panic and asked me to protect you. Now you have nothing in return. Chun Tao was roasting animal meat on the side, leaving only the woman named Guantong sitting aside in awkward silence. I just said it casually, but I couldn't take it seriously. Seeing Zhang Bufang's tendency to change his face, Guantong immediately pretended to be pitiful and said, "Master Zhang, I am just a weak woman. What can I repay you with?" Zhang Bufang was not surprised that Guantong knew the name Zhang Defoy. It was so bumpy on the way. If she didn't wake up, she would be dead. When no one was around, Chen Tao changed his name and called him back. It was probably Guantong's half. I listened to it when I was awake or not. "Yes, look at my brother A Tao. He has done so much to save you. Why don't you pay him with your body and we can settle everything?" Zhang Bufang pointed at Chen Tao and then at Guantong. He knew that Guantong could not really pay with his body. This move was just to get some reward from Guantong. He had been a thief for several years and said it was just a little. There are no good things. Only a fool would believe it. "Hey, you are being unreasonable. You want to take this girl's body. You are too rogue. Call me Lord Buddha." Zhang Bufang took the meat that Chen Tao had just grilled and said while eating, "If it weren't for us, your life would be dead now. Why do you still care about your poor body? I really can't tell the good from the good. What are you doing? Call me Buddha. I really want to beat you to death with a stick." After escaping from the town, 3 months passed. At this time, Zhang Bufang and 3 others accidentally got into a big trouble in order to go to the survivor base in the capital. Swish! 2 sword sounds broke the silence of the night, and at the same time illuminated Zhang Bufang's situation. "Xiaodong, be careful. I'm preparing to break out a Tao. Hurry up and recharge." Zhang Bufang, Chen Tao, and Guantong are surrounded by zombies in 3 circles and 3 circles outside. I said before that this is the end of the world, but now, our protagonist Zhang Bufang has finally entered the theme and entered the real end of the world. Chen Tao is wearing iron armor and a pair of iron fists and steel gloves. He can't fight zombies at close range. Guantong nimbly walks on the edge of zombies. Every attack with the short blade in his hand can take away a zombie's head. Zhang Bufang is. The long sword in his hand makes him magical, and wherever he goes, zombies become the souls of his sword. With my strength as a level 29 swordsman, I can't kill a zombie in one go. The zombies I have encountered before are not so tough. Fight with you. Zhang Bufang turned around and jumped to the center of the siege. I shouldn't have accepted this mission in the first place. The zombie wave is inevitable. The cheating thing who issued the mission didn't even tell me. Zhang Bufang put the sword behind his back and pressed the sword lightly with 2 fingers. The aura in his eyes became more fierce, and a cold wind came out of thin air on his body. Whirlwind slash. A miniature whirlwind roared and attacked the weakest part of the zombie tide. All the zombies that came into contact with the whirlwind were chopped into pieces. At this time, Chen Tao had already finished accumulating energy. When he saw Zhang Bufang opening this path, he stepped forward and slapped his palms on the ground. Suddenly, the gloves on Chen Tao's hands flashed with a faint light. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Rumble, rumble. The earth flow wall used by Chen Tao formed high walls on both sides. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Bufang and Guantong rushed in. After Chen Tao killed several zombies with his fists, he stopped fighting and ran directly into the earth flow wall. In the long corridor left behind, Guantong gasped and said, "Lord Buddha, there is no way for us to hide like this. The earth flow wall is not thick enough, and the zombies will break through the earth wall sooner or later. If you keep persisting, you will soon reach the survivor base closest to here. Replenish your strength first. There is still a tough battle to be fought on this road." Zhang Bufang and Chen Tao's physical strength has been basically exhausted, and the gloves on Chen Tao's hands have also disappeared. At this time, Zhang Bufang has reached level 29, and his profession has changed from warrior to swordsman. He is the only swordsman in the world. It's also what the system calls a surprise at level 10. It's the only exclusive upgrade route in the world. Beginning at level 10 to 30, he is a swordsman. He has no skills. The sword in his hand can easily cut through big trees and steel. At level 30 to 70, you become a swordsman. At every 10 levels, you can cut off everything that has no faith in the world. At the second level, you can emit sword energy. At the 4th level, you can comprehend the exclusive sword intention and you can already split mountains and seas. Level 70 to 90 is the Sword Master. Those who reach this level can turn their thoughts into swords. Level 90 to 99 is the Sword King. There is no sword in the hand, but there is a sword in the heart. The sword in the heart can kill all things. With a glance, all living things within a 10-kilometer radius will be exterminated, turning into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At level 100, the swordsman will finally become a sword master. There is no sword in his hand, no sword in his heart, no sword and no self. He can treat the world as a sword and use it for his own use. The earth current wall released by Chun Tao just now is an incidental skill of the gloves. Once used, the gloves will turn into nothingness. It was made by Zhang Bufang from the forging system. It cost Zhang Bufang a lot of money to make the gloves. Gold coins, and Zhang Bufang's skill Whirlwind Slash was also created from the forging system. His sword was just an ordinary long sword, but his swordsmanship was the wind-controlling swordsmanship of the Gale swordsman in LOL, but at that time Zhang Bufang. Fang is relatively poor, and can only forge the passive wind shield of the Gale swordsman and one move of Whirlwind Crack. Steel Flash and Whirlwind Crack are set as two moves here, not the Q skill in the game mechanism. And the trick is that if the Cyclone Crack is released, Zhang Bufang's full wind shield will disappear. This wind shield has to be walked for 5 kilometers to reach the full value. If the wind shield is not full, then the Cyclone Crack released will disappear. The power of cutting will also be greatly reduced. System, open the store for me and let me see how many gold coins I have now. Gold coin balance, 376,580. 1 gold coin is equal to 1 point of experience. If Zhang Bufang now converts all the gold coins into experience, he will break through to level 35 in an instant. It will not be difficult to break out by then, but it is a pity that even if he reaches level 35, he was able to break out of the encirclement, but he didn't even care about the 2 people behind him. A zombie costs 30 gold coins. I had almost 200,000 gold coins before. I can actually kill so many. I really convinced myself. Buy 3 bottles of stamina potions. DD, the change in gold coin balance is 373,580. A bottle of stamina potion costs 1,000 gold coins. In the past, it was absolutely impossible to use when reaching 10 levels. However, now that I have experienced the zombie tide and killed so many zombies, I have more gold coins on hand. I will buy a few bottles. There is still no problem with the stamina potion. Don't worry about experience. Starting from level 25, you can only gain 1 experience by killing a life form that is lower than you. Otherwise, if you level up too quickly, it will break the balance of the world. The world will not be accustomed to a time traveler. He can do whatever he wants here. Xiaodong, Ateo here, drink it quickly and let's rush out. Zhang Bufang threw the 2 bottles of stamina potion over, without any worry that the 2 of them might not be able to catch it. In this way, the 3 of them recovered their strength and walked to the end of the corridor together. They were ready and broke directly. That wall in front of you. 1 sword flow, 1 flash. Ding! Zhang Bufang was the first to bear the brunt. He thrust out his sword, but was blocked by a zombie wearing silver-white armor. Oomph! A 9th-level martial spirit and 2 5th-level martial arts dare to come and run wild on my territory. Can talk? Advanced zombie. The 3 of them were startled, and then each of them rushed towards the zombie leader as fast as possible. What is the difference between low-level zombies and high-level zombies? The difference is that low-level zombies do not have crystal nuclei in their brains, while high-level zombies do. Yes, if these crystal nuclei are absorbed and used, you may be able to learn some skills, or your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. It's a small trick. How can a mere combined attack defeat us? Bang! The zombie leader casually swung his arm, and Chun Tao was knocked away. Guantong's short blade was too difficult to deal with this kind of zombie. Even if she tried her best, she couldn't scratch a single scratch on the zombie's body. Oops! This big guy has at least level 40 strength. When Zhang Bufang realized this, Guantong had already been defeated. Now the 2 of them had no power to fight anymore, leaving only Zhang Bufang standing alone next to him. With this little strength, you still dare to come out to stop our plunder. I have to say that you are a bit brave. So that's it. Zhang Bufang suddenly realized that the zombie wave summoned by the zombie leader was planning to invade the survivor camp in front. It was said before that the crystal core in the zombie's head is helpful for people's cultivation. So how did the zombies become advanced zombies? What about the crystal nuclei formed in the head? There is only one answer: cannibalism. Gulu. Zhang Bufang swallowed. With his current strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to hurt him even if I try my best. If I can explain clearly and resolve this matter peacefully, it will be a disaster. Good thing, Ji. Wait a minute. I have something to say, please. Boom. Before Zhang Bufang finished speaking, the zombie leader punched him. Zhang Bufang jumped back quickly and hit the ground with the punch. The ground cracked and a deafening sound erupted. The middle piece has completely collapsed, which is enough to prove the strength of the zombie leader. No, we have to lure him aside first. Otherwise, the battle will easily affect the Tao and Xiaodong. System, give me the forging skills of Step Forward and Steel Flash, and buy me 2 bottles of life potion. I will fight my way through this tide of corpses. Forging completed, it has been applied to the host itself. Current gold coin balance: 171,580. These 2 skills directly used up 200,000 and 2,000 gold coins, and almost made Zhang Bufang feel distressed to death. But now is a critical moment after all, and there is no time to feel distressed for him. If he does not concentrate on facing the enemy in front of him, then, please let all 3 of you die. Now Chun Tao and Guan Tong can only watch helplessly, unable to even stand up. The zombie leader's cultivation level is much higher than them. Just one blow has shattered half of their bodies. Bones, this kind of injury has never happened before. There is no cure for idiots. If you want to kill me, you'd better bring your friends with you. After saying that, Zhang Bufang dodged towards the tide of zombies and used the front slash wildly. It can be said that he was passed by thousands of flowers without a single leaf touching him. The words of the swordsman Gale also had an obvious sarcastic effect. The zombie leader, already furious, he pushed away the zombie tide and rushed towards Zhang Bufang. However, the other zombies could only stand motionless because they had no orders from the zombie leader. At this time, Guantong and Chun Tao found 2 small bottles beside them. I seem to understand something in my heart. The scene turned. Zhang Bufang methodically used forward slash to walk through the tide of zombies. While the zombie leader rushed behind him, Zhang Bufang's mouth showed a curve. Yes, he was letting the zombie leader personally. To open up a path for the 3 of them, the small bottle next to Guantong and Chun Tao is the life potion he purchased. I wonder if your kidneys are failing? Why are you so slow? Come and keep up with your father. After exchanging Steel Flash, Wind Shield and Whirlwind Crack were finally separated. Now Zhang Bufang only needs to use Steel Flash twice to use Whirlwind Crack. This is really good news for him. And because of the large number of zombies in the zombie tide, Zhang Bufang could easily save up the Whirlwind Slash. And then when the zombie leader was about to catch up with him, he would continue to distance himself and open up a path with a hazard. You bastard. You have the ability to confront me. The zombie leader was very uncomfortable being kited by Zhang Bufang. In anger, he slammed his hands on the ground. For a moment, Zhang Bufang even felt that the zombie leader's blow triggered an 8-magnitude earthquake. This was an incredible moment. All the zombies within a 10-meter radius were smashed cleanly. Zhang Bufang felt that his eyes suddenly became brighter, but now he had no place to continue to attack, and without the obstruction of the zombies, the leader's speed will be faster. Now Zhang Bufang really has to fight hard with the zombie leader, but doing so will basically lead to a dead end. You alone are not worthy of confronting me, the next Buddha of Laojiao sect. They were all going to die anyway, so it didn't matter what Zhang Bufang was bragging about. Although he said that, Zhang Bufang didn't think so. He used the front chop to cover such a long distance, and Feng Dun had already. It's already full as long as. Zhang Bufang rushed forward, but the zombie leader seemed to have expected it. He saw Zhang Bufang and threw a whip kick, but Zhang Bufang smiled slightly and faced the zombies at the moment when the whip kick was about to hit him. The leader made a few mouth gestures, then leaned down, dodged a blow, and then gave him a move of steel-cutting flash. Clang. The zombie leader came back to his senses. Seeing that Zhang Bufang failed to hit the target, he raised his leg to hit him down. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bufang stepped forward and rushed behind the zombie leader. The zombie leader's kick also missed. But Zhang Bufang was not over yet. The forward slash was followed by a steel flash, and the whirlwind cracking slash was instantly formed. Boom! The zombie leader's foot landed on the ground, stirring up dust all over the ground. This was exactly what Zhang Bufang wanted. With this smoke and dust, Zhang Bufang ran towards the zombie wave again. Don't worry, the whirlwind crack will disappear just like in the game. This is the real world after all, and the whirlwind crack can stay on Zhang Bufang for 1 minute. Damn it! Do you think just smoke and dust can stop me? Look how I grab you, and then tear you into pieces. The zombie leader jumps into the air, which is a short stay in the air that can be mastered after level 30. However, the zombie leader cannot fly yet. In other words, his highest level is level 39, but he is better at strength. It gave Zhang Bufang the illusion that the three of them were level 40. I see you. Go to hell. As you move forward with the strong wind, you must also pay attention to what is behind you. Hasage. The zombie leader rushed over from the air, but even this, Zhang Bufang had taken into account. At the moment when the zombie leader was about to hit him, Zhang Bufang's sword unsheathed. He directly blocked it with a whirlwind slash. Under the attack of the zombie leader could only stare at his cloudy eyes and angrily watch him enter the zombie wave again and swim flexibly. Ha 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 ha. Although I have wandered around the world, I have not lost my true heart. You brat, you forced me to do this. As he spoke, the zombie leader burst out with extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye he was already close to Zhang Bufang. But Zhang Bufang just turned to the left and easily dodged the impact. Something interesting happened. The leader was so furious that he didn't realize that Zhang Bufang had dodged his attack and was still running forward in pursuit of his dream. It's easy to deal with an angry enemy. It's so easy to get rid of him. Zhang Bufang said, "This road is almost open. It's time to go back to pick up a Tao and the others. Although there is life potion to help recover the injuries, one bottle is not enough after all. Zhang Bufang must go back and take a look. Rest assured. Xiaodong, let's leave quickly. This is the way of life that Buddha has opened up for us with his life." Chen Tao and Guantong were running towards Zhang Bufang, but their speed was obviously 3 points slower than in their heyday. After all, a bottle of potion could not cure all the injuries in the body. The two of them could keep running at this speed at this time. It has already consumed a lot of willpower. Brother Tao, we have been through life and death in the past 3 months. Buddha has been able to turn danger into safety every time. We don't have to worry too much. Buddha is definitely not an ordinary person. I know you are trying to comfort me, Chen Tao said without stopping. The chance of surviving against a martial arts sect at the 9th level of Wuhuan is too small. If Buddha is really dead, then I will fight for that person even if I risk my life. Go down and bury the zombies with you. The two of them were suddenly silent. After a long time, Guantong said, "If you want to do this, Brother Tao, then I will go with you. You, forget it. Do whatever you want. Buddha will be fine, for sure." Such a romantic confession bloomed in the sea of blood. Perhaps at this time, the fate of Chun Tao and Guantong had been firmly tied together by Yu Lao's red thread, and they would never be separated again. A Tao, this is what the Buddha likes to hear. Zhang Bufang slowly walked out of the zombie wave on the side. Because there was no order from the zombie leader, the zombie wave has not moved until now. In a sense, although this zombie team is unconscious, but he absolutely obeyed orders. Lord Buddha, you're okay. Chen Tao was so excited that he crawled in front of Zhang Bufang and looked around, fearing that there was even the slightest wound on Zhang Bufang's body. Okay, don't touch it. You will reach the survivor base in the capital soon after passing through this place. Come on, don't touch it. After the three of them organized themselves, they finally ran towards the survivor base with all their speed. Now it can be said that it is a race against time. If the zombie leader reacts and comes back to intercept them, then they can really recover. The ground is waiting to die. It wasn't until the three of them reached the gate of the survivor base that the zombie leader realized what he was doing and stopped. Looking at the desolate surroundings, the zombie leader couldn't help shouting, "You guys, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will definitely let the tide of corpses swallow you up. Not even the bones and dregs will be left." We're here, don't talk for now. I'll go over and try to negotiate. Zhang Bufang raised his hand to stop the two men from moving forward. He slowly walked to the city wall made of cement and stone and shouted, "Brothers guarding the city above, we escaped from afar. Please do your best. Can you open the door for us?" The guards above heard Zhang Bufang's cry below, so they leaned on the city wall and said, "Brothers, I know it's not easy for you to run so far, but we have to inform the Lord here first. If the Lord doesn't say anything, none of us will. I can't be the master. Okay, then I, Zhang, will wait down here. I hope my brother will report it as soon as possible." With that said, Zhang Bufang waved to Chun Tao and Guan Tong to come over to the city gate, while he sat down cross-legged and began to recover his strength. The evil wind battle, Zhang, just now was really. Zhang Bufang is almost empty, and only 170,000 gold coins are left from the 370,000 in his body. If the zombie wave comes by then, Zhang Bufang may have to confront the zombie leader. With his current appearance, it's really too difficult. After a while, Zhang Bufang and the other three heard the sound of gears turning from the city gate. Immediately afterwards, the city gate slowly retracted upwards. It must be said that in this city, the electricity and signals were all polluted by the wasteland and could not be used. In this era, it is really rare for someone to master this kind of mechanism technique. "I am the Lord here, Tai Feng. May I ask your surname?" From behind the city gate, a man who was taller than Chun Tao walked out. He was wearing a wolf fur coat, holding a dry cigarette in his mouth, and had a small scar on his forehead. He looked fierce, but his eyes were very gentle. "My surname is Zhang, and my first name is Bufang. The two people behind me are my subordinates, Chun Tao and Guan Tong." It's not that Zhang Bufang doesn't understand etiquette, but in his heart, he should be an extremely noble emperor in the world. To say free from nobles is too cheap for him. When Tai Feng heard what Zhang Bufang said, he didn't show any anger on his face. Instead, he warmly greeted the three of them to come into the base. Tai Feng's enthusiasm made the three of Zhang Bufang a little uncomfortable. This unintentional enthusiasm made Zhang Bufang alert. Tai Feng thought to himself that these three people were covered in scars, but they could not resist this burst of heroic spirit. If they could be recruited under his command, they would definitely be able to add 3 more generals to add to his power. Thinking of this, Tai Feng felt happy in his heart. Judging by their clothes, Tai Feng felt that he could win over the 3 of them with just 3 meals. "Excuse me, where is Brother Feng taking us?" Chun Tao watched Tai Feng leading them around, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Is it just called breast enlargement? It's a bit weird." Ahem. Although Zhang Bufang knew that Chun Tao was unintentional, he still coughed twice. After all, being too upright is not a good thing. However, Tai Feng did not have any intention of getting angry. Instead, he continued to greet Chun Tao with a smile, as if he had a fierce look on his face. The man has never been angry. "Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, that's good, that's good. Brother Zhang's men are really good at joking." Tai Feng waved his hand and walked straight into the entrance of a huge castle. Zhang Bufang smiled slightly and followed in without the slightest suspicion. Chun Tao and Guan Tong looked at each other and quickly followed Zhang Bufang in. In a high-end hotel, for people, including Zhang Bufang and Tai Feng, were gathered around a small round table. The table was piled with wine and food. It could still be so luxurious in the apocalypse. It has to be said that Tiefeng's base was taken over by him. The management is really good. "Brother Zhang, look at our base. Is there anything else that needs to be improved?" Tai Feng toasted Zhang Bufang with a glass of wine, but Zhang Bufang did not refuse and drank it in one gulp. "It's been a long time since I had such a delicious drink. Brother Tai has managed it well. I think this base doesn't need to be improved." Chun Tao and Guan Tong couldn't get in the middle of the conversation between the two ambitious bosses, but this was just what they wanted. They hadn't had a bite to eat since the zombie wave before, so they happened to take advantage of FOE and that Tai Feng told me to eat more, so that I can protect Buddha if something unexpected happens. Haha. Actually, my base still needs a lot of improvements. For example, I don't have enough manpower. Tai Feng directly entered the topic with this sentence. If he can really recruit Zhang Bufang and the 3 of them, then his base will be really indestructible. There are contacts between other survivor bases and Typhoon, but they are all a little weaker than Tiefeng's base, but only a little. If these bases unite to attack Typhoon, then Tiefeng's 3-acre land will definitely not be able to bear it, so he needs to have superb combat effectiveness. Talents. And the more, the better. You don't need to be too loyal. You just need to help him get through this difficulty and intimidate other bases. Brother Tai, you are kidding. Zhang Bufang waved his hand and said, "Look at my manpower." As he spoke, he pointed at Guantong and Chen Tao, and then said to Typhoon, "It's not even enough. There are still 2 crooked melons and dates. How can you possibly not have enough people?" When Guantong heard Zhang Bufang say that she was crooked, her eyes changed and she was about to get angry, but Chen Tao pinned her legs under the table without any trace as she wanted to stand up and signaled her not to act rashly. It seemed that Chen Tao had already. After understanding what Typhoon and Zhang Bufang meant, sometimes he wasn't too upright. Guantong glanced at Chen Tao doubtfully. Chen Tao only gave him a wink and continued to eat. However, this time, Chen Tao picked up the vegetables faster than before. He must have expected that he might eat it later. Some special circumstances occur. That's exactly it, Brother Zhang. The 2 of us should join forces, so that we can become stronger. Typhoon immediately stretched out his hand, wanting to shake Zhang Bufang's hand. Zhang Bufang filled the glass with wine and handed it to Typhoon. In this way, Typhoon's extended hand also. I could only take the wine glass and go back and drink it in one gulp. To be honest, Zhang Bufang actually wanted to set up camp here as the basis for building a maritime city, but the leader here obviously wanted to accept him as his younger brother. Zhang Bufang had already claimed to be Zhang Defo Lord. How could he allow it? A person bigger than Zhang Defo appears on his head? No. The 3 of us are so lazy that we haven't even fought zombies. Please ask Brother Tai to find another job and let us 3 little bugs go. Zhang Bufang quickly waved his hand to refuse, but Typhoon has been aggressive. It seems that he will never give up until he accepts Zhang Bufang and the other 3. In this case, there is nothing to say between the 2. It was time to eat. It was time to add dishes. No matter what Typhoon said, Zhang Bufang didn't answer. Gradually, Typhoon got tired of persuading him, and there was a hint of anger on his face. Even the veins on his forehead bulged, and even the wine glass in his hand was dented by his pinch. It was made of steel, the forged wine glass, but Typhoon just couldn't hold back his anger and used a little force, and the wine glass was already dented, which shows how powerful his power is. Brother Zhang really doesn't want to help me? I'm just a busy man. How can I help someone with great ambitions like Brother Tai? After repeated excuses, Typhoon finally couldn't help the anger in his heart. He slapped the table and stood up angrily. Zhang, are you not giving me any F-King respect? You think my little temple can't tolerate you? A giant Buddha? I tell you, you have only 2 choices today. One is to be my subordinate. The other is to be buried under the ground by me. Oh, don't be so angry. Zhang Bufang drank another glass of wine and said, "We still have a 3rd way to choose. We still have a 3rd way to choose. That is, the 3 of us will bury you underground together." Snapped. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them slapped the table and stood up, staring at Typhoon eagerly. A chilling atmosphere spread in the room, and Guantong and Chen Tao invariably shed a drop of cold sweat on their foreheads. No, a Tao and Xiaodong's injuries haven't healed yet. It would be too far-fetched to let them fight now. Then this is what we have to do, Zhang Bufang thought to himself, with a flash of determination in his eyes. Typhoon, don't say I'm bullying you. Let's fight one-on-one. My men won't interfere. The loser agrees to a condition for the winner. What do you think? Haha, okay. Typhoon, will play with you today. Come on, this is too young, and it will be uncomfortable to fight. Typhoon kicked open the door and walked slowly to the square with Zhang Bufang. Chen Tao and Guantong knew that their wounds were not healed and did not want to cause further trouble, so they sat on the edge of the square and witnessed the battle that was about to begin. Boy, I've just entered the 2nd level of Wuzong for the first time. With your appearance, what are you going to do to fight me? Whoa! With his sword unsheathed and standing in front of him, Zhang Bufang looked solemn. He knew that with his level 29 strength, he couldn't defeat Typhoon. However, Zhang Bufang was a person with a systematic approach after all. He still had some leftovers. It's useless to bet 170,000 gold coins. As long as he makes good use of it, Zhang Bufang is confident that he can tie with Typhoon or even beat Typhoon. Just rely on it. Zhang Bufang's body flashed, and he stabbed out with a knife, cutting steel with a flash. Clang! Little tricks. Typhoon waved his hand and stopped Zhang Bufang's sword in place. Zhang Bufang felt suffocated at the sight, and seeing that he could not draw back the sword, he had to let go and step back, but he saw that his sword just stopped in place. Land. Zhang Bufang was secretly wary, but Typhoon was relaxed. The opponent didn't know his own skills, and his cultivation level wasn't as high as mine. How could he fight him? Use a sword. Okay, then I'll control the air to blow you away. The weapons were frozen. If they were dealing with warriors who specialized in swords, they would probably have given in by now. Brother Zhang, it's too late for you to admit defeat now. Become my subordinate obediently. I will never treat you badly. Since you are my future subordinate, I will tell you that I use air to stabilize you. It's your sword. This guy's skill can actually control gas. This kind of enemy is not easy to deal with. Licking your face and talking dirty. Although Zhang Bufang didn't have the sword in his hand, he didn't mean to panic at all. You are hundreds of years too early to accept me as the next Grand Buddha of Laojiu sect. Woolen cloth. No wonder you feel suffocated. There is something he can't determine. Let's test it first. Zhang Bufang stepped forward and threw a sweeping kick. Taifeng's eyes moved, and he controlled the air to slow down Zhang Bufang. He immediately jumped up to avoid the kick. This small move did not escape Zhang Bufang. Square eyes. Does it rely on the eyes to capture movements? In other words, as long as his reaction cannot keep up, it will be fine. Zhang Bufang smiled slightly and did a backflip to distance himself. His hands were secretly on guard, but his consciousness was already talking to the system. System, exchange it for me for the skill. The wind and the dust and the fragrant flowers are gone. Thriller Paradise skill. After the exchange is completed, the gold coin balance is 161,580. Brother Tai, although your skills are very powerful, I'm not bad either. As he said that, Zhang Bufang suddenly appeared next to Typhoon and punched him in the face. There was also Zhang Bufang where he was before, but he was slowly fading away until he disappeared. Name: the wind abides in the dust, and the fragrant flowers are gone. Skill card attributes: active skills, permanent mastery. Skill category: fighting. Effect: leave an afterimage in place that lasts for 3 seconds. Cooling time is 1 second. Consumption: physical energy value 50. Learning conditions: fighting specialization D, or level 27. Remarks: things are different, and people are not the same. This trick used by Zhang Bufang is a bug skill of Wang Tanji in Thriller Paradise. However, according to Zhang Bufang's physical strength, this skill can only be used 10 times at most before his physical strength will be exhausted. Fortunately, there are many good novels, otherwise I would have died here today. Zhang Bufang breathed a sigh of relief. Although this move consumes a lot of his physical energy, as long as he does not continue to use it, his body can definitely support it. The punch just now seemed to have interrupted Tai Feng's control of the sword. Letting the sword fall directly to the ground, Zhang Bufang quickly ran to the side to pick up the sword and face Tai Feng again, taking precautions. Xiaodong, how many times has Master Fo used strange moves? I don't know, but when the afterimage appeared, I didn't see Buddha. Could it be the invisibility skill? Ha 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 ha. Tai Feng laughed arrogantly. Okay, that's great. God has given me such a great subordinate. I told you, I'm not your subordinate. Zhang Bufang once again used the wind lives in the dust and the fragrant flowers are exhausted, appeared in front of Typhoon, and slashed the steel with a flash of sword. Dang! Ho! When the knife was thrust out, Zhang Bufang's body moved automatically, which shocked Typhoon. This kid can actually control the air? No, this kid is really weird. We can't delay it any longer. Typhoon burst out his true strength in an instant and punched out. Zhang Bufang raised his sword to block, but his sword was directly interrupted by Taifeng's punch. Zhang Bufang looked at the iron fist that was close at hand and quickly used the wind to hold it. The fragrant flowers were gone, and the fatal fist was narrowly avoided. Huh? This trick is really weird. Zhang Bufang appeared in the distance, with joy in his eyes that he had survived the disaster. Now Zhang Bufang did not dare to underestimate the enemy, and directly let the system spend all the remaining gold coins. System, exchange it for the Gale Swordmaster's Gale Sword, and give me all the remaining gold coins to upgrade. After the exchange is completed, the gold coin balance is 0. Boom! A strong aura suddenly appeared on Zhang Bufang. Tai Feng's eyes widened and he stammered, "Woo! Woo 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 woo." Second section of Wu Zone. Zhang Bufang really didn't expect that the Swift Wind Sword only cost 10,000 gold coins to acquire, and the remaining 140,000 gold coins allowed him to directly reach level 35 and become a swordsman. Isn't it amazing just now? Why are you so surprised now? Guantong's eyes widened and he asked in surprise, "Is that Buddha?" Master Buddha is indeed no ordinary person. He can actually rush from the 9th level of Wuhuan to the 2nd level of Wuzong in an instant. Chen Tao grinned, a confident smile on his face. Every step Zhang Bufang took now was filled with great momentum. Tai Feng couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and slowly stepped back with trembling legs. He could feel that his current cultivation level was completely inferior to Zhang Bufang. Steel cutting flash. Whoa! Tai Feng closed his eyes. With this blow, Tai Feng would not be able to survive. However, Zhang Bufang stopped when the steel-cutting flash was about to stab Tai Feng. "Brother Tai, you lost. According to the agreement, you have to promise me something now." When Tai Feng heard Zhang Bufang's words, he slowly opened his eyes and said with a sad smile on his face, "I actually lost to a little kid. Let us leave. You have already lost." If Zhang Bufang kills Tai Feng now, he can completely take over this base as the foundation of the maritime city. However, Zhang Bufang has killed so many zombies, but still has not killed a single person. Although zombies are also humanoid, they are not real after all. As a person, Zhang Bufang would not feel any pressure to kill such a thing, but if he was really asked to kill someone, Zhang Bufang would not be able to do it. "I would actually lose to a kid. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Tai Feng suddenly became angry and furious. He took advantage of Zhang Bufang and punched Zhang Bufang. Tai Feng punched Zhang Bufang directly into the wall. Chen Tao and Guantong saw this and rushed over to help Zhang Bufang. Bufang. Tai Feng could see the angry expression on Chen Tao's face, but now he felt extremely happy in his heart. "Ha ha ha ha, Zhang Bufang. Lord Buddha, haven't you been defeated by me?" Zhang Bufang withdrew his hand that was being held by Chen Tao Guantong, wiped away the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, lowered his head, and raised his head. He spoke well, so if the person opposite didn't listen, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Then don't blame him for not being able to tolerate the sand. What can level 34 Tai Feng, the master of this base, or the 2nd level Wuzong do? Since he, Lord Zhang Fo, doesn't want to stay, then even the Lord of Heaven can't keep him. "Since I have already called you Brother Feng, I would like to kindly remind you, Brother Feng." Zhang Bufang held the sword tightly in his hand, raised his eyes, and glanced at Tai Feng, and simply raised his lips. "One more sentence. If you are rude, you will not be able to stand up." Instantly, the cold air spread, and Tiefeng's body stiffened subconsciously. The sword was unsheathed, and the blade stabbed the person opposite. Tai Feng quickly came back to his senses and snorted softly, thinking that it was just a weak resistance. However, no matter how much he disdained this piece of cloth, he did not dare to despise the opponent's every move. To put it bluntly, Zhang Bufang's blow just now. This man lost half his courage. Tai Feng was originally prepared to take Zhang Bufang's sword and hit him out with all his strength, just like before, giving him a good beating. Unfortunately, only imagination is beautiful. The move, "the wind abides in the dust, and the fragrant flowers are gone," was used suddenly. Zhang Bufang's figure froze, and only an afterimage was left in front of Tai Feng. None of the moves that Tai Feng had prepared were used, and it was all in vain. "The air in front of you." Tai Feng's heart tightened, and he shouted in his heart that it was bad. However, Zhang Foi's hand had already grabbed the back of his neck. He had no intention of directly breaking the neck of the person in front of him. Lord Buddha thought, "Of course it's a tooth for a tooth." There was no need to cut steel flash. Everyone just listened to the boom, and it was a mess. When the murderous aura dissipated, a closer look saw that the iron peak still had the roaring momentum, and it fell to the ground not far away in embarrassment. Everything he touched when he was thrown out was smashed to pieces. Typhon didn't dare to underestimate this layout for a long time. Just in case, he asked people to bring all the capable people from the base over, thinking that he would have to take these 3 people into custody today. Chen Tao and Guan Tong saw the belated support. Typhon frowned and said to Zhang Bufang, "Lord Buddha, 5 people are here." Huh? Zhang Bufang glanced at the visitor. Approximately 5 martial arts masters in their 20s quickly gathered around Typhon and looked nervously at Zhang Bufang and his party. For a time, a tense atmosphere surrounded the place. It's a lot of trouble, Zhang Bufang thought. He estimated Chen Tao Guantong's current situation and already had a plan in mind, saying, "Those 5 people are nothing more than level 20 practitioners. Chen Tao Guantong, you are still injured. Can it be done?" Huh, Lord Buddha also said it. "If a 20-level practitioner asks us if we can do it, he looks down on us too much," Guantong said with a smile, his fighting spirit already high. Of course, Chen Tao is even more ready to show off his skills. "Okay," Zhang Bufang said. "Since you broke your promise first, then I can only offend you more." Zhang Bufang said provocatively, "Why bother yourself by saying, brother phone again and again? Yellow-mouthed boy, you deserve to die." Typhon was filled with anger, thinking only about how to twist off the head of Zhang Bufang, who knew nothing about the world. He called himself Buddha, one after another, and placed him as the lord of the city. When Wu Zong was fighting, others naturally didn't dare to let go. It was time to sneak away and run away. Here, the place is cleared. Only Zhang Fui is the center of the storm against Typhon. Seeing that Guan Tong and Chen Tao were already fighting with the 5 warriors, Zhang Bufang unsheathed his sword and pointed it directly at Typhon Mingmen. Even if Typhon can control the air for his own use, so what? Level 34 can only be lower than level 35 Zhang Bufang. This difference of 1 level can only be understood when the fight starts and it really breaks out. The difference between cloud and mud. You don't know where this inferior thing came from. I was kind enough to keep you here, but you dare to bite your nose and face. I'll show you some color today. Typhon greeted him with a punch and yelled, furious. Whether the 2 of them drew their swords to break the wind and attacked, or met them with fists without giving in, there was a faint sound of breaking through the air with every movement. They all fought with all their strength. This is such a disgrace. Zhang Fui cut away the opponent's punch with his sword, stepped back, stood up from the ground, and slashed with his sword, saying sarcastically, "You are worthy of taking action, dirty man." Typhon roared angrily, and his fists became more fierce. He is a man of passion and will not give in or give back even an inch. Zhang Bufang is Zhang Defui and Wu Zong, and he is the one who will definitely win. At this time, Guan Tong and Chen Tao were facing several men. Although she was a woman, she had the habit of not giving in to men. Although the fight caused pain in the wound and caused new injuries before the old ones healed, she also had a burst of enthusiasm. The more setbacks you get, the more courage you get, so that when you face difficulties, you will never retreat, even half a step. While Chen Tao was fighting, he helped Guan Tong from time to time. Hey, just be a woman and be protected by a man. Of course, a gentle and virtuous woman will be liked by men, but this Guan Tong has an amazing personality, strong and showy. So Chen Tao, who was thinking this in his mind, kept fighting off the people who were entangled in him, and gradually approached Guan Tong. He had the right timing, and a punch that fell towards Guan Tong was directly received by him, and he kicked again. The man kicked back several steps. He behaves well in front of beautiful women. Even in times of crisis, he never forgets to laugh and act cool. So of course, Chen Tao did the same. Can you do it? I'm so strong. Look, without me, you'll get punched again. Guan Tong ignored Chen Tao. You can't do it without me. Zhang Bufang saw that Guan Tong, Chen Tao, and Chen Tao were still holding on. Just now, he deliberately described a few people in their 20s as being at level 20, fearing that the 2 of them would have a bit of a psychological burden. Now it seems that those 2 people. The fighting spirit is high, and there is no need for him to intervene yet. Zhang Bufang. Who the hell are you? Typhon said through gritted teeth after seeing several attacks, but still not knocking the man down in front of him. He was slapped in the face over and over again. Zhang Bufang's only response was a sneer. A few of Tiefeng's punches missed, but some of them landed firmly on Zhang Bufang. He thought that this kid could at least move slower due to pain. Unexpectedly, this kid actually acted as if nothing was wrong. Instead, his attacks became even more intense. It's fast, and each sword is stronger than the other. Not to mention whether Zhang Bufang can be defeated by him in the end, but now he can hardly bear it. This kid is a lunatic when it comes to fighting. I can't keep him. I can't keep him. I can only let him die. The direction of Tiefeng's fist became very tricky. After all, he was the master of a base and had experienced hundreds of battles. After all, Zhang Bufang could only be a fledgling. Although there was level suppression, what was missing was actual combat experience. Inevitably, there are many consequences. Seeing that Zhang Bufang was unstable, Tiefeng's punch was aimed at the temple. But, I'm telling you, Zhang Bufang suddenly said loudly. It's just crazy to let me, Zhang Fui, lose. You'd better go ahead and dream about your dreams. Wuzong? What? He pressed forward with a sword. What? So what? Another sword came closer. Lord of a city? His general is defeated? He slashed with a sword, and his moves seemed to have changed in 1,000 ways in the blink of an eye. Tiefeng's movements were forced by these consecutive moves, and he had no way to retreat. His boxing skills were greatly restricted, and he only felt his chest being suffocated and painful. I feel unwilling to do so, and just want to be like the people in front of me, to be extraordinary. Unfortunately, I have more than enough ambition but not enough power, and I am unable to save or turn things around. Oh fart, lost to Typhoon? Zhang Fui will never allow it. A sword seals the throat, and the dust has settled. That's right, a sword passed through the throat, and only blood spattered. Zhang Fui looked down at the man lying on the ground, who stared at Zhang Bufang with eyes wide open, seemingly refusing to close his eyes. The unwillingness to die with eyes closed, an ant's unwillingness to die with eyes closed, is just a sign of unwillingness to be defeated by Zhang Fui's subordinates. Zhang Fui's momentum is like a rainbow, and the suppressed murderous intention boils up in an instant. The pressure from Wuzong only moves towards the two remaining warriors, which makes people shudder and tremble. This, please spare your life. The two men knelt down in fear. They had just seen Typhoon dead during the fight. The owner of the base also died in the hands of this man. If they had not understood the current affairs, what would they have done? Will he die even worse than Typhoon? Lord Buddha, Lord Zhang Fo, have mercy on me. Finally, one of the two warriors added tremblingly. Yes, spare your life. Lord Buddha. Another person quickly echoed. Go away. Zhang Fui said. Are you two okay? It's not a big problem. This little injury is nothing. Chen Tao replied. Ahem. Guantong coughed softly on the side. Seeing the two people suddenly looking at her, she suddenly became nervous and said, Don't look at me. I'm fine. Okay then. Before Zhang Bufang finished speaking, the warrior next to him unexpectedly launched an attack on Guantong without giving up, as if he was risking his life. None of the lax people expected this, and the other warrior's face immediately turned pale with fear. I think you are shameless. Chen Tao caught the fallen Guantong, lifted the warrior away with one palm, and shouted. Zhang Bufang's face could freeze to death. This is none of my business. Among the 5 warriors in their 20s, he was the only one who survived in the end. He was both lucky and unlucky. Go and call the medical staff from the base. If it's too late, I'll chop you up. Perhaps out of extreme anger, Chen Tao's tone became calmer. If you ignore the look in his eyes that seemed to be about to tear the poor warrior apart, you would feel that Chen Tao was calm. The ground is incredible. Yes. Lord Buddha. Chen Tao looked at Guantong's red-stained clothes and didn't know what to do. He looked at Zhang Bufang for help. Take Guantong. Let's rush to the medical staff first. Zhang Bufang was also anxious. When he saw Chen Tao hurriedly ran out with Guantong in his arms and followed quickly, he added uneasily, You are also injured. Be careful. But looking at Chen Tao's back, he probably didn't hear the last sentence. Chen Tao? Chen Tao, hey. Chen Tao suddenly came back to his senses. The injuries on Chen Tao's body, both large and small, were almost treated. The medical staff were bandaging the wounds on his arms. When Zhang Bufang saw that Guantong was sent to the other side of the infirmary by the medical staff, He started to be in a daze and called out several times. There was absolutely no reaction. Why? Are you worried about Guantong? Zhang Bufang suddenly laughed. Oh. Chen Tao was stunned, then hurriedly tried to explain. I was worried about her. What if she was too seriously injured and would drag us down? That woman is very rough and arrogant. If the injury was too serious, we would still be here. I don't know how many days I will stay. I can only believe half of what Chen Tao says about Guantong. The real Guantong is not as tough as he says. Guantong is pretty, but in this doomsday world, everyone is busy trying to survive for a day or two longer, crawling over corpses, so there is no mood to spend 1 or 2 days tidying up. Pack up your clothes. It's not like we haven't encountered women wearing lipstick and exquisite makeup in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, that kind of woman is either in the arms of a man, scared to tears by zombies, or a certain daughter who is protected by countless people. The delicate young lady, Guantong, is different, independent, and self-reliant. I am afraid that she despises those women in her heart. She only wants to build a beautiful world for herself and sleeps in the open air. Therefore, her movements are clean and neat, and she is full of royal sister style. If Guantong knew what you said, she would be so angry that she would stamp her feet. Well, it's better to stay here to recuperate. After all, the injury suffered this time is indeed serious. Speaking of which, he deliberately did not say the true level of those warriors. Zhang Bufang was a little apologetic. Lord Fo, fighting that typhoon is many times more dangerous than us. Fo Yi is so powerful that Guantong and I found it difficult to deal with 5 level 20 people. As soon as Chen Tao came down, he had a chance to think about what he had just said. What happened just felt a little strange. Both he and Guantong are not weak, but do they really lack too much actual combat experience? It seems that they will have to cut down more zombies to practice their skills in the future. It just so happened that Zhang Bufang wanted to talk to Chen Tao about this matter. This is not your problem. Zhang Bufang sat on the chair opposite Chen Tao and said apologetically, those people are all in the 25th and 27th levels. I said it deliberately because I was afraid that you would be under pressure. Level 20. Oh. Chen Tao was confused. I'm sorry, Zhang Bufang said sincerely. There should be no concealment between brothers. This time the matter is difficult. In fact, anyone can fight head-on. When both sides are equally powerful, how to win depends mainly on mentality. Zhang Bufang really apologized to Chen Tao, but Chen Tao was just stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a few seconds, he reacted and said with a nonchalant smile, It's okay, Lord Buddha. You are more thoughtful than us, otherwise I. Guantong is afraid that when he really faces those people, he will feel a little guilty. Where's the person who came just now? Sir, it's inside. Someone came over. Zhang Bufang told Chen Tao not to be so nervous, got up and went out. When they came to the infirmary just now, everyone was quite hostile towards these uninvited guests. In fact, they had just finished a fight, and they couldn't get rid of their anger. In addition, Chen Tao was in a hurry to find a doctor, and he was yelling at them. The little nurse was so frightened that a person from the big infirmary was restrained by the two of them. When Zhang Bufang walked into the corridor, he saw the leader walking towards him in a menacing manner. He thought he was going to start a fight without saying a word. Zhang Bufang immediately became alert. He didn't have the energy to fight another 30. It's multi-level. That group of people suddenly became frightened again. They took a few big steps away from Zhang Bufang, stopped abruptly, and stared at him. Some were holding weapons, some were holding some document bags. But so many people seemed to be all huddled behind the leader. Everyone thought Zhang Bufang was a scourge. The leader Mo looked fierce, but he was actually panicking and didn't dare to show it. Just now, he was taken away by a martial artist of over 20 levels. Before he entered the door, the martial artist suddenly stopped leaving and just asked these little minions to go in and clean up. They really thought they were just tidying up the house and cleaning. As soon as they opened the door, it was amazing. There was blood everywhere. A few minions were in charge of the base. They were subordinates of Typhoon. They were considered high-level officials, but they were not the kind of people who specialized in maintaining the security of the base. I had never seen this scene of blood splattering all over the house. It was almost. One person has never even killed a zombie. Shocked on the spot. After regaining consciousness for a while, if the warrior master hadn't been urging them, they would have run away long ago. They had to force themselves to ask someone to bring their things and pack them together. The result was another terrible thing. The leader of the base, Typhoon, died. The corpse was lying on its side, staring at people with a dead look. After settling down, I quickly went to ask what was going on. I heard that the person who killed Typhoon was in the small infirmary. What was his name, Zhang Fui? To go in, or not to go in? If you don't go in, you'll lose face. If you go in, you'll lose your life. Sir, everything is packed. When the two sides were in a stalemate, the warrior, the one who saved the situation, finally calmed down a little and came over. No one wants to mess with this giant Buddha. Have you taken care of Tiefeng's head? Zhang Bufang calmed down and said with a smile on his face. Okay. You should take good care of your injuries first. Don't worry, I'll make arrangements, Zhang Bufang said when he saw Chun Tao coming out worriedly. After persuading Chun Tao to go back, Zhang Bufang said to the warrior, Is there a conference hall? Okay, lead the way. By the way, is it okay for my people to be here? Zhang Bufang said. Of course it's no problem. Nothing will go wrong again. Don't worry. That warrior was the high-level representative of the base. Seeing him speaking to Zhang Fui so carefully, the others were even less careful. Dare to speak out. Then let's go. Arriving at the conference hall, Zhang Bufang sat directly on the position that symbolized the highest authority in the base. He lowered his eyes and looked at everyone, his aura becoming more and more arrogant. Even though he was sitting in a sloppy posture, one look in his eyes still made everyone tremble. I was the one who killed the leader of your base, Typhoon. Yes, he killed someone. Zhang Bufang, who originally couldn't accept blood, cut off the first head of the base's leader. Just because he was patient and unwilling to cause trouble and took a step back, Typhoon began to push forward. Whether he thought that Zhang Bufang was nothing more than a nobody, Typhoon began to be arrogant and rude, forcibly grabbing people, and even got into trouble. Murderous intention? If there is a grudge, there is no problem if he bluntly wants to challenge each other. If Typhoon had kept his promise and not been so arrogant, and not turned his murderous thoughts on his brother, of course he would not have ended up like this. He was also the one who injured my life gate time and time again, trying to take my life. In a battle, when he dies or I live, of course my own dignity cannot be violated. Are you so arrogant that you think every ordinary person is weak? Zhang Fui insisted on resisting and said no. Put away his momentum. Zhang Fui glanced down, and only one voice was heard above everyone's heads. In the end, the strong will be respected. Anyone who is not convinced can come to me to fight. Of course, if you lose, then I can save my life depending on my mood. Zhang Fui, even if I kill Typhoon, you don't have to panic. Zhang Bufang's voice paused, causing everyone to raise their heads. Their eyes were sharp and their expressions were firm. Zhang Fui said something extremely domineering. If I am the new owner of your base. With an irrefutable momentum, Zhang Bufang indeed has this capital now. The base is leaderless, and the highest-ranking Typhoon died in his hands. The former master of the base, Typhoon, was arrogant and believed in respecting the strong. Naturally, this idea had penetrated into every level of the base. No one can defeat this Buddha who descended from the sky, and no one even dares to challenge the authority of the new base master. What? You don't understand. Seeing the silence, Zhang Bufang raised his lips and said jokingly, No. The warrior who reacted first quickly knelt down and said loudly, The strong man in the base is respected. From now on, Lord Buddha will be in charge of the base, and he deserves it. I obey the Lord Buddha's orders. Zhang Bufang just smiled. Then he heard the system prompt again, and what the system said made him ecstatic. Congratulations on successfully beheading Typhoon and conquering the first base. The system has prepared a gift package for victory in this first battle. Please check and claim it. Does it mean that he, Zhang Bufang, has created this novice village? The prize for the first big gift package must be generous. Gift package content 1, City construction of Water City. Gift package content 2. You have been successfully upgraded to level 40 swordsman. The system has increased redeemable items. Gift package content 3. Chun Tao and Guantong have successfully upgraded to level 30. Gift package content 4. Harvest all the loot from Typhoon base. It seems that he is one step closer to his imperial hegemony. Then you are the new owner of the base? Chen Tao's heart surged when he heard this, and he asked with admiration. Well, yes, Zhang Bufang replied. After Zhang Bufang established his own new rules, he said, come to me tomorrow if you need anything. No one dared to say no at all. Even watching Zhang Bufang leave like this, no one dared to say a word. Wait a minute. Lord Buddha, you are so amazing. The doctor was shocked for a moment when he received the notification from the master of the new base. He immediately suppressed it and refused to provide the medicine for Guantong. All the top medicines available in the base were used. Guantong slept for an hour and then woke up. When he woke up, he found himself lying on a soft hospital bed with all the wounds on his body bandaged. Guantong thought he was. Are you in a dream? Your thoughts are too beautiful. Let's have a good rest for a few days. Next, it's time to take the first official step. Zhang Bufang stood up, leaving only his back behind. After fighting for a long time, Zhang Bufang had to force himself to stay on high alert. After everything was finally sorted, he just wanted to find a place to have a good sleep. There are tens of thousands of people in the survivor base established by Typhoon. There are many people who are dissatisfied with the sudden takeover of the base and make trouble. They surrounded the high-level work office early in the morning, and there are already many people in the conference room. When other regional managers arrived, it was quite lively. But Zhang Bufang had no intention of going to the crowd to explain again. First of all, what he wanted to say had already been said yesterday, and the base had already announced it to everyone. Secondly, there was nothing convincing about his only explanation. If he loses the support of the people, it will bring obstacles and troubles to his future plans to transform the base. The base people will think that this is a kind of violent oppression relying on their own strength. It is the lowest mistake to only use violence to solve problems, and as a saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Zhang Bufang did not want people to think that he was completely and purely harming the base. This base will be his first step. Letting the group of people make trouble, Zhang Bufang came to a relatively remote place in the base. He wants to meet someone who will effectively help him completely control the base. Jian Jin, Tiefeng's former subordinate, is different from the group of warriors who defended him closely. Jian Jin's existence is like a sealed bag of survivor's base. Is a powerful trump card in Tiefeng's hand. Zhang Bufang used the system's information and used clichés to base personnel to know the existence of this person. He had suspected that Typhoon, as the master of the base, had a rude personality and a hot temper. It could be said that except for the ability of level 35, he was almost useless. His method of managing the base was to rely on extreme violence to fight violence and Typhoon. The regional managers under him also saw it. For words, greed for life, and fear of death. Under the conditions of internal incompetence and external powerlessness, Typhoon Base can still operate smoothly. It was all thanks to Jian Jin's secret help to help Typhoon sort out the mess. It's a pity that the arrogant Typhoon and those management wastes rely on their self-confidence from nowhere and insist that they manage well. Zhang Bufang was curious. Jian Jin was not far behind in the list of senior base personnel. Can it be said that he was willing to live in obscurity for the sake of tens of thousands of people? Voluntary. Or take the long term to catch the big fish? Hello. Just when Zhang Bufang was about to knock on the door opened. Zhang Bufang didn't expect it. He was stunned for a moment, and then quickly showed a kind smile to the person in front of him. Zhang Bufang. Jian Jin was not surprised at all by his appearance. Yes. Zhang Bufang responded. After entering the house, Zhang Bufang looked at the extremely simple black and white room and felt vaguely excited. It seemed that he had found a piece of rough jade. Jian Jin was wearing a black shirt, slim-fitting trousers, and had square-framed black eyes, which were like graphite and were too hard to open. It's so well taken care of. When Jian Jin wears this outfit, she gets a 100% onlooker rate. Help me, he said straight to the point without saying anything else. Zhang Bufang was sure that this man had predicted his arrival and naturally knew what he wanted to do. Reason, don't you want to do the same? Zhang Bufang asked back. The two were fighting against each other. Jian Jin was thinner and thinner, but her aura was not inferior to Zhang Bufang's. How much do you know? Jian Jin was silent for a moment and then asked. Many. For example, Someone in Typhoon Base rebelled because they were dissatisfied with Tiefeng's methods. When people are panicked for a while, you can use the rebel mentality to calm the matter, Zhang Bufang said with a smile, obviously not satisfied with Jian Jin's hostility. Keeping it in mind, he looked directly into the other person's eyes and said, for example, if the senior officials withheld supplies, you were the one who smoothly distributed those supplies. Or, for another example, there was once a zombie siege. For several days, Typhoon and a group of people could not find the key to the problem. In desperation, the zombies actually retreated overnight. It was also your fault, right? Zhang Bu. Fong looked at the other party's face that was gradually becoming colder. It seemed that the news about the system's redemption was equally good. I know a lot, far more than you think. After Jian was silent, she said, come prepared? No. If Typhoon hadn't forced me to the extreme, I wouldn't have done these things, Zhang Bufang said. And now that I have taken over the base, there must be many aspects involved. I want complete control of the base, and inevitably you. No escape. Of course, this is not a threat. This is an invitation, Jian. Zhang Bufang noticed that the other person's hand behind his back contained a knife. Are you willing to contribute silently? Are you willing to let the base you help become a pure land in the future, but no one mentions your name? Zhang Bufang signaled him to put down the knife, and then said, you are very smart, but what is missing? You want something. That's why you've been preparing for so long, but still haven't gotten what you want. The time and place are right, and now the people are here. Zhang Bufang was sure that based on his observation of Jian just now, Jian's purpose was not to obtain the location of the master of the base. There were many interesting things in Jian's room. You have to look carefully. For example, a small patch on the back of the vase is metallic silver in color. At certain angles, it will emit a small light. Then a mirror is deliberately placed, and the mirror reflects the scene outside the door. Jian is undoubtedly a bad fighter, but he is very good at using his brain. Why? You don't believe in my ability. Zhang Bufang walked up to the vase and said, you seem to be living a particularly elegant life in the last days. Then he groped for the back base of the vase, pulled out a piece of metal, grabbed it, and a test tube appeared. I can help you. Zhang Bufang guessed that the liquid in the test tube was what Jian wanted to study. Maybe Jian still lacked some materials or information. Drink water. Jian ignored him, put down the knife, and gave Zhang Bufang a glass of water. Look, here comes the final decision, to drink or not to drink. System, test his water. Zhang Bufang took the cup calmly. Testing completed, a catalytic liquid used for wound medicine research. Don't waste it like this. After receiving the news, Zhang Bufang stared at the water in the glass for a few seconds, put the glass down with a smile, and said, this thing of yours needs to be used for research and treatment. Do you understand? Jian was shocked. Huh, I really don't understand. It all depends on the system and his own inference. It's too tiring to talk to overly smart people. Not only do I have to pretend, but I also have to reason carefully at the same time. Zhang Bufang would not say what was in his heart. He would only smile, which made him appear inscrutable. Jian was thinking. After a while, he said, there is a data storage room in Typhoon. There are many good things in it. You can pick 2 and bring them to me. If you get the right ones, I will naturally help you with all my heart. Guess again. Zhang Bufang really wanted to ask if he had any hints, but he couldn't ask because Jian couldn't let Jian see any problems. Jian's character was very suspicious. Although she didn't say a few words from beginning to end, she left it open in the end. The answer, but in fact, Zhang Bufang had already analyzed it in his mind no less than 3 times. Zhang Bufang's confident look made Jian shaken. Then I hope I can get something good, Zhang Bufang smiled again. But it was not over yet. Someone was still making trouble. He was not only for the future stability of the base, but also to solve the problem of the troublemakers. So Zhang Bufang put forward his own conditions. However, if I help you get things, you have to show some respect, right? Zhang Bufang couldn't predict Jian's power. It was very large and extensive. Maybe there were things that Jian could control in the upper, middle, and lower levels of the base. I am really curious about the story behind Jian, but right now, there is no rush. For those who are making trouble because they doubt me, please help me to calm down. At the end, Zhang Bufang was worried that the other party was playing some word games with him, so he added, "To calm down is to let those people dispel their doubts and choose to believe. Me, not out of trust in another person. I know, let's go." Jian just pushed the person out and closed the door. This person is described by a word that often appears in the second dimension, called Sundara. Then the door suddenly opened again. Jian said, "It will be solved in a while," and closed the door. Zhang Bufang was stunned and helpless. "Lord Buddha." Chen Tao ran over as soon as he saw Zhang Bufang, who was wandering around looking around with nothing to do. "I've been looking for you all morning," Chen Tao said. "A large area of zombies is coming towards the base." Such a coincidence. Jian is so efficient. Zhang Bufang did not panic and ordered, "Assemble the maintenance team of the base. If zombies siege the city, there will only be one fight." "Hey, I will." Chen Tao hurriedly made arrangements. "Wait a minute." Zhang Bufang stopped him again, looked at Chen Tao, and asked, "Is the injury okay?" "No problem. The recovery is very good. This time we have a chance. Guantong and I have been directly upgraded to level 30. I thought it would take a long time to upgrade." Chen Tao was obviously not interested in hacking and killing when he upgraded. The zombies are in high spirits. "You and Guantong, don't take the lead and maintain the security of the base," Zhang Bufang said. Chen Tao and Guantong had just experienced a deadly battle. Upgrading was naturally a good thing worth celebrating, but the physical wear and tear would not be made up by upgrading. Killing zombies was not safe enough. How can this be done?" "I'm fine, Lord Buddha." "Hey, Lord Buddha, don't go." Chen Tao did not intend to give up. He would leave it to others to maintain the security of the base. He had to be the main force. But Zhang Bufang did not seem to intend to make such an arrangement. "No, Guantong is at level 30. She is recovering well. Let her go? How can I, a big old man, stay here?" Lord Buddha. But in the end, Zhang Bufang couldn't stand Chen Tao's insistence and agreed. "Who is in charge of the maintenance team? Bring your team members and follow me." Facing a group of people gathered, Zhang Bufang did not intend to waste words and directly led the team members to solve this small zombie crisis. "Chen Tao, you lead the other team. Pay attention. You promise that you will not be injured," Zhang Bufang said. "Let's wait until this trouble is over. What you should do now is appease the base personnel instead of staying here." "A gun? That's better." Zhang Bufang climbed onto the city wall. According to the data in the report, there were about 2,000 zombies. The team's level is not high. Zhang Bufang scanned everyone's levels and saw where there were more than 10 levels, and said seriously, "Then this time we are all training together, so go all out." After giving the order, there was a boom, and a big pit appeared in the zombie group. Having such a weapon can effectively clear the area, which is a lot more convenient. Zhang Bufang was about to use a gun, and he was addicted to it, when he heard someone shouting from the city. "Please open the door. There are still living people here." Zhang Bufang took a closer look and looked among the dense crowd of zombies. Those few people saw hope and hurriedly ran forward, shouting for someone to open the door as they ran. And behind those 3 or 4 people, there are already many claws of zombies. It seems that in the next second, those few people will be dragged into the terrifying abyss where they can no longer be redeemed, and become those who have lost their minds, lost everything, and made people. Disgusting moving corpse. How to choose. If we let those few people in at this time and lower the city gate, a large number of zombies will also come in. Whether the city gate can be closed or not will be a big problem. Prepare the rope. Zhang Bufang gave the order, and 4 or 5 ropes were lowered, just waiting for those few people to catch them themselves. However, I am afraid that there is little hope in letting those people come by themselves. People who are scared crazy may not be able to hold on to the rope tightly. Even if their desire for survival suddenly breaks out, there is a high probability that they will be caught by a group of corpses on the way. If you go up and down, if you pull people into the city, they will turn into zombies and attract wolves into the house. Lord Buddha. The captain of the maintenance team couldn't bear it. He looked at Zhang Bufang, paused and said, "Let's forget it. The risk is too great." "No, let me try." Zhang Bufang refused. Then he grabbed the rope and jumped directly. No one expected it. "Cover the Buddha," someone shouted, and everyone quickly started to clear away the zombies. While bombarding them continuously, They tried their best to avoid Zhang Bufang's location. Zhang Gang flashed his sword and cleared away the zombies that were too close. Zhang Bufang grabbed a person's clothes and pushed them towards the rope behind him. The momentum of one man being in charge. Zhang Bufang helped 4 people hold back the zombies. While retreating, he paid attention to whether the 4 people were scratched. Most of this group of zombies are ordinary zombies without consciousness, and the rest are below level 10. There are simply too many. Report, the estimated number of corpses is about 1,002. What? Chen Tao was shocked. After learning what had happened, he felt a little angry. Lord Buddha just jumped down just to save those few people who had little hope of survival. Then, just like Zhang Bufang did just now, he held on to the rope and went down. It's over. The 2 central characters are so impulsive. The people on the city wall can only do their best to do their jobs and hope that the reinforcements summoned by the base will arrive soon. Good brother. When Zhang Bufang was killing the zombies, he saw Chen Tao coming down from the corner of his eye. Although he was still worried about his injuries, the brothers were so loyal. Even though they had experienced a lot of life and death together, they were still moved in their hearts. Whoa! Among the 4 people, 2 people had already gone up, and a woman was so frightened that her hands and feet were weak. When she saw someone coming to save her, she hid behind Zhang Bufang. She couldn't use her strength, so I could only cry helplessly. Report data analysis. About 1,000. Stop the bombing. Lord Buddha, leave that place and let's lower the city gate. Guantong is here. Zhang Bufang saw that the woman was crying so miserably that he was about to grab her on a rope. Who knew that as soon as he touched the woman immediately hugged his legs and hid under her like an octopus. Behind. Just hide. You should stand up. Zhang Bufang thought to himself. This time, his movements were greatly restricted. Zhang Bufang did not expect such a move. He almost lost his balance and was scratched with blood by the zombies that came up. Seeing the disgusting black-purple claws that seemed to be touching Zhang Bufang's face, Chen Tao was so frightened that his face lost all color. He didn't care about anything, cleaned up the zombies in front of him, and hurriedly approached Zhang Bufang. Lord Buddha, I'm fine. This woman. Zhang Bufang finally separated a leg, but the woman seemed to have 2 broken legs and refused to move on her own. The people in the city were as anxious as if they were on the verge of a frying pan exploding. They could no longer rely on bombing to kill the zombies, but they didn't dare to let people shoot at them. If the densely packed bullets were fired, who knew who would die? I'm sorry. Zhang Bufang really had no choice but to kick the woman aside. He could barely avoid the zombie attack. Chen Tao took the other woman and retreated to the side. Open the city gate. The machinery rotated, the city gate fell down, and the maintenance team led people out of the city. For some parts on the city wall, they simply put down more ropes and went down. With support, it immediately becomes much more convenient. At this time, Jian Jin would never leave his house before. After thinking twice, he came to the city gate and was stopped by the personnel maintaining the base. He just looked at the scene outside the city from a distance and seemed to be able to vaguely see. Yes, the maintenance team has the upper hand. Presumably the Zhang Defo Lord, who came to find him this morning, must have been at the forefront. Jian Jin looked confused and stood for a while, not wanting to attract attention, and then left. Maybe his idea was not wrong and Zhang Bufang was indeed the Rinha who could help him. The maintenance team was well-trained and had a tacit understanding with the team members on the city wall. Zhang Bufang and Chen Tao quickly retreated with their people until they entered the city, which made everyone feel relieved and focus more on dealing with the corpses. Chen Tao just took the woman to the edge of the city, let go, and joined the team of killing zombies. Zhang Bufang did the same, but when he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a detail and was startled. The woman next to him suddenly rushed towards him. There was an obvious bleeding scar on his left leg. This woman didn't know when she was captured by a zombie and is now assimilated. Zhang Bufang relied on instinct to dodge and had no time to think about anything. But when he was about to fight back and kill the zombie directly, he paused again. He came to his senses. This woman had been assimilated into a zombie and had no offensive power. She just wanted to bite living people. Zhang Bufang just had a flash in his mind at a certain moment and remembered that his original purpose was consolidate your position and win the hearts and minds of the people. This is a very good opportunity. So Zhang Bufang knew it and deliberately slowed down, just waiting for someone to discover the newly transformed zombie. Bang dash, a gunshot rang out, and the maintenance team member who reacted quickly saw the difference in the woman, and his good training quality immediately told him that he needed to raise the gun in his hand and shoot the zombie. Awesome. Zhang Bufang smiled, said nothing, and then quickly rushed out to fight side by side with his teammates. Thinking back on it, what he did was right. If he had killed the woman directly, maybe someone would have confused right and wrong and deliberately blackmailed him, but I still feel a little bit unbearable and regretful. No matter how troublesome it is, it's because he sincerely wants to save people. Stop shooting. Follow me down. When there were not many zombies, he quickly put down his guns, pulled down the city wall, and continued to support. I don't know how long it took, but with the knife inserted into the head of the last zombie, the chaos finally came to an end. The maintenance team members cannot let down their guard and need to be extremely careful when cleaning the battlefield. Zhang Bufang was covered in blood, and the smell was really unpleasant. It took him a while to smell the smell after listening to the slashing movements. Guantong ran away a long time ago because of the smell. Check the wounded. Where are the people who were rescued just now? Zhang Bufang asked. Over there. I was too frightened and haven't recovered yet. Okay, Zhang Bufang responded. He walked a few steps and suddenly remembered something. He stopped and turned around to look at the maintenance team member. The team member didn't know why the other party suddenly stopped and looked at him. He looked at Zhang Bufang blankly when he was nervous. Zhang Bufang looked at his face. This seemed to be the person who saved him with one shot. He was sure that he had not mistaken the person. Zhang Bufang looked relieved and patted the other person's shoulder heavily. When the other person looked confused. Next, he said, "Well done. Keep up the good work." Maintenance team member, I was a little happy to be praised, but I didn't know what to say. Then Zhang Bufang came to the three people. One woman had not recovered yet. Her eyes were still dull, but the other two men were much calmer. Looking at the woman's clothes, it can be seen that it was once a valuable skirt. The coat is in tatters, and there is still makeup on her face. Although the woman is in a state of disarray, Zhang Bufang still lets Zhang Bufang. I was speechless. So, there are some women who still want to keep their appearance looking beautiful even on the edge of life and death. Sir, thank you for saving us. One of the men stood up and expressed his gratitude to Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang was even more curious about their identities. After some conversation, it was discovered that the surviving woman was once a star and quite influential. One of the two men was also a star, and the other was an assistant. They were good brothers. No one mentioned the poor woman who was assimilated and died. I hope Zhang Fui will allow us to stay in the Typhoon survivor base. Well, no problem, Zhang Bufang said with a friendly smile. It is very difficult for those who can survive. Our survivor base welcomes you all. However, Zhang Bufang didn't like the name of this base, so he added, how else can this place be called Typhoon Survivor Base? This is the Hope Survivor Base. Survivors naturally have to be full of hope and still looking forward to a bright future. The man was stunned and quickly thanked him. After arranging things, why did someone want to look for him again? Zhang Bufang became impatient and asked if he could change his clothes first. The smell. He almost vomited out the dinner he had eaten the previous night. It's easy to talk. Let's take a rest first. Zhang Bufang left quickly. Several days have passed since the siege of the zombies. The answer to whether Zhang Bufang is worthy of being the master of the base is self-evident. As early as the day of the zombie attack, most people in the base had already chosen to support Zhang Bufang. Who dares to save people who are surrounded by thousands of zombies alone? This kind of courage has already impressed everyone in the base. Besides, Typhoon has long been a bad image in the hearts of the people in the base. With Zhang Fui, with such a famous name, if anyone still dwells on the past tense of Typhoon, people at the base will definitely call him a fool. Let others do the explaining. Anyway, the rumors have been extinguished. Zhang Bufang thought this way. His first goal now was to find what Jian Jin wanted. For this reason, he even moved to the place where Typhoon once lived. What's interesting is that he has inquired a lot here, and no one has heard that Typhoon has built a storage room for hiding treasures. Since Jian Jin said it was true, it must be true. The tricky question this person asked really troubled Zhang Bufang. The place where Typhoon once lived was almost turned upside down, but no secret passage or secret door was found. This Typhoon has nothing to lose. He keeps all the good things to himself and doesn't tell anyone. Have you found the storage room? Zhang Bufang told Chen Tao and Guantong, whom he trusted most, about Jianjin and asked them to help them find it together. I want to blow up this place, but I really can't find it. Chen Tao was helpless. Can't find it. Guantong also came over, but also returned without success. Let's look for Tiefeng's residence together. I have a hunch it's here, Zhang Bufang said with a frown. It ended up being another few hours of searching. Chen Tao was impatient and impatient. When he came out of a cabinet, he wanted to open the cabinet and take a look, but the cabinet door seemed to be troublesome for him. It was stuck and he broke it open with all his strength. Even after half a day, it couldn't be opened. I have to fight today. Chen Tao said no more and simply punched him. Bang! What are you doing again? This voice startled Guantong, who was nearest. Hey, can you stop hitting me? Chen Tao hurriedly dodged when he saw Guantong coming towards him. Even if Chen Tao escaped, the cabinet would be in dire straits. There was originally a cabinet door missing, but now it is completely scrapped. Wait, Lord Buddha, come and see. Zhang Bufang heard Chen Tao calling him and walked over to take a look. After the cabinet was smashed, there was a big hole in the wall behind the cabinet. This is the storage room that I haven't found after searching for a long time. There should be a mechanism on the cabinet connected to the wall. Zhang Bufang originally moved the cabinet and found that there was nothing there, so he skipped it. Of course, the mechanism was not triggered, and now the cabinet is directly connected to the wall. The trap has been blown up, so I can go in directly. This is a hassle-free thing. Guantong, what do you think Jianjin wants? Zhang Bufang asked. Guantong was much more attentive than him. Medicines? Reagents? She had stolen a lot of good things before, and over time she had an intuition about some valuable things. However, after listening to Zhang Bufang's description, Guantong could only guess. The Jianjin you were talking about, the test tube you found, Guantong said while observing the surroundings. Unlike the other two people who started groping as soon as they entered the room, she kept looking and then squatted in a small corner to take the test tube. He took out a small box, took a look at it, and then said, "It might be something like this." "What is it?" Chen Tao came up curiously and reached out to touch the box, but Guantong slapped it away. "Lord Buddha, look, there is a bottle of brown powder and a bottle of transparent reagent." Guantong handed the things to Zhang Bufang. Jianjin wants two things. Do they count as the same thing or two things? Zhang Bufang began to worry again. He hated playing word games, and he hated playing games with an overly shrewd person like Jianjin even more. This room is not big. The only things left are some books, notebooks, and some weird ones, bones or stones. Chen Tao flipped through the books casually, as if he had found something interesting. He stared at it carefully. Looking at it, he smiled again and said, "This book, the paintings are quite good." Zhang Bufang was speechless after scanning the contents of the book and decisively chose to believe Guantong. "Lord Buddha, doesn't it look good? This woman in the painting is not my type." "Then you?" Chen Tao was about to ask. "I'm going to find Jianjin. You guys can see if there's anything else in this house that can be used by the base. Give it to those in need." "Hey, then I want this book." Zhang Bufang handed the box to Jianjin. Jianjin stared at the powder and reagents for a while. After a long while, Jianjin chuckled and said, "Yes, maybe it's what I want. I can reluctantly help you take care of this base." "Is this a strange test?" Zhang Bufang couldn't understand. Are all the big guys who have absolute expertise in a certain field so special and unique? The questions asked by doing a favor are all like this. "Interesting? What?" Jianjin asked back. "I mean, you can help me if you find something." "I look boring and superficial?" Jianjin asked again. "Well," Zhang Bufang nodded seriously. Before Jianjin showed a smile that might have been sarcastic, he added, "The zombie attack was also a test." Jianjin could not deny it. "How did you attract a large group of zombies? Couldn't the few people I rescued be deliberately arranged by you?" Zhang Bufang asked, thinking, if that is the case, should you consider using some special means? Control Jianjin? If this person counterattacks in the future, he will be feeding a tiger and be in big trouble. Those people are not within my control, but the existence of those people is also a benefit to clearing your reputation. You are very lucky. Jianjin put down the box and looked directly at Zhang Bufang. Lucky? Maybe? I almost got myself involved in those people I saved yesterday. Then the test is over. Can you talk about why you did this, Jian? Zhang Bufang can be sure that having this kind of ability in the end of the world will definitely not be the only way to stay in the base established by Typhon. You can go. In the apocalypse, many survivor bases have been established, and there are countless more bases than those established by Typhon, which are larger in scale, more appreciative of talents, richer, and more powerful. Shan, Jian is willing to stay here. Jian then explained the matter to Zhang Bufang. The more Zhang Bufang listened to Jian's story, the more he felt that he had underestimated Jian. Before the apocalypse, my family lived in this place. I like this land very much. It used to be very beautiful. But after the apocalypse broke out, the whole family was buried here. My girlfriend and I were the only ones alive. It's a pity that I left. She lost it. Jian finally shrugged and said, I made an appointment with her to wait for her here. Zhang Bufang was silent. Is this story too touching, or is it too nonsense that Jian is nostalgic for her past? What's that expression on your face? Are you jealous that I have a girlfriend? Jian added in a relaxed tone. I used to study zombies. After the laboratory was destroyed, I continued my research with a large amount of information and found that this base was related to the zombie outbreak. There is still some connection, so I left it. That loser Typhon, if I don't help him, this base will be finished sooner or later. Where will I study the zombies in the city? Zhang Bufang simply remained silent and waited for him to speak. Also, it's not that I have any special ability to summon zombies. It's that this place is a feng shui treasure for recruiting zombies. How could the waste base led by Typhon discover that the outbreak of zombies is regular? Isn't it a coincidence that you came here? The zombie wave broke out the next day, and there happened to be a few unlucky children for you to show off your skills. Finally, after mocking Typhon, Jian looked at Zhang Bufang's silence and said, he mocked, do you think I have any shocking secrets or special spells? Come report to the meeting tomorrow. Now, you can choose to pack up your things and go to the special laboratory provided by the base, and then let me blow up your room. Your tone makes me uncomfortable, Zhang Bufang said. Ha! Jian looked at Zhang Bufang's leaving figure and laughed out loud. Lord Buddha, that Jian is really too much. Chen Tao ran over to complain. Why? He just wanted to see the overly shrewd Jian that Buddha mentioned, but as soon as he arrived at the laboratory, he saw a man in a white coat and a mask, stopped him, and then had a conversation. Later, he was dragged into doing odd jobs by the other party inexplicably, and he had a good chat with that person, so he praised the Jian that Buddha said, but the person actually said that he was Jian in the end. Zhang Bufang has accepted and got used to this situation. Great. He is another one to complain to Jian. 5 days have passed since Jian joined the Hope Survivor base and became the research director of the laboratory. It was Zhang Bufang who underestimated Jian again. In the first few contacts, Zhang Bufang branded Jian as Sundara, peculiar personality, and maybe big bosses are obsessed with everything they do. Now, through his own contact with Jian and the descriptions of the people who came to complain to him, it can be determined that Jian is actually a sinister, with a venomous tongue, and doesn't have much contact with others. But when he met himself, anyone who thinks it's interesting must try to trick someone. Jian is indeed very powerful. Once in the laboratory, she can act openly and with special privileges. Jian improves and develops better drugs in just a few days. Zhang Bufang could only comfort those who complained to him by saying that all the bosses were obsessed. Let Zhang Bufang guess. Guantong has not come to see him yet. Maybe he will come in half an hour. Maybe he will start with that Jian is too much. As a human being, why can't you learn to be yourself and be low-key and low-key? Oh, you're leaving. Jian was not surprised at all. Well, after I leave, I would also like to ask you to pay more attention to the Hope Survivor base, instead of spending time in the laboratory. By the way, what are you going to do about the monthly zombie siege? Zhang Bufang's purpose has never been in this Hope Survivor base. He has not forgotten his agreement with Chen Tao, and the reward content given to him by the system is the construction of a city. It is for him to build a city independently. This is not the case. The master of the base in front of you is the place where Iron Peak is. But after he left, he didn't know when he would be able to come back. There are no people above level 30 in the base. If there was any trouble, without someone with a high level to take charge, it would probably be a mess. Don't worry, there are tens of thousands of survivors in this base. Do you think there are really no high-level people? Jinjin said. I hope this person has done everything that he should have done a long time ago, so that one day the right time, right place, and right people will come together. Zhang Bufang was speechless. I really underestimated you. He said this sentence countless times after meeting Jinjin. Zhang Bufang simply clapped his hands, stood up, and said, Okay, leave the base to you and me. Don't worry, I'm leaving. Wait a minute. Jinjin then handed the box that had been put aside without any sense of existence to Zhang Bufang and said, The 3 potions in it were developed by me in the past few days. It has its function, to improve your abilities in a short period of time. No real-life experiments have been conducted yet. If you are in danger one day, just treat it like a dead horse and try it. What if I die from using it? Zhang Bufang said. Then, it's impossible. I have controlled the dosage of the potion. Its side effects may be ever-changing, but it is impossible to die from the potion itself. Jinjin seemed to have great confidence in the items she developed. This medicine is still taken orally. Okay, let's go. Lord Buddha, where should we go next? Chen Tao asked. It turns out that the place we just met. After all, it was the first place he wanted to build. Zhang Bufang thought about it for a long time. He only thought that when he first came to this world, he was on an island. That place was. It's pretty good and very memorable. By the way, Guantong and Chen Tao here, Zhang Bufang couldn't help but give the oral medicine given by Jinjin to Chen Tao and Guantong, 3 people, 1 pill each. What is this? Chen Tao asked. When you are in trouble, if you eat it, you can improve your abilities in a short time, Zhang Bufang said seriously. Just this little thing? Who made it? Guantong was a little unconvinced and looked at the thing in his hand with suspicion. Jinjin. Zhang Bufang still said seriously. I can't eat it, thank you. Chen Tao's face suddenly dropped, and he said, Can I still eat the food he gave me? Guantong didn't say anything and put the potion away in a dignified manner. There are no side effects of exploding your body after eating it, right? Chen Tao said. Maybe. Zhang Bufang didn't know either. Lord Buddha, it is indeed boring to go to the original island, but can we change the topic? Anything is fine, as long as we don't mention Jinjin. Let me think about it. You and Guantong were promoted to level 30 not long ago. Zhang Bufang said. Buddha is already level 40. Guantong said. The whole journey was relaxed and joyful. When Zhang Bufang and his party set foot on the island, Zhang Bufang looked at the bare and uninhabited island and said to the system in his heart, Inquire about the details of the establishment of the Water City. The system responded to him immediately. The Water City is the first big gift package reward for completing the task. You only need to choose the specific location and think about what the city looks like, and the system will automatically complete the construction of the project for you. Zhang Bufang was stunned, and he seemed to understand. In other words, automatically completing the establishment means that he can transform the city with nothing. Transforming a city with bare hands. That's what the system's golden finger can do, but will it really scare Guantong and Chen Tao? After all, Zhang Bufang is not a devil. What if I said I could conjure a city for you? Zhang Bufang said suddenly. Lord Buddha, don't scare us. It was all his own fault, Zhang Bufang thought. If he hadn't been chatting so happily along the way, and if he had gone to consult the system about setting up the system earlier, he might not have been so embarrassed today. Zhang Bufang walked to a certain place on the island. Lord Buddha, are you going to change the city? Guantong said. Don't say it so weirdly. He just wants to avoid scaring them. The system's Water City is very similar to the Water City in One Piece. Even the names are exactly the same. Zhang Bufang gathered his strength, suddenly drew his sword, and slashed at the ground. The wind of the sword passed by, and dust and gravel suddenly flew up. Build a Water City. Let him win one of 2. The Water City in One Piece is the youthful passion of many people's dreams. The system password was activated, and before the dust dispersed, the ground began to shake, as if a huge thing was about to rise from the ground. How to describe that scene? The shaking of the island's ground is actually an illusion, allowing the system to create the scene of a city emerging from the ground. Yes, Zhang Bufang couldn't think of any other way. Changing a city with nothing requires no common sense. It was his mistake this time. Next time, he must choose a location early and do everything carefully. Lord Buddha, be careful. Zhang Bufang was pulled aside by the two of them, but the dust still choked the three of them. When the three of them finished coughing, well, the water city was created. Looking at Guantong and Chun Tao, who were shocked, Zhang Bufang was already considering whether to go to the system mall to exchange for some medicine and give it to these two people to make them forget the embarrassing thing that just happened. Lord Buddha, this. The two people were indeed very surprised and could not even speak steadily. Just let him win the second prize. Zhang Bufang comforted himself like this. So Zhang Bufang patted his brother on the shoulder and said to him seriously, "This place is actually not an ordinary place. That's why we don't need to bring people or spend money and effort to build a city on the island. The reason is because this place buries a once glorious city, and now I can finally bring it to light." What is it called? Guantong was still confused. It's called. Zhang Bufang thought that the establishment process was already so nonsense anyway, so he would just make up another name casually. As luck would have it, the old 9 gates he had seen flashed in his mind. In the scene, Zhang Bufang said seriously, "The capital of water is the 9-gate city." Then Zhang Bufang took advantage of the fact that these two people had not yet come to their senses and quickly explained to them about this water capital. Of course, 70% of it was true and 70% of it was fabricated. This blue city is surrounded by the sea, and the blue sky in the distance sets off each other. Then what are we going to do next? Chen Tao still seemed to be a little confused. While talking, he kept looking at the buildings in the water city. He had to admit that they were very beautiful. This city has experienced many things. Since the past is gone, let us let it return to its former glory, Zhang Bufang said. Go to the mainland, this newly built survivor. The city needs people and supplies. Wars are constantly going on in the mainland, not only between people and zombies, but also between people. You have also heard about Tiefeng's previous management of the Hope Survivor base. He used violence to fight violence, and the killings continued. There are many people in mainland China who are more extreme than Typhoon. Qintao, do you still remember what I told you? What we want to build is a pure land on Earth, and the water city will be such a city. Shall we leave now? Guantong asked. No. This newly built city is not much different from the water city he imagined in One Piece. It can be regarded as finally fulfilling a dream he has had for many years, being able to see a real version of such a city. Zhang Bufang also wanted to experience and visit here, so he continued. Aren't you curious about what the inside of the city looks like? Let's rest for a night, and we will set off tomorrow. However, this newly built city was created by the system, by a cold system that may be similar to software and has no human feelings. The result of this newly built city is that it only has an appearance. Zhang Bufang felt that he had built a house, and now he was going to live in this house for one night. But there was not a single usable furniture in this house. All they could do was sleep on the floor. Shouldn't we be grateful that this island is still very safe? At least the city established by the system has directly eliminated all hidden dangers. Today is destined to be a day that makes Zhang Bufang laugh and cry, and is an eye-opener for Guantong and Qintao. After Guantong and Qintao found a place to sleep, Zhang Bufang continued to visit the water city because he couldn't sleep, thinking about future plans as he walked. To outsiders, this city appears out of thin air and is extremely mysterious. What he thinks about so far is to get more available resources for the Hope Survivor base on the road, and at the same time conquer more places to give those homeless people who want peace a safe place. This water quality was established by the system, and it can be regarded as his establishment. Since it is a city he can build, he must be able to protect it. Waiting for one day, he will come back from the mainland and see that the water city already has many loyal people here. There may be people who do not know the depth and make trouble, but he, Zhang Fui, will tell people that he is the one who owns the water city, the real master. Zhang Bufang inspected the water capital and confirmed that there were indeed no safety risks before returning to the original place with confidence and starting to rest. Zhang Bufang originally wanted to take a group of them to a place close to the water capital. The water capital is surrounded by the sea. If he wants to promote this place, he must let people close to the water capital help promote it. But when Zhang Bufang, Guantong, and Chun Tao helped a small base kill nearby zombies, the other party asked them in a friendly manner where they were from. Chun Tao asked Zhang Bufang, "Did he say he was from the City of Water or the City of Water?" Said he was from the Hope Survivor base. What I didn't expect was that the other party's expression immediately changed as soon as he heard Hope Survivor base. It seems that this base has some deep grudge with them that has not been resolved. Hope Survivor base? I don't care what you just said. If you are from there, I'm sorry. We are very grateful for your help, but please leave here immediately. The other party's words meant to drive people away. It's very clear. Zhang Bufang didn't understand. It seemed like he had only been away from the Hope Survivor base for 2 or 3 days. Well, we are indeed from that base, but what happened to the Hope Survivor base? Since we joined, the Hope Survivor base has not done anything annoying. Guantong explained hurriedly. So you just joined that base not long ago? The other party was still a little angry. He didn't know what the base had done to make him hold a grudge to this day. Just listen to the other party say. Then Tai Fong is dead. You should know. Humph. Who knows if he deliberately played a trick and deliberately announced that he had changed his owner. If anyone really kills that bastard Tai Fong, what will happen to us? The base and the whole group pay tribute to him. Such an exaggeration? Zhang Bufang thought to himself, and he couldn't help but feel a little curious. He asked, did Tai Fong ever do anything? We rarely hear about Tiefeng's deeds. After Tai Fong established his own base, there was a period of time when the resources in the base were very few and items were scarce. Tai Fong himself had no ability and could not do anything, so he only lost his temper. His violent mind only knew how to take things by force. As soon as the other party recalled this incident, he became very excited and almost dragged Tai Fong out of the ground and gave him a good beating. The base we originally established is not small, but Tai Fong just grabbed supplies without saying a word. In our base, anyone who resisted at all was directly beaten to death. So this origin is indeed quite big. I think there is still a bit of a misunderstanding in this, Zhang Bufang thought, thinking that it was something Tai Fong had done at least, something that Trash did, and they hoped that the survivor base would never bear the blame. Seeing the other party suddenly staring at him, it was as if he was telling him with his eyes, don't try to defend Tai Fong in any sentence. It was an undoubted fact. Tai Fong is indeed dead. He did many evil deeds and was unjust. He deserves to die. Others are now in charge of the base. I hope that the survivor base will no longer be the disgusting Tai Fong base, Guantong said. It sounds milder. Don't waste your time explaining these useless things to me. If we believed what you said, we would have perished long ago. The other party didn't seem to intend to say anything more. Just stared and asked, because you have helped our base solve a lot of troubles, I'm warning you. If you want to stay here for a few more days, don't mention Iron Peak. That's a name, unless you really want to get beaten. There is really no guarantee that anyone can defeat the 3 of them. Chen Tao said silently in his heart. Thank you very much. It's just that the zombie attack is not over yet. In order to solve this crisis, we must stay here, Zhang Bufang said seriously. What? How did you know there was a zombie attack? The other party's expression immediately became serious. These zombie attacks are regular. Although we are from the Hope base, we really have no malicious intentions and sincerely want to help everyone. Zhang Bufang said. The expressions on the faces of these 3 people did not seem to be fake. The other party looked at Zhang Bufang, Guantong, and Chun Tao again and again. They probably had another ideological struggle in silence. In the end, it was for the sake of everyone. Regarding the safety of the people at the base, he said helplessly, come with me. I hope that my trust this time is not to lure the wolf into the house. Our small base is in danger and is on the verge of collapse. There really is nothing good to get. Sure enough, when other people in this base heard that Zhang Bufang and his party were from the Hope Survivor base, the expressions on their faces changed a lot. Even if some people believed that Tai Fong was dead, another person was currently in charge of the Hope base, and are still hostile to these 3 outsiders. This led to Zhang Bufang, Chun Tao, and Guantong being asked several times by different people in different places. They all expressed the same sentence. Although they came on behalf of the Hope base, they had no malicious intent, because they still had to fight the zombie attack together, But the people in the base were worried that they might do something detrimental to the base, so they separated Zhang Bufang and his team and arranged them in different places. Zhang Bufang came to the residence of a man named Jiang Haiyang. The other party was obviously the most polite person Zhang Bufang had met in the base so far. At least he noticed that they had been traveling for a long time and had not had much to eat, so he kindly made Zhang Bufang a bowl of porridge. Sure enough, as soon as he finished eating, Zhang Bufang heard someone ask this question again. Jiang Haiyang said, "Is Typhon really dead?" "Yes," Zhang Bufang said calmly. "It seems to be correct. I also heard that the new owner of the base is a very powerful person. He broke into a group of 2,000 corpses alone and rescued 3 people." The expression on Jiang Haiyang's face was similar to the expression on Jiang Haiyang's face. He has something different about the people who keep asking questions at the Hope Survivor base. "I hope he changed the name of Survivor Base, right?" Jiang Haiyang continued to ask. "Right. Then do you know the name of this new leader of the Hope Survivor Base?" "Zhang Foy." Zhang Bufang thought for a while, hoping that everyone in the base would call him that. "Then what's your name?" "Zhang Bufang." Zhang Bufang replied honestly. Since the other party did not continue to ask, he would not reveal his identity so quickly. "You are helping this small base." Jiang Haiyang took a sip of water and added, "It's just to clear up the reputation of the notorious base, right? It's a pity that Typhon has too many faults." "What else did Typhon do?" "You don't think that when his base is short of supplies, he will only come to us to grab supplies, right?" Jiang Haiyang laughed sarcastically and said, "In Typhon Base, oh no, it was called wrong, around Hope Base. There are many small bases like ours, and he has basically taken over them." "What?" "I think Zhang Foy is quite miserable. Such a mess will give him a headache for a long time." Zhang Bufang has never felt like he did now that it was a wise thing for him to pull Jian Jin to help him manage the base. Jian Jin should know these things. If he didn't say anything, it's really not easy. Zhang Bufang's purpose in helping this small base is not only to clear the reputation of the Hope Survivor base, but he also wants to recover all the surrounding small bases into his own Hope Survivor base. Zhang Bufang felt that it was not enough, and hoped that although the Survivor base had tens of thousands of people, it was not big enough at all. Typhon once robbed these small bases with thousands of people because they were weak, and now there must be some. "We have a base with 100,000 people, and one day we will come over and attack the Hope Survivor base. What he needs to do is regain these bases. You can go and rest now." Zhang Bufang counted the time. If he rested now, he could still sleep for a few hours. "Why?" Jiang Haiyang was puzzled. Jian Jin once taught Zhang Bufang how to calculate when zombies will attack. If Zhang Bufang's calculation is correct, zombies will attack at 4 o'clock in the morning today, and now, it is after 8 o'clock in the evening. I'm afraid these days will be the days when zombies are active. It's different from Hope Base, where thousands of zombies siege the city at one time. But luckily, there's only one siege. It should be different here. The number of zombies should be around about 100, but the attack will last 2 to 3 days, Zhang Bufang said. "I suggest you inform others to be prepared and don't relax," Zhang Bufang reminded. "Yeah, I know." Jiang Haiyang went to do this. At the critical moment, if you don't pay attention, the whole city may be destroyed. No matter whether the base is large or small, no one wants to die. Zhang Bufang also followed Jiang Haiyang out of the door. "Why are you following me?" Jiang Haiyang asked. "If anyone urgently wants to know about the Hope Base, you can ask me. After all, I don't want to hear someone knocking on your door in the middle of the night and disturbing me to sleep." Zhang Bufang replied. Jiang Haiyang just let Zhang Bufang do it casually. She had to discuss with others how to fend off the zombie attack. He could be sure that the Zhang Bufang who lived in his house at least did not have any malicious intentions. Moreover, he himself has been to the Hope Base, so he will not be surprised as soon as he hears the words Hope Survivor Base, like other people in the base. Zhang Bufang would like to go to Guantong or Chuntao to discuss the whitewashing plan. However, this base's defense against people from the Hope Survivor base is really like guarding against zombies. As soon as Zhangbu arrived at the door, he was directly kicked out by people, saying that it was not time for combat, so he should not disturb people. With no other choice, Zhang Bufang simply went back to sleep. The tide of corpses predicted by Zhang Bufang came quickly. When a group of people were fighting against the swarm of corpses, a person came that no one expected. This person arrived late at the beginning of the battle. The group of only a few hundred corpses was very easy for Zhang Bufang to deal with. The strength of the level 40 swordsman was an eye-opener for everyone. It wasn't until the zombies were wiped out that this person revealed his identity. Chun-Hee, from the Hope Survivor base. Chun-Hee introduced with a smile, and then saw Zhang Bufang. He did not expect the existence of this person, so he blurted out at that time, "Master Zhang Fui, why are you here?" During the fight, just now, I was focused on fighting the zombies and didn't notice the appearance of the main force at all. It was just after this that I had time to rest. Huh? Are you one of Jian Jin's men? Zhang Bufang looked at Chun-Hee. Jian Jin sent a level 29 person to help this small base? Yes, I just didn't expect that Lord Buddha would be here. Chun-Hee scratched his head and smiled shyly. When we set out, Master Jian Jin also told me that no high-level people would participate in this battle. It's very difficult to fight, so let me be careful. I didn't expect it to be so easy when Lord Buddha came. Zhang Bufang wanted to talk to the young boy in front of him, but a voice suddenly interrupted. That is to say, you all want to be a survivor base? The middle-aged man pointed at Zhang Bufang and his party, looking a little unacceptable. Yes, Chun-Hee nodded. Come with me, everyone. The middle-aged man called Jiang Haiyang. Now, Zhang Bufang, Guan Tong, Chen Tao, and Chun-Hee were all in this small room. Several more people came in one after another. They should be the core figures of this small base. The room. It suddenly became a little crowded. You must have heard that Typhon is dead. Now our base is the Hope base and has nothing to do with Typhon. Chun-Hee probably came here to talk specifically under Jian Jin's order. The door of the room opened. Close and start going straight to the topic. It seems that Jian Jin and him have decided to go together. Zhang Bufang thought to himself, sitting aside and watching Chun-Hee talking to several people, silently sizing up Chun-Hee without making a sound. Chun-Hee is the only person Zhang Bufang has seen so far who looks youthful and young but can reach level 29, just shy of reaching level 30. The Typhon base once brought annihilation disasters to the surrounding small bases. His death does not mean that his old base cannot continue to maintain Tiefeng's methods. The person representing the other party finished his sentence, expressing his hope for survival now. As a base, I don't have high expectations. I hope the survivor base has gone through a very quick and effective blood exchange. The new leader is Zhang Fui. Although we have only been together for a short time, judging from the battle we just came here, our new base leader is a very good person. Chun-Hee said sincerely. I think you can rest assured. I have to say that Chun-Hee's appearance is really very disarming. He has a baby face and a gentle speech. Jian Jin is really good at hiding people. People in the small base began to discuss one after another. Chun-Hee mentioned Zhang Bufang in his words just now, so these people's eyes inevitably turned to Zhang Bufang. If you really have malicious intentions, wouldn't it save a lot of effort just to let the zombies attack just now and wait until everyone in the base is dead before taking action? The looks of those people made Zhang Bufang feel uncomfortable, so he spoke out. Sheng helped Chun-Hee persuade these stubborn people. If the small base cannot develop well, people's safety cannot be guaranteed. At present, we can only hope that the survivor base can help everyone. Chun-Hee said, Jiang Haiyang, what do you think? The person on the other side suddenly asked about Jiang Haiyang. I think Lord Zhang is indeed a trustworthy person, Jiang Haiyang affirmed. How do you want the survivor base to be planned? The person on the other side looked at Zhang Bufang. Continuously promote the base, accept more survivors, and train more talents. But Zhang Bufang passed the blame directly to Jian Jin, and his specific development arrangements were not as good as Jian Jin's. Yes, there is a contract here. You can take a look at it. Lady Jian Jin's arrangements are very reasonable and beneficial to the development of the small base. If you still think there is anything wrong, you can raise it. Chen Tao handed over a contract. He also took out a spare copy of the document from his bag and handed it to Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang flipped through it roughly. Almost everything written on this paper was beneficial to the small base. Jian Jin only requested that if anyone with talent is found, they should be sent to the Hope Survivor base immediately, and in times of crisis, the small base must Support the Hope base. If I were managing the base, I would feel like I was at a disadvantage with this arrangement, Chen Tao said after looking at the contract. Okay, let's trust you again. The other party agreed, and then added, since you are also the warriors who helped our base tide over the difficulties, why not stay and celebrate together? Chen He smiled and nodded. So how did Jianjin arrange it? After everyone left the room, Zhang Bufang and others did not leave and asked Chen He. Lord Jianjin told us that Mr. Zhang Fui has gone on a wandering journey and will definitely bring a big surprise to the base when he returns, so we must improve our strength during this period. Chen He replied. Chen Tao thought silently. If the tone of Jianjin's words was the same as what Chen He said, then the sun must be rising from the west. What's a way to improve your strength? Zhang Bufang asked curiously. Master Jianjin asked several of us to go to the suburbs to kill zombies. If we don't kill 200 of them each, we won't go back to the base. When you go to kill zombies, what level are you at? Level 20, probably, Chen He answered calmly. Jianjin is indeed a ruthless person. When he was at level 20, he didn't dare to do this alone, killing zombies alone. What if the zombies were still high level? And the world outside the base was very chaotic. How many people did Jianjin let go? Chen Tao was also curious. Nearly 100 people, all voluntarily. Chen He replied. How many survived? About 10. Everyone in the room fell silent in unison. I hope there are many small bases around the survivor base. I don't think you're going out alone to persuade these small bases to submit, right? Zhang Bufang said. Yes, there are also Du Gua and Deng Chao. Chen He said. I can't wait to visit the Hope Survivors base, Jiang Haiyang said to Zhang Bufang. In order to celebrate these things, the small base held a small banquet. Zhang Bufang didn't like being asked questions, so he pushed Chen He out and ran to a small corner to drink and eat by himself. Obviously, Jiang Haiyang, as one of the representatives of the small base, is too lazy to deal with it. From what you said, it sounds like you have been to the Hope base? Zhang Bufang asked. Well, I've been there before. After Taifeng died, he sneaked into the base by himself. Jiang Haiyang sat down to eat and drink with Zhang Bufang. Oh, actually, I'm more interested in the past stories of Hope Survivor base. Zhang Bufang handed the wine to Jiang Haiyang. The base led by Taifeng has offended a lot of forces. You have a big and scattered mess to clean up. He even offended the original military of China and the Qiangjiang survivor base, Zhang Haiyan said unexpectedly. He looked at Zhang Bufang with a sympathetic look, as if he was sure that Zhang Bufang would be in big trouble in the future. What's going on? Zhang Bufang had never heard of China's original military and Qiangjiang survivor base. It is said that when the former Hua army went to various bases to recruit people, Taifeng refused. The refusal was not a big problem. The main reason was that Taifeng arrogantly beat up the representative of the former Hua army. Done, just to prove that his base is very powerful. Jiang Haiyang helplessly shrugged his shoulders. I'm very curious as to why China's former military hasn't come to trouble the Hope Survivors base. Then what's going on at the Jiangjiang survivor base? Zhang Bufang said. I don't know much about this matter. There are various rumors from the outside. There are many versions. The even more outrageous one is that Taifeng robbed the wife of a certain adult in the Strong Craftsman survivor base. I think this kind of rumor is unnecessary. Go and listen. After Jiang Haiyang finished speaking, another comment came. Taifeng is a real fool. He thinks strength is everything. You know a lot, Zhang Bufang said casually. I used to like to run around, and I spent some time at the Jiangxi survivor base and the original military of the Chinese state. When Jiang Haiyang said this, his eyes showed a look of sincere admiration, and he said, I guess Taifeng. Yes, it should be a level 34 martial arts master, who was the strongest person in the base at that time. But in fact, there are many martial arts masters who have reached level 30 in the original military and strong craftsman survivor bases of China. Then since you have stayed there, why don't you stay there? Zhang Bufang asked. Because at that time, I was young and didn't understand the world, and I didn't speak a word. I was abandoned by my teammates when I went out to collect supplies. I escaped from the zombies in the wild alone. Finally, I came to this small base. The people here are nice, so I stayed. Jiang Haiyang laughed. When you just said that Taifeng left me a mess, you looked at me with sympathy and even pity. Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows. turned to look at Jiang Haiyang and said slightly forcefully, "But from now on, when those two forces come to your door, you won't be able to avoid them. Yes, I am a member of the Hope Survivor base, and from now on we are brothers," Jiang Haiyang said with a smile. He looked at Zhang Bufang, who was talking and laughing, and couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He had already explained that he hoped that the survivor base really wanted to help the small base. He was already so sincere, why did he ask again? But he was not the kind of person who would jump into a rage when he was angry, so he could only explain it sentence by sentence. "Then you are not going back to the base?" He asked. "I'll just continue to travel around." Zhang Bufang simply affirmed Jian Jin's statement. Jiang Haiyang told him many stories about his travels yesterday, and Zhang Bufang found them quite interesting. However, after hearing what Jiang Haiyang told him about the original military of China and the Changjiang survivor base, as well as the indescribable mess that Taifeng had done, Zhang Bufang changed his mind. Maybe he shouldn't expose the existence of Water City too early. Because Jiang Haiyang mentioned that there are countless forces secretly watching the Hope Survivor base. If one day something happens and they attack the Hope Survivor base, they still have a way out and retreat to the water capital. "Okay, I hope you guys will take care of yourself on the way, Buddha." Chenny wanted to go back to resume his life, but he just said a few words and set off for the Hope Survivors base. "Don't you want to take me with you?" Jiang Haiyang suddenly walked over, seemingly ready to join the wandering trio of Zhang Bufang, Chen Tao, and Guantong. Formal introduction: my surname is Jiang, the declining Jiang, and my full name is Jiang Haiyang. Since we are going to expand the reputation and power of the Hope Survivor base, how can we not bring a tour guide? Jiang Haiyang said humorously. "Okay, this is Chen Tao, and this beauty is Guantong." Jiang Haiyang interrupted naturally and then took over. "What do you want to do?" Chen Tao's tone was a little low. "Nothing. It's just that beautiful women are always easier to remember," Jiang Haiyang said with a smile. Guantong was still a little happy to be praised suddenly. "Then let's go." The result was that 4 people walked through a small town, and when they arrived in a certain mountain forest, they found that they had no money, no necessary supplies, and 3 rations of food. When they finished eating, they stopped in unison and remained silent. Their current location is in the middle of nowhere. "Don't look at me. I only have water and some dry food in my bag. How can I look like someone who has savings? I've donated them all to the base, okay?" Jiang Haiyang was helpless. "Then what should we do now? We have no way to get to the next town before the sun sets." Guantong was a little worried. As soon as the sun sets, unknown darkness will permeate around them. At that time, it will not only be zombies, but also many animals that have mutated in order to survive in the apocalypse. Those familiar but strange creatures will become particularly active. There are still a lot of people on this road. We can only go forward and try to get out of this forest and see if we are lucky enough to meet someone from the employment guild. Jiang Haiyang was relatively familiar with it and made a good suggestion. Suggestions. The 4 people speeded up their pace. Fortunately, they were lucky. When they came out of the forest, they met a team setting up a tent. There is an obvious red circle on the tent, and inside the red circle is a black flag and a slanted axe, the representative symbols of the mercenary guild. "It seems that our luck is better than I thought. This sign is from the mercenary guild, and it is also a team exclusive to the mercenary guild. At least with them here, we don't have to worry about some miscellaneous people coming to cause trouble. However, our luck is also extremely bad." Jiang Haiyang became an encyclopedia outside the home and began to answer questions at critical moments. If the team just went to the hiring guild to take the mission, they might be kind enough to take us in, but the team that works specifically for the guild would not do that. They have special rules and are not allowed to help anyone they meet during the mission, allowing people who are not from the guild to get too close to them. Jiang Haiyang had given up the idea of seeking help from people in the guild and was looking around, looking for other teams. "We're not going forward anymore. We can stay a little further away from the guild's team, at least to be safer." Jiang Haiyang couldn't find another team. At this time, he looked up at the sky. Within half an hour, it was completely dark. No matter how fierce the guild members are, at least there is a fire outside their tent to provide some light. If you borrow some light, you won't be able to see nothing. "I'm thinking about how to spend tonight." Guantong looked at this place called Pingchuan. At a glance, He could directly see the part where the sky and the earth meet. It was very flat. Even thinking about the unknown fear in the dark night, this place started to become too flat. Then it seems we can just sleep like this, truly using the sky as a quilt and the earth as a mat. Then let's use rock, paper, scissors to decide who will keep vigil first. Zhang Haiyang was surprisingly calm and optimistic, as if he had been used to it for a long time. The result of a few people's rock-paper-scissors game is Zhang Bufang first. After all, Chun Tao and Guantong have been in contact with Zhang Bufang for a long time. They treat each other as brothers, and they often joke and chat together. But in essence, Chun Tao and Guantong respect Zhang Bufang very much. What's more, after joining the Hope Survivors base, Zhang Bufang was still their boss. So the two of them unexpectedly came up with the idea of keeping vigil by themselves first. Hey, Chun Tao can keep vigil in advance, but Guantong can't, Zhang Haiyang said. Why? Guantong felt dissatisfied because of some misunderstanding. It seemed that Zhang Haiyang was looking down on her with his words. No, don't be angry. I think it's embarrassing for us three gentlemen to let a beautiful girl come to watch the night. This is indeed embarrassing. Zhang Bufang agreed, but since it was the order determined by guessing, he had to abide by it. You can just sleep peacefully. Lord Buddha, I can't have a peaceful night, Zhang Bufang said with a smile. In the end, Zhang Bufang persuaded Chun Tao to go to bed. He had been busy for several days, and even on the slightly stinging grass and wearing relatively thin clothes, he was able to fall asleep quickly. Zhang Bufang was sitting on the side. He looked curiously at the tent of the mercenary guild on one side, and found that the night watchman on the other side was looking at him warily. Zhang Bufang could only quickly retract his gaze, and responded to the other party with kind words. Smile. This employment guild was a bit interesting, so Zhang Bufang opened the system that he had ignored for many days and checked some information about the employment guild. Employment guild. The full name is the Employers Public Alliance Association. You can go to the employment guild and publish what you need, or even the people you want to kill. Give the employment guild a certain amount of money, and mention your reward money, by the way. Appears as tasks in the task list of the employment guild. Similarly, you can also accept these tasks. Friendly reminder, before accepting the task, the employment guild will charge a certain amount and test whether the tasker has the ability to complete the task. That as a neutral force, the mercenary guild has established teams that belong only to the guild. Most of them are to complete some extremely difficult tasks, or to participate in activities on behalf of the mercenary guild to quell guild-related riots in a certain place. What a long introduction, Zhang Bufang thought to himself. Then, when they arrive at the town they are about to reach, in order to obtain the necessary supplies, they can go to the mercenary guild to accept tasks and train themselves by the way. Zhang Bufang looked at Chun Tao, Guantong, and Zhang Haiyang, who were already asleep, and planned to stay by himself for a while. Everything that happened in the past few days was all due to Guantong and Chun Tao accompanying him, constantly challenging and constantly getting hurt. Constantly coming and going, running here and there. Zhang Bufang felt a little sorry for his men. He traveled to this world and did many things that he had never dared to think about. He even killed people. In this apocalyptic world, killing people is really not a normal thing. If we say that in a critical moment, if you choose to let your opponent go and think that the opponent will definitely change his ways, then someone will definitely call you a fool without hesitation. In the apocalypse, it's not the zombies that are scary. Most of the zombies are low-level ordinary zombies with no sense and little strength. As long as you reach level 30, you can almost kill one of these large numbers of low-level zombies with one blow. What is more terrifying than zombies is the human heart. The outbreak of the apocalypse has seriously hindered development, but many cities are still rebuilt, housing hundreds of thousands of people, but Zhang Bufang habitually calls these places Survivor Base. Stars can be seen at night, as if they are the only soothing light in the darkness of the apocalypse, but they are very far away. Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang. As soon as he heard this voice, he knew it was Zhang Haiyang. Are you planning to come over and keep vigil? Zhang Bufang came back to his senses. No, I'm just reminding you, don't keep looking at the mercenary guild. The night watchman's eyes are already hesitating whether to beat us or drive us away. Zhang Haiyang said to Zhang Bufang. Are they very strong? Zhang Bufang asked. That's for sure. The mercenary guild is such a big force, but it still maintains a neutral state in the mainland. How can the specially established team in its hand be weak? I guess there should be several people with similar strength to you. Jiang Haiyang also lowered his voice while discussing the employment guild. There are only 2 people who are at the same level as me, Zhang Bufang said. Then it seems that the team we encountered this time is relatively weak. No, I only saw the levels of 2 people, and I couldn't see any of the others, Zhang Bufang said helplessly. That is to say, except for the 2 people with the lowest levels in the team, level 40. Wu Zong and everyone else are at least level 40 or above. I will definitely be like them, Zhang Bufang smiled. The night wind blows, and what it brings is not a pleasant and refreshing smell, but a smell mixed with many things. Not to mention, there must be the smell of rotting corpses and blood. Zhang Bufang originally thought that tonight would pass peacefully. After all, through Jiang Haiyang's description and the warning eyes that people from the hiring guild looked at him from time to time, Zhang Bufang subconsciously felt that everyone in the hiring guild was very awesome. At least no one dares to provoke these people. Get up. Zhang Bufang called Chen Tao, Guantong, and Jiang Haiyang. Seeing that the 3 of them were sleepy and a little anxious, he said, I'll leave for a while, and you protect yourselves, and hurriedly chased them. Before the 3 of them could realize what was going on, they were suddenly startled by the fire in front of them. Hey, this is... Jiang Haiyang rubbed his eyes, looked at the tent of the mercenary guild, and joked, who is so interesting that he dares to set fire to their tent? No, where's Lord Buddha? Chen Tao didn't hear clearly what Zhang Bufang said, and he looked around but couldn't find Zhang Bufang's person. I'm chasing someone, Guantong said. Who are you chasing? Chen Tao wondered. I don't know. Have you acted bravely? Jiang Haiyang was still watching the show out of curiosity, but found that some people from the employment guild were eyeing them. He walked past them with an evil look on his face and subconsciously took a step back. Jiang Haiyang said, I think Zhang Fui is not important at the moment. We should be worried. Zhang Bufang was chasing the black shadow. As soon as he suddenly came to his senses, he saw a black shadow passing quickly behind the mercenary guild's tent, and then the tent burst into flames. Zhang Bufang was stunned for a moment, and his mind subconsciously told him that if he caught up with the dark figure and caught this disgusting midnight arsonist, at least the first step would be to establish a good relationship with the hiring guild. So I chased after him, and when I felt a little regretful, I found that a person from the mercenary guild was also chasing me. 2 people went to catch this person, and their safety was guaranteed even after entering the woods. System, can my current gold coins be exchanged for skills? Zhang Bufang silently asked the system in his mind. There are currently 5 skills that can be redeemed, namely. The system quickly gave him a reply. Stop, stop, stop. I don't have time to listen to everything now. Is there anything that can maximize the speed? Zhang Bufang was a little anxious when he saw the black shadow getting further and further away from him. He couldn't let this good opportunity go and let him run away. All right. Skimming. During a normal attack, 30% of the attack power is converted into a forward sprinting speed, the system said. Isn't there someone who can purely increase speed? He could hardly catch up with that figure. Zhang Bufang was in a hurry. Skimming. The second level. Increase your own speed and rush to the target quickly. The system's voice was still cold and emotionless. That's it. Help me upgrade directly. Zhang Bufang couldn't help but shout out in a low voice. The skimmer has been obtained. The remaining gold coins are 1243. The system was still as ruthless as ever. Zhang Bufang didn't have time to feel sorry for the gold coins he finally got, so he immediately used skid float and ducked in front of the figure. He couldn't see anything in the middle of the night, and Zhang Bufang could barely identify the other person. The humanoid figure connected with the steel-cutting flash, without hesitation, and struck down the opponent fiercely. Zhang Bufang was not sure how strong the opponent was, but was prepared to ensure that the opponent remained unscathed. The opponent caught Zhang Bufang's sword with his backhand, and the sword blade seemed to hit the steel, making a dang sound. Seeing that the opponent covered his arm, Zhang Bufang fought back with his backhand, but he was not willing to fight. He just wanted to get rid of Zhang Bufang. Don't go. Zhang Bufang ducked behind the opponent again and started fighting with him. Zhang Bufang can be sure that this person should be of the same level as him. Zhang Bufang uses a long sword, and this person's weapon should be similar to a dagger. The opponent's movements were very flexible, but Zhang Bufang was not good at close combat. After a dozen moves, there was already a scar on his arm due to his inability to dodge. In addition, at night, the woods were terrifyingly dark, and Zhang Bufang's vision is almost useless, and movements are much slower than usual. Since the other party wanted to escape, Zhang Bufang tried his best to hold this person here. He couldn't defeat this person. So, couldn't he defeat the person from the mercenary guild behind him? Many scars of varying lengths appeared on Zhang Bufang's body, and he was about to reach the limit. The other party seemed to have no intention of fighting with Zhang Bufang anymore. Seeing that another person was coming behind him, he raised his hand and the powder almost covered Zhang Bufang's face, and the wounds on his body suddenly became more painful when exposed to the powder. Zhang Bufang grabbed the man's arm with one hand and grabbed the hand holding the dagger with the other hand. "Get out of the way!" The person behind him shouted at Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang immediately let go and stepped aside. There was a sound of bang, which must have meant that the other party was thrown to the ground. When Zhang Bufang thought he could relax, the man from the hiring guild actually attacked him. For a moment, Zhang Bufang thought it was the person from the hiring guild who was thrown to the ground. "Brother, I'm helping you," Zhang Bufang had to explain quickly, but it didn't seem to have any effect. So Zhang Bufang couldn't help but said, "You are not the one who set the fire, are you? People from the mercenary guild won't be so weak, right? I'm really here to help you. Can you stop and talk?" Hiss! The wound was kicked hard. Zhang Bufang felt a sharp pain and panicked to avoid the attack. The man who set the fire just now said. The powder he used made Zhang Bufang completely unable to see anything. Seeing that the explanation was useless, Zhang Bufang became angry, endured the pain of the wound on his body, and began to fight with the opponent. He really got angry, and Zhang Bufang couldn't help but fight and scold the opponent. "I said you have to feel comfortable being scolded before you stop?" Zhang Bufang said angrily as soon as he stopped. The people from the hiring guild seemed to feel that they had indeed wrongly blamed Zhang Bufang. They hesitated for a moment and then said, "I'm sorry, brother. It's just that this thing happened strangely. I have to be more careful. Can you please? Brother, can you help me carry this person back together? I was too hasty to chase him out, and I didn't know the way." "You okay. Zhang Bufang had not forgotten the other party's identity, suppressed his anger, and compromised. We started walking and chatting along the way, and the person from the hiring guild spoke first. "You saw this person? Hey, are you the one who is right next to our tent and is always looking towards us?" Yes, I just heard about the mercenary guild, so I took a closer look out of curiosity," Zhang Bufang said honestly. "We specialize in doing tasks for mercenary guilds, so we are very defensive and have to be like this. Next time you encounter a mercenary guild, it's better to treat it as if it doesn't exist." The person from this mercenary guild was about to see it. After walking out of the forest, maybe because I was impatient, my hands relaxed a little. "My name is Dugua. I'm sorry." "What?" Before Zhang Bufang could react, he only felt the force on his hand getting stronger. He looked at Dugua in confusion. The other person let go of the hand holding the arsonist and punched him. Zhang Bufang subconsciously wanted to dodge this punch, but unfortunately the distance was too close and he couldn't dodge it. Suddenly his eyesight became dim. He staggered a few steps and fell. Lord Buddha? Lord Buddha. When Zhang Bufang regained consciousness, it was Chun Tao who called him anxiously. The wounds on his body stimulated Zhang Bufang's nerves. At this time, he only felt a headache. After a while, it relaxed a little, and then he said, "It's okay. What happened?" "The guys from the mercenary guild tied us up." Jiang Haiyang seemed helpless. Zhang Bufang recalled the scene when Dugua punched him just after he said his name. His face turned blue with anger, and his temples jumped suddenly. "Dugua." Zhang Bufang gritted his teeth and found that he, Chen Tao, Jiang Haiyang, and Guantong were all tied tightly, which made him even more angry. When he looked up, he found that there were several people lying on the ground not far away, and there were two. Blood was already flowing from his body. Several people from the mercenary guild gathered around them. When they saw Zhang Bufang waking up, they notified Dugua. "We also have to be careful. If you are not with this group of arsonists, then show your identity tokens." Dugua became serious. There is no identity symbol. Zhang Bufang and the others can be said to be in the Hope Survivors base, but they can only say that they have only stayed in the Hope Survivors base for more than 10 days. When they left, they did not expect that there would be more. What an identity symbol. Jiang Haiyang had an identity symbol with a small base on him. Unfortunately, the base was too small and insignificant. He probably took it out, and the other party didn't even know where it came from. It was a broken brand. If there is no identity symbol, according to the rules, just kill them. Dugwa saw the silent expressions of the four people, stood up clearly, turned around, and casually dropped this fatal sentence. It would have been better if I had ignored the arson just now and just ran away. Chen Tao muttered softly. If you just ran away, would you kill me on the spot? If this brother hadn't helped me catch someone, how could I have kept you here until now? However, you can't hand over anything, so I'm in trouble too. Dugwa heard what Chen Tao said. We can't delay the progress. There is an ambush here, so let's leave quickly. One of the people from the mercenary guild took out a knife and walked over to Zhang Bufang's side. His movements clearly meant what he wanted to do. No. I have something that represents my identity. I'll take it out. Jiang Haiyang had no choice but to try to see if his little broken brand could be of any use. The people from the hiring guild didn't intend to untie the rope on Jiang Haiyang's body. They could only ask Jiang Haiyang to tell him the location of his identity symbol, and then searched his backpack. They found a large bag of unknown stuff and rummaged through it. The hiring guild. All the people were tired of the trouble, so they decided to just make it easier for them. The man who was rummaging through Jiang Haiyang's backpack threw it away angrily, thinking that he might as well be the first to get an operation on this kid. If he couldn't find it for a long time, wasn't he just playing tricks on him? Well, it was already a small and broken sign, but now it was even more difficult to find anything. Jiang Haiyang was very desperate. Kill him, Dugwa ordered. The man who was rummaging through Jiang Haiyang's bag just now walked up to Jiang Haiyang with a dagger and swung the knife down with a stern expression. He became even more impatient. How dare this kid hide? Brother, I'm a really good person. If I don't hide, I won't die in peace. Jiang Haiyang saw what the other person was trying to express and could only explain with difficulty. When the second sword was about to fall, Zhang Bufang, Chen Tao, and Guan Tong looked anxious to death. They even prayed that the people who had set the fire just now would come again, no matter what they did to the people of the hiring guild. As long as it can delay time. Please wait. This voice sounded like the first ray of sunshine in the morning. Hello. Chen He ran over in a hurry, causing the man wielding the knife to stop. These are the people I want to be in the survivor base. This is proof of identity. Chen He was panting. He rushed over quickly just now, almost as fast as he could, causing the hand that handed over the chip to tremble a little. Take it for testing. There were 5 chips in total. After Dugwa gave the chips to the team members, he still did not let down his guard. He looked at Chen He. Chen He rested for a few seconds. In Dugwa's eyes, he looked a little uncomfortable. Feel good. He has a baby face, and wherever he goes, people think he is just an adult. Look, the person from the employment guild handed the monitor to Dugwa. After Dugwa used the monitor to scan the faces of the 5 people one by one, he confirmed that the facial data scanned by the monitor matched the facial data provided by the chip. Only after Zhang Bufang and the others let go did everyone around them put down their weapons, and Dugwa himself withdrew his somewhat vigilant eyes. As a result, as soon as Zhang Bufang untied the rope from Zhang Bufang, he jumped in front of Dugwa, frightened him back a step, and said with a friendly smile, "Hello, my name is Zhang Bufang." Fong, and then stretched out his hand. Dugwa knew that he had misunderstood the person and wanted to shake hands apologetically. At this time, Zhang Bufang suddenly said, "I'm sorry, brother." He punched him mercilessly. Dugwa had hit Zhang Bufang just now, and Zhang Bufang returned it intact to him. Now the atmosphere that had been relaxed suddenly became tense again. Several mercenary guilds. The man immediately rushed forward, grabbed Zhang Bufang's shoulders, and started to push him to the ground. Zhang Bufang was already very angry, so he ignored the fact that the wound was still hurting and fought back unconvinced. Chen He looked on awkwardly from the side, but fortunately, only Zhang Bufang was fighting with a hired guild person, and it was the most ordinary kind of fight, without using weapons or using his 40-level martial arts power. The other people from the employment guild raised their eyebrows, helped Dugwa up, and watched from the side, seemingly with no intention of taking action. Then Chun-Hee simply watched the gods fight on the side. It has to be said that Zhang Deifo's name in the Hope Survivor base is really not false. After suffering so many injuries, he is still so energetic. The pain is unbearable early on, no matter what, just stop the pain first. Okay, I'm fine. Dugwa promptly tried to dissuade his men, and Chun-Hee also hurriedly stepped forward to hold Zhang Bufang. Sorry, I was the one who hurt this brother first, Dugwa apologized. Zhang Bufang nodded and said nothing. He even beat him, and the other party sincerely apologized. The captain is urging me. The thing on Dugwa's wrist vibrated, and the people from the hiring guild immediately started to pack up their things. The tent was completely burned, so it would be better to lighten the burden. Turning around, Dugwa said again, "We don't know each other today. May I have the honor to meet a few of you?" After several other people briefly introduced themselves, Dugwa stretched out his hand in front of Zhang Bufang, who shook hands and said, "Zhang Bufang, Hope Survivors Base. Then we are destined to meet again." Dugwa wasted a lot of time. After shaking hands, he said nothing more and left quickly with the people from the hiring guild. Jiang Haiyang patted his chest with lingering fear. Looking at Chun-Hee's eyes, he was very pleased and said, "You came in time, little brother. It's not easy for you to come from the Hope Survivor base so far away." "Huh? I didn't run all the way here," Chun-Hee explained. 2 days ago, I returned to the Hope Survivor base and explained Zhang Foi's thoughts to Mr. Jianjin. When I left, Mr. Jianjin suddenly said to me, he said that some of you don't have identity chips from the Hope Survivor base, so let me send them to you as soon as possible. Well, there is a teleportation array. There are teleportation arrays in all major areas. I hope that a teleportation array has been built near the Survivor base. I teleported to the Lonely City ahead because it was too late and I couldn't rent tools. He came here to use it for me." Chun-Hee scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed again. "Jianjin is wrong. How did you know our location?" Chen Tao asked curiously. Several people were very curious. Could it be that Jianjin was able to calculate their positions so accurately because of her divine skills? Or did Chun-Hee have some special ability? I hope that the clothes and wristbands distributed by the main personnel of the Survivor base will have a chip inside, which is in the same set as the identity chip. Chun-Hee opened Chun Tao's wristband and found a gap in it, took out a golden chip, then picked up Chun Tao's identity chip and put the two chips together to create a metal substance about the size of 4 fingernails. Half of it is an identity chip, and the other half can be used for positioning. Seeing several people freeze, Chun-Hee looked innocent. "In that case, Lord Buddha, let me bandage you first. There are painkillers here." Seeing that these people were silent, Chun-Hee smiled and took out a box from his backpack. After getting Zhang Bufang's permission, he pulled Zhang Bufang to sit down and carefully untied his clothes. The cold wind blew by, and Zhang Bufang not only felt the stinging pain in the wounds on his body, but also felt a cold swoosh. "What is this?" Zhang Bufang asked when he saw Chun. He took out something similar to a flashlight. "It is disinfected and can also stop bleeding. Your wound is too serious." The things Chun-Hee brought out next were all things Zhang Bufang had never seen before. They found them novel, so Chun-Hee patiently answered them one by one. During the bandaging process, a strap on Chun-Hee's wrist suddenly lit up. Zhang Bufang curiously clicked on the strap, which he originally thought was made of rubber. As a result, a light curtain popped out, facing Zhang Bufang. On the screen was Jianjin's face, which made people feel very unbeatable. "Hey, what did you do to get injured like this? You got injured and rolled around in the mud." Jianjin joked. So far, only Jianjin dared to speak to Zhang Bufang in this tone. "Why are you talking to Lord Buddha?" The person who dislikes Jianjin the most is of course Chen Tao. When Jianjin saw Chen Tao, she smiled, just like the second-generation ancestor Zhang Bufang had seen in his world, who had an arrogant temper and always liked to curl one corner of his lips. I saw Jianjin on the communicator taking a good look at Chen Tao. Then she came closer and said 2 words, "Trash." "Jianjin, you." Chen Tao couldn't hold back and punched Jianjin on the screen. However, the light screen was only slightly distorted, and the light and shadow returned to normal. Jianjin's smile looked more and more like a punch to Chen Tao. Without hitting Jianjin, Chun-hee took Chin Tao's punch and smiled apologetically at Chin Tao. Laughed. This made Chin Tao, who was angry and unable to express his anger, go crazy. Guantong couldn't stand it anymore and comforted Chin Tao with a few words. Have you met the people from the employment guild? Jianjin said. I saw your location yesterday and guessed the route. It happened to be very close to the employment guild, so I guessed that you would meet people from the employment guild. The nearest employment guild. The guild is not at peace, so I'm afraid something will go wrong. So I'll ask Chin-hee to come over and help you. I was in such a hurry that I even forgot to give you a communicator and an identity chip. Jianjin, if you hadn't been working so hard to manage the Hope Survivor base, maybe I would really beat you, Zhang Bufang said to Jianjin in a rare and serious tone. Ha ha, don't worry. If you punch me like that, I will probably be half disabled. You can't relieve my anger even if you hit me, Jianjin said, and then added, Chun-hee did a good job this time. Thank you, Lord Jianjin, for the compliment. Chun-hee happened to have finished bandaging and took out the new clothes and handed them to Zhang Bufang. Who is Jiang Haiyang? Jianjin asked. I am. Hello, Lord Jianjin, Jiang Haiyang said with a friendly smile. Did you come to the Hope Survivor base a few years ago? Jianjin recalled and said, At that time, I actually wanted to find you and talk to you, but you left very fast at that time, and I was still worried. The base will have fewer talents. Really? Fortunately, Lord Jianjin favored me. When I went to the Hope Survivor base a few years ago, I also guessed that you should be behind the base. However, I was more worried about trouble when doing things in the past, so I left quickly. Unexpectedly. Yes, Jiang Haiyang and Jianjin got along very well. Even if you pick the details carefully, Jiang Haiyang's smile is somewhat similar to Jianjin's smile at certain times. For example, the joking smile when teasing friends or when a plan succeeds. Jianjin, your long hair is great. Jiang Haiyang simply took Chin-hee's communicator and started chatting with Jianjin. Lord Buddha. Chin Tao expressed melancholy. Okay, pack up and set off quickly. Find a place to rest when you get to Jingding City. Zhang Bufang still comforted Chin Tao. Jiang Haiyang mentioned that Jianjin's long hair seems to be smoother and more beautiful than girls' hair. Guantong suddenly praised her. As a woman with short hair, she also wanted to have beautiful and elegant long hair. You are also facing Jianjin, Chin Tao said, silently covering his face with his hands. When Chun-hee came to see Zhang Bufang and his party, they brought enough things that they needed. At least with Chun-hee here, they didn't need to think about whether to sleep in the open again until they went to the hiring guild to take over the task. Jianjin and Zhang Bufang thought of going together. No matter what they did, the mercenary guild must go. If you want to expand the reputation of the Hope Survivor base, the mercenary guild is a good way. Those who accept the task, you only need to register your identity. In a mission, there may be people from all directions and different forces. But they also have to consider another aspect. How much reputation should the survivor base have? Zhang Bufang and his group are very ambitious. Zhang Bufang wants to establish his own hegemony. With Zhang Bufang as the center, a spider web, magnified countless times and sophisticated, is formed. Everyone's primary goal can be set. They are all concentrated in this Hope Survivor base. But don't forget, even if the trees are beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy them. Zhang Bufang and his party contacted Jianjin, and after long discussions, they still chose to expand their reputation and develop the power of the base. Jianjin would be more careful in managing the system, and seemed to be prepared to fail. This made Zhang Bufang couldn't help but laugh at him. Why should a real man be timid in doing things? Zhang Bufang is confident and hopes that the survivor base will be a very good start. He has temporarily put the idea of developing a water city on the back burner. Perhaps, as Jianjin said, the weather is not favorable, the land is unfavorable, and people are not harmonious. When the situation arises, it would be nice to have a way out. We all hope for the survivor base, said Chun-hee, who was the most active one among the team. So he ran at the front when registering at the front desk of the employment guild. A lively young man, especially one who has grown up. With his baby face and good skills, everyone in the group liked him. I know. Take your card and go for the test. The registered people have to face many different people every day, and their tone of voice does not fluctuate, as if they are almost numb to their work. Thank you. After Chun-hee said his thanks, A group of people passed through the front hall and arrived at the room corresponding to the number written on the card. Chen-Yi pasted the card on the door of the room, and the door sensed and opened automatically. The Employment Guild also has prepared instructions for the newbies who take on the task for the first time. It probably requires Zhang Bufang and a group of people to stand on their own test benches, put on a metal helmet, close their eyes, and being able to enter the test world prepared in the helmet. Zhang Bufang feels that this thing is similar to the VR games that have been popular around the world. The test process first uses a metal helmet to basically test the data of the whole body. Secondly, the testers are allowed to enter the space. There are also countless people who were eliminated in the first test, that is, when the body data was scanned. The lowest level among Zhang Bufang's group is level 30. It is very easy and quick to pass the first physical data test, but there are some difficulties in the prepared space. Zhang Bufang and others will not be in the same space. He had an indifferent attitude at first, but now he has become a little irritable. He raised his sword and dropped it. Zhang Bufang can no longer remember how many times he did it. Kill the zombie in front of you. The environment around him was blue and black, except for the zombie in front of him with a slight white light. However, the more times he chopped at the zombie, the white light of the zombie became lighter and lighter and gradually began to turn red. Zhang Bufang no longer had the patience to care. After being teleported to this space, he did not give any clear instructions on how to get out. He tried to make a sound, but no one paid attention to him. What on earth is this trying to do? Zhang Bufang has read many novels in the original world. How did the protagonist escape from this kind of space? Why did a peerless beauty suddenly appear to help him? And what about that? There are those that suddenly break out when death is imminent, and there are those that can only be passed by suicide. But it's a pity that Zhang Bufang can't do any of the things he thought of. It's all in a virtual space. Where can there be any peerless beauty? Furthermore, he can chop down this zombie with just one knife like this. It's just that because of the rules of space, this virtual zombie is constantly chopped into pieces and then reorganized. As well as the final suicide, Zhang Bufang does not have the mysterious self-confidence of the novel's protagonist, and he is also afraid of death. How to pass this test? Zhang Bufang didn't understand. It was just him and a virtual zombie. There was no system prompt sound or any task announcement. It seemed that the purpose was to throw the person into a strange place and then look at the person funny. He hoped that this zombie would disappear quickly. It was so weak that he might as well blow the air himself. Steel cutting flash. Zhang Bufang gathered 60% of his strength and suddenly slashed at the virtual zombie. The virtual thing quickly turned into dots of light and shadow and disappeared. Zhang Bufang saw the space in front of him and appeared. There was a crack, but it quickly recovered. Maybe he needs to increase his strength? Zhang Bufang thought this way. This time he slashed into the void again, using 80% of his strength. But just like before, there was only a crack in the void, and it quickly. When he closed it, he might also be laughing at his 80% strength, which was not as good as 60% strength. This made Zhang Bufang feel very crazy. I don't know how long it took, but even the only virtual zombies disappeared. Zhang Bufang simply sat down to rest and began to think silently. To put it bluntly, this space also automatically detects data, right? There are many people who come to the hiring guild to take tasks every day, and many of them are here for the first time. Can the hiring guild still monitor everyone's space? Impossible. That would be too much work. So maybe he should do something to show his strength? Zhang Bufang gave it a try, first using the first-level skill ski sing and floating, and secondly, combining it with this steel cutting flash, turning, picking, and slashing, with clean and powerful movements. The direction of this guess was indeed correct. After Zhang Bufang stopped, he saw two numbers appearing in front of him. The numbers began to change rapidly, and after a few seconds, they stopped again, with 63 displayed. Zhang Bufang remembered that when entering the space, there was an instruction, try your best. When your limit is reached, the system will naturally stop. Zhang Bufang began to dance with his sword. The sword energy condensed where the sword tip crossed, and you could see a meteor-like light following the sword tip. The blue-black background gave it a sense of future technology. Zhang Bufang imagined that there was an enemy in front of him. Every movement seemed light and flexible, but in fact it contained huge power. Broken. When Zhang Bufang was dancing with the sword, He felt a breath of air flowing freely with the movements of his body, and it actually resonated with himself. He felt that he seemed to have reached a certain point. Zhang Bufang moved as he pleased, shouted loudly, used all his strength, and struck the void with his sword. The space in front of him seemed to shake for a moment, and then it was like countless mirrors around him being shattered. Pieces fell vertically one by one. There was no scream of broken glass, and those pieces would turn into pieces when they were in the air. There was a little light, and it seemed that Zhang Bufang's test had ended. But he wasn't the first to complete the test. From Jiang Haiyang's point of view, a ball of light suddenly appeared in front of him, and then Zhang Defoy walked out of these light spots. It seemed that these lights were like his loyal attendants, waiting for their master to wave away and leave quickly. "Hey, Buddha, what level are you at?" Jiang Haiyang said with a smile. "What level?" Zhang Bufang didn't understand what Jiang Haiyang was asking. He just came back from the virtual world and was a little confused, and said, "When did you pass the test?" "Just now. I saw you coming out not long after I came out." Jiang Haiyang looked at the people standing around him with their eyes closed on the test platform, and then said to Zhang Bufang, "The levels I just mentioned are. I found that after passing this test, a black wristband will appear on my wrist with the level displayed in blue fonts." Jiang Haiyang stretched out his wrist, rolled up his sleeves, and showed it to Zhang Bufang. Jiang Haiyang's black wristband showed, "A. Are the grades divided according to A, B, C, D?" Zhang Bufang looked at the black wristband he had put on at some point. It said S. "Lord Buddha, what did you do in space?" "I kept hitting a rock there, and I just hit it until I ran out of strength." "It feels like you can pick it up easily." Jiang Haiyang couldn't help but envy him. "I don't know. I was chopping up a zombie at first, but then it turned out to be troublesome and the zombie disappeared, so I just started chopping and beating in the air." Zhang Bufang shrugged. "Hey, I didn't expect it to be Guantong," Jiang Haiyang said unexpectedly. During the conversation between Zhang Bufang and Jiang Haiyang, the third person who passed the test also walked off the test table. It was Guantong. "It seems that you have passed the test a long time ago." Guantong quickly discovered the extra things on his hands. He took a look and said, "I wrote A on it." "What a coincidence. I'm the same as you." Jiang Haiyang began to look forward to what level the other people would be, and asked Guantong casually, "What level are you at?" "I'm referring to your current level of strength." "Huh? Level 30, Guantong replied. "Well, it's very impressive. I'm a little embarrassed that I'm 29, Jiang Haiyang joked. Next was Chen Tao. When Chen Tao stepped off the test bench, Guantong curiously walked up to him and pulled open Chen Tao's sleeves, startling Chen Tao, who had just left the virtual space and was still at a loss. The same message was displayed on Chen Tao's black wristband. Also A. I originally thought that Chun-Hee was also an A, but Chun-Hee's wristband showed S instead. "Chun-Hee, what have you done? Are you so powerful?" It turned out to be the same S-class as Zhang Foy. Jiang Haiyang began to ask curiously. What he was sure of was that it was absolutely impossible to defeat Chun-Hee in terms of strength. Zhang Bufang didn't feel any discomfort about this, and was also curious and went up to know the answer. "Actually, I have done this test before. When I was still in my teens, I was very depressed. I was forced to make a living, so I just blocked my life to see if I could get a task that might not cost me my life. This is the second time I have come to take over the task, so I have experience," Chun-Hee said embarrassedly, leading everyone up to the third floor and continuing as he walked. "The testing space is different, and the things encountered are also different. They are all random. You can choose whether you need to encounter something. Generally, just use all your strength on the things that the system has prepared, and the data will be more impressive." "How can I be more powerful than Buddha? I'm only level 33. There are still several % of Buddha's strength that the system has not detected. If tested again, Buddha must be at the SS level," Chun-Hee affirmed. However, the third floor is prepared for those who have passed the first data test. To put it bluntly, it is a task reception area for those who are not qualified to participate in the second test. "We are going to the fourth floor. There are too many people on the third floor." Chun-Hee still remembered that when he came to this place as a teenager, there were still very few people on the third floor. At that time, he was still a minor child, and he stood out among a group of adults. "Excuse me, do you want to take on solo missions or team missions?" There was a royal lady at the door of the fourth floor. The woman was standing guard at the door, wearing a red tights, a miniskirt, and 10-centimeter high black high heels. Team task, Zhang Bufang replied. Of course they are a collective. Wait a minute, can I ask a question? Jiang Haiyang said to the woman. After the woman nodded with a smile, he asked, if you need to practice yourself and level up as soon as possible, is it better to take on team tasks or go solo? Is the person doing a good job? The risks of single-player missions are naturally greater. Relatively speaking, they will provide some special help for one's own improvement. Most of the single-player missions are missions for which individual sponsors offer rewards. They may be assassinations, or they may be hired. The hiring guild charges 3% of the reward, and most team missions tend to go to dangerous places. The hiring guild charges 8% of the reward. Compared with single-player missions, the individual rewards for team missions are not many. The beautiful sister answered patiently, then looked at Jiang Haiyang and said with a smile, there is a big gap between level 29 and level 40. If you need to level up quickly to catch up with the others in the team, of course the solo mission is. It's a good choice. I see that your attitude is so good and so clear. My sister has some single-player missions that I can recommend to you. The woman was smiling, but what she said was shocking. She could see Jiang Haiyang's level at a glance. This wouldn't surprise anyone. What was important was that she also saw Zhang Bufang's level. The Mercenary Guild is just such a guiding woman, but its strength is already extraordinary. The Mercenary Guild is indeed a place where dragons and tigers are hidden. Zhang Bufang thought to himself that after communicating more with Jianjin, he seemed to have become like Jianjin, seeing. You have to find ways to retain talents or poach them to your side. Unfortunately, no one from the hiring guild dares to pry the corner. Lord Buddha, you see, everyone is over level 30, and you are at level 40. I am the only one who can say that you are over level 20. How embarrassing. So, Lord Fo, can you please allow me to take on a single mission? Zhang Haiyang asked. Zhang Bufang thought about it for a while. Single-player missions do require higher personal abilities and can improve oneself. However, the mortality rate is also higher than that of team missions. Those who do single-player missions are more likely to be killed than those who do team missions. Kill, but Zhang Bufang looked at Jiang Haiyang, whose eyes were full of determination, and Zhang Bufang still chose to comply with his wishes. Then come with sister. The woman pushed open the door and took Jiang Haiyang to the other side. Lord Buddha. Chen-He saw that Zhang Bufang seemed to be thinking about something. He hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Huh? Are you going to take on a solo mission too? Zhang Bufang was still wondering if it was too risky to allow Jiang Haiyang to take on a solo mission. After all, the current Hope Survivor base regards talents as life, and it was lost in vain. A general can't afford it. So Zhang Bufang, who had just been replaced by Chen-He, subconsciously asked this question. No. Chen-He quickly explained. I have been here before. The task that the envoy takes Jiang Haiyang to select must be suitable for him. The envoys of the hiring guild generally do not take people to pick tasks easily, so please rest assured, Buddha. That's it. Thank you. Zhang Bufang said with a kind smile in return. Oh my God, even the reward amount on the task is too high. Guantong walked to each screen and looked at the tasks displayed, and found that the numbers on each screen were almost close to the sky-high price. To her, that number. Maybe it would take her 10 years. However, given the high bounty, the Mercenary Guild also thoughtfully provided a mortality rate. For example, Guantong saw a task that was all alone in a corner. The surrounding screens were all black. It must have been that the task had been taken over, but it was the only one that was shining with a particularly attractive light. Guantong came closer. Look, the minimum price of the task is 10 million, which can be discussed in detail separately. You can add money, and there is no upper limit on the amount. For such a great mission, most people are put off by the mortality rate given by the Mercenary Guild. There are 5 big red characters written below that sentence. Mortality rate, based on level 45. 87%. Basically, it is equivalent to telling you directly in one sentence, you will die if you go there, which is no different from going directly to the road to hell. Guantong silently thought about her poor level 30. She was not strong enough. When she came to these places, she seemed even weaker. The main purpose of coming here is not to earn remuneration. It's better to pay attention to the publisher. Which force you make friends with is very important. Zhang Bufang also saw the mission that surprised Guantong. Becoming stronger. That wish suddenly burned in his heart. But as a base master, it was not enough for him to become stronger. Lord Buddha, what do you think of this mission? He looked at a screen again, and after thinking carefully, he called Zhang Bufang. What is specifically displayed on the screen is mission location, Northern Wilderness, mission purpose. Not displayed for the time being, mission issuer, Survivor Employment Alliance Guild, mission reward. Remuneration of 4 million, note. Additional items obtained during the mission can. Belongs to the person who accepts the task, mortality rate, level 40 82%. But we only have FOE who is level 40. We are all rookies at level 30. Chen Tao doesn't think that the death rate is quite low. For people at level 40, 62 out of 100 people will die. You're still very weak. Why are you joining in the fun? No. According to my previous experience, those who do not show the purpose of the mission must be those who are shameful, and it is really unpleasant to tell people about it. Well, we also have moral principles. We cannot do anything that violates moral principles. He wanted to explain it first, but then he thought of something and simply denied it. Zhang Bufang and his party finally accepted a slightly simple mission. Mission location, Northern Wasteland. Mission purpose. To find research medicinal materials needed by the military. Mission issuer. Hua, Guiyuan military. Mission reward. 1 million. Note. After accepting the mission, you will be given a special closed box. The tasker needs to carefully put the medicinal materials into the closed box. The medicinal materials must not be damaged in any way. Mortality rate, level 35-31%. After these people had no objections to the task, Zhang Bufang took off the chip needed to activate the task. When leaving the 4th floor, Zhang Bufang looked back and found someone standing there. Temporary purpose of the task. Faced with the task of not showing. I originally thought that I might just join in the fun out of curiosity, but I didn't expect that the group of people actually started discussing in a serious voice. Since it was the first time to come to the employment guild, everyone's steps were inevitably slower than usual. After registering and signing, the death has nothing to do with the responsibility of the employment guild. Zhang Bufang and his party could go directly to the mission station. Wherever you need to go, the mission begins. Before leaving, Zhang Bufang glanced at the next person who was going to register for the task. It happened to be the person he looked back at on the 4th floor when he left. Then the big screen behind the registrant showed what the other party wanted to do. As soon as the screen display appeared on the accepted mission, the people around me took a breath and praised them for their courage. It happens to be the mission where the minimum team level requirement is 40 and the mortality rate is as high as 82%. There are actually people who dare to take on such a life-threatening task. So how strong does that group of people have to be? Are all of them level 50? A few people started talking after they walked out of the employment guild. Zhang Bufang also admired the group of people who took over the task. But if you think about it, the place where they went to obtain the medicinal materials this time was the same place as the mission where the mortality rate was as high as 82%. They were both in the Northern Wilderness. Zhang Bufang thought to himself that maybe people from both sides could meet again in the Northern Wasteland. Then he remembered that the purpose of the mission was not displayed for the time being, and he shrugged. Curiosity is human nature. The Northern Wasteland is one of the major outbreak points of zombies. Where countless industrial plants once flourished, now only rust and bones are left. The Northern Wasteland was originally one of the most important research areas for scientific and technological development in the mainland, and many special chemicals were left behind. Here, it leads to the mutation of individual organisms. This time, the medicinal materials Zhang Bufang took on the task he was looking for were also here. Half of the Northern Wasteland is already overgrown wilderness, and half is desert. Zhang Bufang and a group of people walked through the grassland, and they already felt a little scary on the way. However, all the zombies they encountered here were far more powerful than zombies of the same level. What's more, they actually had some self-awareness. He spoke with torn vocal cords and distorted words. Zhang Bufang and his group had never set foot in a similar place before, so they were already very cautious. Holding paper maps that may be correct, here, there is no signal for them to turn on their own communication equipment, and technological products have become completely useless. Starting to set foot in the desert area, Zhang Bufang hesitated. The wind is very strong, and you can feel it just by standing on the edge of the desert area. The wind has faded away all threats and is still so exciting. You can see the endless sand dunes at a glance, and there is nothing in your ears except the whistling wind. In extreme environments, all human senses become more sensitive. For example, I just saw a zombie on the sand dunes. I was walking staggeringly, but when I stepped on a certain spot, I was pulled down instantly, maybe for a few seconds. And you can no longer see the struggle of the pitiful creature. The information given to us explained that the northern wasteland was originally an industrial field and a scientific research site. How come? You can't even see a piece of iron here. Chen Tao frowned and studied these pieces of paper. Are the supplies still sufficient? How many days can we last? Zhang Bufang asked. Save what you use. It will last for 4 or 5 days without any problem. Chen He checked the items in the backpack. The space in the backpack was limited, so even compressed food would take up a large part of the space. In order to leave more space for water, due to the location, the only food carried in the backpack were compressed vitamin tablets, which tasted no different from eating a stone. How far is the thing we are looking for from us now? I'm afraid it's not possible. I want to bring more supplies, but everyone's energy is limited, and I want to reduce some of the burden, but the supplies are in short supply again. Zhang Bufang must plan carefully. If possible, he wanted to calculate it every step of the way. If he took one more step, he might lose his life. Fortunately, it's only 5 kilometers. This map is very strange. Chen He has been thinking about the map. This map was provided by the Employment Guild. The location of the medicinal materials only roughly drew a range. Chen He was afraid that this was just a. Presumably, when the area is empty, no one will be able to leave this place. Is the mortality rate of this mission really only in the 30s? Why do I think? It might be a little higher than 50%, Chen Tao said. There's something wrong with this map. The desert area is very large. Go over these sand dunes to the edge, where plants can grow. I really can't figure it out. Even if it's a mutation, it can't be done when the wind is too strong. It grew in a harsh environment. Chun He said after studying the map. Climb the dunes, give me the scanner? I'll take the lead. Zhang Bufang took the scanner, hoping that this thing could detect where the dark sand was. A group of people walked carefully, forming a line, almost stepping on the footsteps of the previous person with every step. Simply speaking, their luck is not bad. Lord Buddha, Guan Tong said suddenly. She raised her head and squinted her eyes to look ahead, then rubbed her eyes and said, Have you seen what is behind that sand dune? I think it looks like a mountain with lush trees. Beautiful green mountains surround each other. Guan Tong, are you okay? Chen Tao was a little worried about Guan Tong's condition. Wait, it seems there really is one. Chen He sat back and looked up into the distance. He actually saw faint mountains. Huh. Chen Tao looked in the direction where Chun He was looking in disbelief and said in surprise, Really? Zhang Bufang naturally saw it, but he also thought of something, a mirage, which was all an illusion. When the group finally crossed the last sand dune, and Zhang Bufang was still thinking that the scene in the Green Mountains was indeed an illusion, the troubles that had accumulated along the way began to erupt. It's as if there is a huge mechanism at your feet, waiting for people to come to this pit. Then the fall made people dizzy, and the surrounding area became dark. After a period of recovery, Zhang Bufang got up and looked around. In fact, it was not completely dark. There were some shiny things on the rock surface, but looking around, the blue color makes people feel scared. Chen Tao? Chen Tao. No one paid attention to Zhang Bufang. Guan Tong. There was also silence. Lord Buddha. Chen He's voice came, but Zhang Bufang couldn't see him. Chen He? How are you? Where are you? Zhang Bufang was a little worried. Lord Buddha, I'm a little dizzy. Let me take a rest. After listening to Chun, he breathed a few times. He may have felt much better. He stood up, and a series of footsteps could be heard in the quiet space. There's no one left? I thought I heard you calling Guan Tong and Chen Tao's names just now. Chen He was stunned for a moment, then realized, Chen Tao? Guan Tong? Is this person gone? But he fell down. At that time, everyone was together. Why did 2 people suddenly disappear? Stop talking, we have to go out first. Unable to continue talking, the disappearance of Chen Tao and Guan Tong would be meaningless and would bring fear. Zhang Bufang stopped Chun He's words and led Chun He slowly forward. By the way, Chun He was reminded, don't touch anything on the wall. I don't know how long I walked, but my eyes suddenly became brighter. Chun He was shocked when he looked at the scene in front of him. Zhang Bufang was also shocked by the scene at this time. Wasn't the mirage green mountain they saw in front of them before they passed the last sand dune? Is there really such a place? Unexpectedly, completely unexpectedly, after the dry desert, there is a stretch of green mountains and green water. Lord Buddha, this is not recorded on the map. There are only a few records in the data. After Chun He read it again, he read it to Zhang Bufang. Maybe mirages can really exist, and many evolutionary things may exist. Hiding in that green mountain, you just need to walk in. What is this? Let's go. Then go in, Zhang Bufang said in a very relaxed manner. Then things really took a turn for the worse. In order to find the medicinal material they needed, but whether there was a specific location, the two of them walked around several times and killed many zombies, but still couldn't find what they needed to find. Where is it? Is there any place that I haven't looked for yet? Zhang Bufang became very embarrassed in order to deal with these troublesome, mutated zombies. We're almost there. There's one last place left. Let's take a rest, Chun He said. The two of them didn't dare to rest for too long, so they sat for a while and then walked to the last place. Be careful. Zhang Bufang intuitively felt that there was some danger. Sure enough, when they saw the medicinal plant they were about to find in the cave, Zhang Bufang seemed a little anxious. He stepped forward and reached out to pick off the medicinal plant. As long as he pulled down the grass, it would be over soon. Lord Buddha, be careful. Chun He stepped forward, took out his spear, and fired at the zombies coming towards him. Bang, 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 dash. After a few shots, the zombie fell to the side. Chun He did not dare to put down the gun, so he refilled a few rounds of bullets at the zombie and stepped forward to check the situation. Unexpectedly, just then, when he was half a step away from the zombie couldn't wait to get up, grabbed Chun He's neck with his claws, and pushed Chun He to the ground with surprisingly strong strength. This zombie is self-aware. The zombie looked at Zhang Bufang, who was standing aside with a knife in his hand. He smiled provocatively, grabbed Chun He, and lifted him into the air. He seemed to be threatening Zhang Bufang. If he dared to act rashly, he would break the man's neck. Zhang Bufang has had enough threats. After coming to this world, he has also received threats, big and small, from people who threaten him and things that threaten him. But without exception, those who dare to threaten him will end up. The corpse must be cut into thousands of pieces. Now Zhang Bufang is becoming more and more ruthless. Even though Chun He's face had turned from purple to blue, it seemed that his right to breathe could be taken away at any time. Floating. Zhang Bufang read out the name of this skill softly. All he wanted to do was to rush in front of the opponent quickly. Since it was a mutated zombie, it was of course impossible for him to follow up with the steel flash move. It can be solved. Zhang Bufang quickly thought about the other party's behavior in his mind and predicted the other party's next action. Listen to my advice, you have to let him go. From the very beginning, when Chun Tao Guantong disappeared, Zhang Bufang's heart was already beating a drum. He searched for a long time without success. Even though he suppressed the feeling in his heart, the irritability is now fully revealed. Maybe when people are angry, they will really become calmer. I said let him go. Then this was a complete breaking point. Zhang Bufang just struck a few consecutive blows, intending to drive away the zombie in front of him as soon as possible. But the other party actually grabbed Chun He tightly, throwing him and lifting him, clearly using him as a ball. Since the other party did not take his word seriously, Zhang Bufang's mood was even more like adding fuel to the fire. Zhang Bufang simply used his sword more sharply and sharply than the other. He looked at the opponent's life gate with every move and went straight at him. The opponent was just a rotten flesh with some self-awareness. Zhang Bufang didn't plan to do it yet. Keep it in mind. It only takes a little trick to make the other party let go. When the zombie saw Zhang Bufang, it seemed that he simply didn't care about his companion's life. He just felt that it was extremely ironic. When a certain sword fell, but did not hit it, it was already planning to throw this burden away and let him go. It sounds more interesting if the opponent's companions die on the opponent's knife than if they guard this place empty every day. Stupid, Zhang Bufang couldn't hold back in the end and gave it a very pertinent evaluation. This self-aware zombie was just like those mercenary villains he had seen before. Seeing that it angered him, Lord Buddha, so today? Can you chop off its hand? Zhang Bufang already had a plan in mind. He was just waiting for the other party to fall into his trap and let go of Chunhee's hand. When Zhang Bufang took advantage of the situation and struck the zombie's head with his sword, the zombie finally felt that his fun was about to come and grabbed Chunhee and planned to ask him to block the sword for him. In fact, he had already seen it. Now, the human being in front of it is much stronger than it. Its simple brain seems to tell it that it should leave quickly. Unfortunately, the mutated grass he relies on is still in Zhang Bufang's hand. His mind is still his body. Instinct. Zombies will of course follow the latter. Cough, cough, cough. Chunhee was grabbed by Zhang Bufang and thrown aside. Finally, he got a chance to breathe. His face was pale, and he didn't seem to have come back to his senses. He just could get oxygen and kept saying, coughing. The force used by the zombie stimulated his neck, and Chunhee was still frightened. But Chunhee was by no means a person who could just watch his teammates fight. As soon as he felt his head was clear and his eyesight returned to normal, Chunhee rushed forward in a few steps and joined forces with Zhang Bufang to launch an offensive. After Chunhee met Zhang Bufang, he never took out his own weapon to use it. Zhang Bufang always thought that maybe the opponent was good at close combat, but close combat must be divided into targets, so who cares about zombies? 1. I just want to leave a mark on your body with my sharp claws. For the sake of Chunhee's own safety, Zhang Bufang originally planned to simply ask Chunhee to retreat to his rear while he came to deal with the zombie. Unexpectedly, Chunhee refused without even thinking about it. In such an atmosphere, it seems that the critical point of solidification must be reached. Chunhee couldn't help but forget to tease Zhang Bufang a little, saying, "Does Buddha think that what I know is the trick that costs my life? Didn't you notice that when the zombie appeared, he was using a gun?" So after Chunhee put a little distance away from the zombie, he took out his spare short gun from the side of his leg, and when he started, the few shots he fired had no effect on the zombies. That was because the bullets in his long gun were only ordinary bullets used to deal with emergencies, focusing on long-range shooting. The bullets of the short gun on the side of the leg are specially made and can corrode the zombie's body. The wound will expand where the bullet hits, and the bullet is made harder. When the time comes to shoot the head from a distance, there won't be so much trouble as mistakes. Lord Buddha, let me come. Chunhee had long felt in this team that he seemed to be regarded as a child because of his face. After all, with a baby face, anyone would think that he was young, which would make him look younger. Looking at him for a while, even though everyone usually behaved the same, Chunhee could feel something was different. Bang! A bullet hit the head. The zombie fell down at the sound, and it would never get up again. In order to prevent the accident just now, Chunhee walked up cautiously to make sure that the zombie was indeed unconscious. Then he took back his backpack, dug out a beautifully made box in it, handed it to Zhang Bufang, and said, "This is a special requirement in the mission. This box must be used to contain the medicinal materials." So now that the zombies are dead and the medicinal materials have been successfully obtained, what should we do next? Zhang Bufang is still worried about the disappearance of the two people at the beginning. It can be said that even along the way, he showed great calm, but only he knows that he is still very impatient. He didn't know what happened to those two people. Maybe it was just bad luck. Everything was piled up and exploded. Maybe the only action Chun Tao Guantong could do now was to recharge his batteries. Zhang Bufang will not leave this place for the time being, at least until the food in his backpack is used up. When all the necessary materials in the backpack are almost consumed, Zhang Bufang can only give up those two people. Zhang Bufang sat down to rest. He couldn't think of any other mysterious mechanisms in this place. How could they go to different places when they fell together? He tried not to let himself think about the worst answer. He can only prepare for the worst plan. The employment guild is indeed not a place where the pie can be lost. The minimum he can do is to ensure the success of this mission, because the liquidated damages are enough for them to eat for several months. Wait a minute, Lord Buddha. When Zhang Bufang was about to lift his feet and leave the place, Chunhee called him again. Zhang Bufang turned around and wanted to ask what was going on, but found that Chunhee put his index finger on his lips, told him not to speak now, and pointed to a place with his other finger. Zhang Bufang had some confused. I came to the place pointed by Chun-hee and found that the direction of the rock layers here was different from that of other places. I had to sigh that Chun-hee's observation skills had not been outstanding until now. Since there are traces of manipulation in this delay, it must be man-made. The zombie they just killed wanted to guard this grass. Who could it be? Zhang Bufang certainly had some hope that he would disappear on his own. After the two teammates blasted away the rock layer with one palm, they discovered that there was a hole behind the rock layer, and Dugwa was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. They had obviously met this person not long ago, but it was a pity that he looked like this now. Do you have any medicine? Zhang Bufang remembered that this person was quite good, at least judging from the time he met him. I only have wound medicine here, and a medicine that can quickly restore consciousness. But after taking it, you will feel very painful, and you will be woken up by the pain. Chenyi took out the medicine and handed it to Zhang Bu. In front of you. Then let him wake up from the pain. Unexpectedly, after the chance encounter a few days ago, it turns out that their target destination is here. Zhang Bufang still remembers clearly that there were at least a dozen people in Dugwa's team, but why? Is he the only one in this place? Wait, there seems to be another team in this northern wasteland, one with a mission with a mortality rate higher than 80%. So Zhang Bufang smiled and saw that he was covered in sweat after taking the medicine, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. After Dugwa, he pretended to be fake and said, Dugwa, you don't need to worry now, I'll take care of you. Before we got here, we discovered that another team had also come to the northern wasteland, and they were also people from the mercenary guild. Be careful, they will find you soon, and you will be saved. No, Dugwa's reaction exceeded Zhang Bufang's expectations. The injuries on Dugwa's body seemed to be quite serious. His original clothes were dyed brown, and there was a faint smell of blood floating in it. Dugwa felt pain all over his body, so he still grabbed Zhang Bufang's sleeves hurriedly said, Those people are not with me. Save me. Save me. I can't die now. Then what's wrong with you? Are you so worried that those people will find you? Zhang Bufang just wanted to deceive Dugwa. Dugwa looked hesitant, as if he was considering whether to tell Zhang Bufang about this matter, but he chose to refuse and did not intend to tell what happened to him, so he could only hesitate. He took advantage of the fact that he was seriously injured and could only speak intermittently. It's just because I got something that was too much. I didn't expect that group of people to turn their backs and deny each other. Save me, Zhang Bufang. I remember you, and we met a few days ago. Can you do this for your brother? A handful of kindness. Brothers will surely repay each other with springs of water in the future. So, Dugwa knew these things, and he probably guessed that his name would appear on the Employment Guild's task list, and the task had already been received, and the person who received it was looking around for someone to kill him. Chance. Zhang Bufang hesitated. Now that things have happened, he has also learned to leave a way out and be more cautious in everything he does. Dugwa's few words may be a mixture of falsehood and truth, so Zhang Bufang can only choose not to believe them all. This is not a small matter. Dugwa, who is over 40, has to sneak into the zombie residence. Coupled with the details that Zhang Bufang noticed in the Employment Guild, he feels that Dugwa cannot be saved at this time. You'd better tell me the truth. A few days ago, I remembered that you came here because of a mission. I don't care about the results of the mission and what happened during the mission, but you must tell me everything else. Zhang Bufang was worried that if he rescued Dugwa, it would bring great security risks to himself. Dugwa hesitated. This hesitation caused Zhang Bufang's sympathy for Dugwa to be replaced by defensiveness and suspicion. As long as I tell you the general story, can you save me? Dugwa wanted to be sure. Zhang Bufang was his only life-saving straw at this time. After a while, poison was waiting for him. The goal of our mission is to track down the people. When we arrived, those people were all dead, except for one person. The mercenary guild wanted to pry something out of the mouth of the remaining person. Dugwa briefly explained his mission. In this situation now, he was really desperate. That man's name is Taylor. Just when Dugwa said a name, he heard the sound coming from outside, which was the footsteps of a group of people. He immediately realized that it was the group of people looking for him. He looked eagerly and was still thinking. A spreadsheet of pros and cons. Dugwa, as for Zhang Bufang now, cannot be saved. Behind him is an entire Hope survivor base. I heard that the Mercenary Guild has never failed in any mission. This rumor. It also proves how terrifying people who can go to the guild to accept tasks are. So the mission with a mortality rate higher than 80% is actually to kill Du Guo's group of people? Seeing how embarrassed Du Guo is, it must be that Du Guo's group of people are almost dead, and he is the only one who dies. Escape. Zhang Bufang had to say that he really wanted to include Du Guo into the Hope Survivor base from the beginning, but he could not bury the entire base for this one talent. Is Du Guo worthy of his protecting the entire base? Then it depends on whether the value he creates in the future is enough, or even how many times the benefits will be multiplied. Tell me how many chips you have now, Zhang Bufang said in a steady voice as he listened to the approaching sounds. More. The pain in Du Guo Ninja's body grabbed Zhang Bufang's sleeve. He was getting more and more anxious. He was not willing to die here in vain. Just now he was still hesitating whether to tell everything. Now it seems that he has no choice. God did not even give him a chance to lie about the things that God put him through. Du Guo knew clearly that if he dared to lie to the person in front of him, even if he escaped from the control of other forces, he would fall to the place where he hoped to survive. It won't be much better in the base. He must force himself to believe that what he has is enough to save his own life. If you have the ability to make good use of this news, the Mercenary Guild, at least half of the Mercenary Guild will be yours. What Du Guo said shocked the two people in front of him, but Chun He had already thought about his choice in his heart and made up his mind. No matter what nonsense Du Guo said, he would persuade Zhang Fei to give up. But this news is too shocking. This place is an endless loop. We have no way out. That's why I wasted so much time talking to you, instead of taking you away directly. Zhang Bufang's expression became increasingly cold. Keep talking, Zhang Bufang said coldly. The Mercenary Guild sent out 3 missions in a row. The first time they asked a group of us to inquire about information and rescue people, and the second time they asked these people to kill us. I guess, by the third mission although, it hasn't been released yet, but it must be related to murder and silence. No one in our group will survive. Du Guo just repeatedly emphasized that the news he said must be true. What is the concept of the Mercenary Guild seizing half of the power? It can completely control half of the lifeblood of the continent. If used properly, it will help you get closer to the highest position in the mainland. This is only half of the Mercenary Guild benefit, but since you have life, you must also have life flowers. The highest level of the group of people chasing me should be level 50. 3 of the 8 people in their team have died, and there are only 5 people left, and 2 of them are seriously injured. One is level 50, and the other one is level 50. 2 of them are around level 45, and the strength of the 2 who were seriously injured has plummeted, and they are already at the end of their game. Du Guo said while the iron was hot. His original team had 11 people, and this achievement was obtained at the expense of the lives of 10 other people. It seems that what you said moved me very much. After Zhang Bufang listened to his words, he looked confused, turned around, and just said, "Stay here. You'd better not even breathe. Don't come out." At this time, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Side mission options. A. Save Du Guo and ensure Du Guo's life safety. B. Kill Du Guo after the mercenaries catch him. There will be corresponding rewards for completing both options. Note, this is an impact on the future. An important branch of a turning point in fate. Please choose quickly and don't give up. Judging from my current strength, I can't do either of these two. Zhang Bufang himself is level 40 and Chun he is level 35. Zhang Bufang doesn't have any extra experience or gold coins to upgrade him quickly. As a result, he has not yet been able to exchange for new skills. Zhang Bufang replied to the system, "You are not allowed to give up, but the task is not within the scope of my strength, so I can only create a new option myself." See, Zhang Bufang was unable to accept the task and chose to end it on his own. After completing the task, there will be no reward for the task. Seeing the group of people getting closer and closer and the system going silent, Zhang Bufang clenched his hands and quickly thought about the next step in his mind. Unexpectedly, the system said again, "It is detected that the difficulty of this task exceeds that of the host itself, and the system will automatically give compensation rewards. 1. Increase the own level to level 45, but after the task is completed, no reward for level improvement will be given. 2. Give the new skill charge. Condensing a sword energy within 10 seconds, and after 10 seconds, bursting out 125% of its own attack power at the enemy. Please accept the mission now. Hey, Zhang Bufang replied. The system stopped talking after that, and Zhang Bufang knew that the mission had already begun. Even after reaching level 45, he had no choice but to really fight against a level 50 player. Besides, there were two others around level 45. Dugwa said that there were still two seriously injured people in the team, Zhang Bu. Fong guessed that he was hiding in a corner and would not take action until the moment of crisis. But in the process of fighting with the opponent, he would definitely cause obstacles. I think we're going to start fighting soon anyway, so it's better to strike preemptively now. Zhang Bufang noticed Chunhe's expression when he was talking to Dugwa. It was written on his face that he didn't want to save Dugwa. I don't know what he was thinking at this time, but since Zhang Bufang has accepted the task of dismantling the system, and now it is an urgent time, he cannot give up. Lord Buddha, since I followed you, I really feel that I have to be prepared to fight for my life every moment. Chunhe couldn't say directly what objections he had in his heart. Only at this time could he. Put all your trust in your captain. Chunhe, actually obeyed one person, and that was Jianjin. But when he set out, Jianjin told him that he must have 100% trust in Zhang Bufang's decision, especially in a life-or-death crisis. If you really don't agree with the ordinary facts, you can open the contact and tell him. This is a life-and-death moment, and he hopes that the people he is asked to be loyal to will not let him down. After a while, you move to the side, try to stay in a blind spot that is not visible from a high place. I will attract most of the opponent's attention, and you watch for the last hit at the critical moment, Zhang Bufang said. Just in time, let's try the skill we just got. Zhang Bufang held the sword with both hands and tried to use charge. He didn't need to wait 10 seconds. The opponent would probably be able to see him, but he could guarantee his attack can be issued before the opponent rushes over. Drink, Zhang Bufang shouted, and a sword energy condensed and rushed towards the three people who had just rushed over. The level 50 ones could be easily resolved, but the two level 45 ones were not so lucky. Even though he was a little alert just now, he was still blown by the sword wind and was forced to stumble back a few steps. His hands were already covered in blood when he subconsciously touched his face. The person on the left is level 46, and the person on the right is level 42. The system rarely pops up to remind Zhang Bufang when a fight is already underway. You'd better not make such useless resistance, or you won't even get a whole corpse. The level 50 man was quite disdainful of the two men who were over level 40, and saw the two men staggering back a few steps. He was actually injured. Having been accustomed to taking on these murderous missions for many years, he was still subconsciously on guard. Chunhe had long been hiding in a blind corner, and would launch an attack when he knew the opponent had a weakness. According to Dugwa, there should be two serious injuries among their group, and Chunhe knew a thing or two about mercenary guilds. The mercenary guild has a fatal rule: you must never give up the mission until you are about to die. Therefore, even if those two people were seriously injured and died, they would definitely find a place to play their final role before they died. Chunhe carefully used a ray of consciousness to observe the surrounding situation, but unfortunately, he did not see anyone appearing, so he had to be even more vigilant. You're the only one? Where did you get the courage to deal with the three of us? They actually didn't think that Zhang Bufang would be alone to stop what they wanted to do, and the other party was just a level 45 person. Would you know if you try it? It's really weird. My brother and I just accepted a mission to collect herbs from this mountain. Why did a group of people appear halfway and come to rob us? You are also with them. In order to protect Dugwa, who was not far behind him, Zhang Bufang thought about every word, trying to pretend to be innocent. Captain this? One of them really believed Zhang Bufang's words and turned around to ask what his boss meant. Unexpectedly, he just said 3 words and was glared back by his boss. Is this kid really an assassin? I met this person by coincidence at such a strange place. His expression seemed innocent, but he actually believed it? How did this kid survive to this day? Stop talking nonsense and get rid of the root cause. After the 50-level person gave the order, the two 40-level people rushed towards Zhang Bufang. It looked like there was a fierce battle. Zhang Bufang is deeply aware of the difference between him and his opponent not only in level 45 and level 50, but also in that he may have no less than 20 years of actual combat experience. The person at level 50 should be specialized in killing people. Who knows how many years he has been practicing this? After crawling around on piles of countless corpses and surviving until now, Zhang Bufang was fighting with the opponent. Putting aside the level of suppression, Zhang Bufang admired Zhang Bufang just for the opponent's moves. Yes, I really admire him. It seems that he is quite lucky. The person on the other side who is level 50 is also a swordsman. During the fight, in order to prevent himself from suffering any fatal injuries, Zhang Bufang put 100% of his energy into the opponent's moves. Every move of the opponent was very clean and neat, and revealed a sense of calmness. He was angry, and he could feel that the opponent had very good prediction ability. He could almost guess what moves Zhang Bufang would use next, what moves he would make, and where he would attack from. This person seemed to know it all. There is no such thing as a high level of 45, the other party commented on Zhang Bufang. Senior, please give me some advice. Zhang Bufang replied. This answer is very interesting for the person who is at level 50. He has killed many people. In the past, it is not that he has not jumped up the level and defeated people who are stronger than him in all aspects, or people he has fought against. Some were glaring angrily, some were struggling to take every blow from him. Fear was already revealed in their eyes, and some were the kind of people whose resistance was just a show, and who were already in despair. In Zhang Bufang's eyes, he saw that he was full of positive emotions towards the fight. It seemed that the other party was very curious about his own movements and tricks. He was younger than himself, but he could still scream in the face of such a life-and-death situation. If he calls himself senior, then he doesn't mind giving advice to this junior, but the final outcome cannot be changed. Either you die or I live. When making moves, if there are redundant, cumbersome movements, you must be more ruthless. When dodging, you can't just think about one situation. You have to consider many aspects. Choose a place that is most suitable for you to avoid, and turn attack into defense. When I talk about turning offense into defense, I don't mean to keep you here to catch my sword. Similarly, the other party's behavior was beyond Zhang Bufang's expectations. When he saw this man's actions, his first reaction was indeed admiration. He was not so arrogant that he was blindly self-centered. He was very considerate of every war. He was confident of his victory, but at the same time, he also wanted to learn better things from every war he experienced. And this person at level 50 was actually willing to give some advice. Unfortunately, this is a life-and-death gamble. I am not the only opponent you face, said the level 50 person, looking directly into Zhang Bufang's eyes, unwilling to miss any information about the other party that could allow him to predict the next step, and at the same time shouted behind him, "What are you still doing standing there?" The two people actually started chatting while watching the two fighting in front of them. Although it was just a few words, they could still see their captain giving instructions to the other party. What kind of operation was this? Helping one's enemy would not. Did he just hurt himself? When he was looking at it, he was stunned for a moment when the captain shouted. Chen was able to seize this opportunity very well. He raised the spear in his hand and pointed it at another person with a little actual combat experience. As long as he got rid of this person, it would be much easier for the remaining one to play casually. Bang dash, but when the first bullet was fired, Chen faced the crisis of exposing himself to danger. There were more than 5 people present. The level 46 man fell down in response, but a flying knife also rushed towards him. Chen followed the trajectory of the flying knife and saw the man hiding behind the jungle. He also instantly noticed the man lying on the lawn. It's already a little red. He hurriedly used the spear in his hand, but Chen was still injured by the flying knife that contained power on his back. The blade had been blocked by him, but when he injected his own power into the flying knife, he was still injured. With the sword energy in his body, Chen felt as if someone had slapped him in the chest, but he was unwilling to miss this good opportunity. As his body fell, he subconsciously raised his gun and fired several bullets at the place where the flying knife came. Then Chen fell to the ground, but there is no way to get up quickly. When the level 43 man saw his companions being killed, he immediately panicked as he was inexperienced. Even forcing himself to calm down was of no use. His previous training told him that since he discovered the person in the secret, he must. Use the shortest possible time to kill the opponent with one blow. Therefore, Chunhee's fall was undoubtedly completely exposed. The level 43 man rushed forward directly. Since his chest was injured by the knife, there was no way to get up and avoid it in a short time. Well, Chunhee relied entirely on willpower to control his body and move away half a minute the moment the opponent's knife fell. Although the knife still penetrated his body, fortunately, it was not injured. Heart. Just as the level 43 man was about to pull out the knife, Chunhee suddenly grabbed his hand, and the hand holding the handle of the knife was tightly controlled. The man panicked instantly. Unexpectedly, Chunhee suddenly. He looked at him and said, "I remember I was like you when I was on my first mission to kill people." What? That person was really frightened by Chunhee. You have a higher level among your peers, but you lack any actual combat experience. But you and I are different. Chunhee grabbed another dagger hidden on the opponent's boots and let the dagger on his chest go. The knife penetrated for a few minutes again, and he quickly stood up, swung the knife, and pierced the opponent's heart. Seeing the surprised look on the other person's face, Chunhee remained calm and even smiled, as if he couldn't feel the injuries on his body or the knife inserted into his chest, and then said, "It's a pity that you. It was so stupid that I really didn't take my own life seriously and didn't use my brain to think more. At that time, I racked my brains and tried every means to survive." As soon as the person in front of him fell down, Chunhee shook off the other person's hand. He couldn't take out the knife yet, otherwise it might be difficult to stop the bleeding. Chunhee reluctantly got up and planned to help Zhang Bufang. But the level 50 man didn't miss any place. Just now he deflected Zhang Bufang's attack with his sword, stepped back several steps, waved the sword in his hand, and killed with sword energy. Chunhee. This sword energy entering the body is much more painful than the tear caused by the flying knife just now. If the pain caused by the flying knife can be described as Jian Jin's attack level, then this sword at this time. Qi was the difference between Jian Jin's IQ level. Chunhee felt as if all his internal organs were mixed together. He vomited blood in large mouths. His eyes were filled with darkness. Chunhee immediately lost consciousness and fell into a coma. "Now it's your turn. I admire your ability very much, so I don't mind giving you a few words, but I want to kill you more so that my mission can be successfully completed." It turned out that this was the real ability of the opponent. The opponent almost swung his sword, and every action was twice as fast as the previous attack. Zhang Bufang could not even react. Floating, Zhang Bufang reluctantly used his skills to dodge this time. After escaping from death, he instantly felt a lingering fear in his heart. He didn't know what was going on just now. Just looking at the other person's eyes, he felt as if he was intoxicated. As if in a daze, he shouted loudly in his heart, asking himself to quickly regain control of his body. In the end, he had to recite the skills exchanged by the system silently, as if his feet were stuck to the ground, and then he had a chance to move. The person at level 50 does not intend to play with Zhang Bufang anymore, which in his eyes is like a child's playhouse game. In the shortest possible time, he will solve the problem of the person in front of him and the accident he encountered. The less it will be. So this person's next move is to go directly to seize Zhang Bufang's weapon. Zhang Bufang's state of mind has changed a lot. He really can't hide from this move, and he wants to block it reflexively. Unexpectedly, the opponent's target was his wrist. Zhang Bufang only felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and he could no longer hold the sword in his hand. The level 50 person did not intend to give the man in front of him a chance to breathe, and the next sword was aimed straight at his neck. If this blow really fell on his neck, Zhang Bufang would have split his head immediately. I firmly believe this. Just when Zhang Bufang had to think desperately that he had to take this sword, a white bullet flew towards the enemy in front of him. The man did not dare to catch it easily, so he slashed with the tip of his sword. With a small bang sound, the white pill exploded, and at the same time, Zhang Bufang heard Dugwa's voice behind him. Zhang Bufang reacted and quickly retreated. How could he forget that there was another Dugwa? "Go and see Chunhee," Zhang Bufang said, taking advantage of this moment of respite and taking a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down without looking at Dugwa. For his enemy, he has already figured out some methods. Although the opponent's movements are fast, accurate, ruthless, and strong, the speed is still not enough, and his eyes still catch some flaws. It seems that the opponent is targeting his own shortcomings. I know very well that when I am attacking, I am trying my best to hide my weaknesses. Then the only thing you can do is induce the opponent to use sword moves. The opponent's carefully guarded attack must be enlarged before he can have a chance to succeed. The white ammunition you just gave me. Give me 1 or 2 more. Zhang Bufang said to Du Gua. The white ammunition exploded and countless white powders splashed, which was indeed very effective in holding back the enemy. But the gap in power cannot be solved by some hidden weapons. Having a high level does not mean having more practical experience. Being able to maximize one's own advantages in every battle also means having a lot of practical experience. It doesn't mean that his level is high, but people who have both high levels and practical experience, such as the level 50 person Zhang Bufang is facing at this time, have been taking on mercenary guild tasks for more than 20 years, and almost every time they are on the same level. Enemy skulls, crawling out of hell. From the beginning, Zhang Bufang wanted to leapfrog and challenge him. When he first faced this person, he started to beat the drum in his heart. He lowered his demands to be able to save Du Gua. Then during the battle, he doubted whether he could survive. It was a problem. Even if the system really gave him a big benefit this time, a direct upgrade from level 40 to level 45 and a free skill, he still couldn't beat this person. Zhang Bufang thought about it. When he was playing games in real life, his equipment was not as good as his opponent's. His operations were not as flexible as his opponent's, and he didn't even have a skin. What could you use to defeat the opponent's boss? Zhang Bufang has received challenges from many people so far, and he has defeated them one by one. Some relied on his own real ability at the time, and some relied on the system to temporarily exchange skills and improve his level. Of course, he will inevitably encounter problems during the battle. When he meets someone whose level is higher than his own, and he really can't beat him, he will choose to use hidden weapons. In order to survive, he must win every battle, no matter what the means. But the level 50 person opposite him is the only one who Zhang Bufang has accepted so many challenges and does not want to use other means to defeat. Because of admiration, Zhang Bufang could see that during the fight, the reason why the opponent asked him about his moves was not because he was arrogant, but because he cherished his talent. Zhang Bufang felt that his judgment was not wrong. If a person can, as a senior, teach his enemy, her own junior, in a life-and-death duel, he is considered a good person. Zhang Bufang is sure that even if Zhang Bufang kills the other party in the end, the other party will never show a look of disbelief like the people who have fought against him. The other party also has a ruthless character and will not lead. There is blind kindness. These 2 points together make Zhang Bufang feel very admired. So he wanted to defeat this person openly and honestly. The other person's expression should be one of conviction, not regret. He just put 2 white pills at the opponent, and the white powder instantly enveloped him, but the opponent was not affected. Instead, a gust of wind blew by, and Zhang Bufang felt his eyes hurt from the powder. Since you showed up on your own, I can save myself some trouble. The other party looked at Du Gua, his eyes still cold. And then he tilted his head slightly to look at Zhang Bufang and said, "What's your name?" Zhang Bufang, from Hope Survivor Base, Zhang Bufang replied. That's right. The other party had never heard of it, but still politely replied. Number 3. My name is Number 3. Since accepting missions in the Mercenary Guild, he has slowly made more and more enemies, and had to change his name to Number 3, because he ranks 3rd among those who freely accept missions in the Mercenary Guild. This ranking has not changed since then. Hand over Du Gua, and I can spare your life. I can warn you first. As long as you don't tell anyone the information he told you, you won't be on the Mercenary Guild's task list, said Number 3. I really can't beat you. There are cliffs behind me, and I have no way to go. Zhang Bufang glanced at Du Gua, who had been restless since just now, and then at Chen He, who was still seriously injured and unconscious. He said helplessly, In that case, can you please let me and the seriously injured man lying on the ground go free? Okay, Number 3 replied, and Number 3 said, by the way, follow this road, go down, and you will see a forest. Take a detour. It is when the storms in the desert become more severe. Find a way to stay longer. After a few days, store enough food before going out. Thank you, Senior, Zhang Bufang returned, but he already felt guilty. Zhang Bufang, Du Gua said in disbelief. He He wanted to reach out and grab Zhang Bufang. Unfortunately, before his hand could be straightened, a knife was placed in front of Du Gua. It was number 3. It was Zhang Bufang who broke his promise and gave up. He did. Zhang Bufang picked up Chun He, who was still unconscious, and gave Du Gua a wish-for-blessing look. He never looked back and disappeared from Du Gua's sight step by step. A drop of sweat dripped from Du Gua's face, so what will be waiting for him next? Will it be cramps and peeling that makes him worse than death? Or will he find ways to pry open his mouth and give away the news that 10 companions sacrificed their lives for? Eastward flow? Du Gua didn't dare to think about any situation that he couldn't bear. Even before it started, he was almost facing collapse on the road to death. Zhang Bufang placed Chun He beside a stream, gave him some water, rummaged through his backpack for wound medicine, and bandaged him. He handed Du Gua over to number 3. In that situation, Zhang Bufang really couldn't think of what else to do. He had 3 options. One was to defeat number 3. However, the facts told him that hidden weapons were not sensitive to crises like number 3. 2 was killed by number 3. 3 handed over to Du Gua, leaving himself a temporary way to survive. Then he could only choose a delay strategy, handing over Du Gua. From the moment he met Du Gua, Zhang Bufang discovered that Du Gua was very afraid of number 3 finding him. In Du Gua's understanding, number 3 would kill him if he found him, but Du Gua was not willing to die like this. But Zhang Bufang felt that even if number 3 caught Du Gua immediately, he would not kill him directly. Number 3 revealed more or less about the tasks he had taken. For example, he knew that Du Gua had something in his mouth. There is some news, but it is also very likely that number 3 only knows about this matter. Secondly, Du Gua is the only one who brought back the news, and the Mercenary Guild will take the initiative to issue a mission to hunt down Du Gua. So this matter must be related to the Mercenary Guild. The basis for Zhang Bufang's judgment that number 3 would not kill Du Gua was that Du Gua clearly told him that the first batch of tasks for the Mercenary Guild were given to Du Gua and his party. Unexpectedly, this task brought them irreparable consequences. The second batch of tasks released by the Mercenary Guild is to find Du Gua's number 3, and there will be a third batch of tasks. If this matter could be solved by killing Du Gua, the Mercenary Guild would not go to such trouble. But why did the Employment Guild estimate that the mortality rate for this mission was over 80%? If the opponent number 3 faced was just Zhang Bufang, then there would be no such thing as one's own mortality rate, and it would simply become 100% enemy mortality rate. So, is the appearance of Zhang Bufang just an episode in the middle of this mission? The real opponent that number 3 will face has not yet appeared? But if all the teammates of number 3 are killed, then the success rate of number 3's mission will be greatly increased. Discount. System. Let me take a look at my current gold coin value. Zhang Bufang sat next to Chun He. The current gold coin value is 1,237 and the merit value is 18,000. What is the merit value? Zhang Bufang had never seen it before. When you reach level 45, during important missions, experience points will be converted into merit points. In the future, the level will need to be improved by the host itself or by using merit points in exchange for level upgrades, and the gold coin value will also change. After level 45, every time you kill the gold coin value of ordinary zombies is increased by 1. The gold coin value of killing high-level zombies is increased by 5, and the gold coin value of killing zombie kings is increased by 20. When fighting against humans, the level is not more than 10% lower than itself, and the gold coin value is increased by 50 after victory. In a level-up battle, if the opponent's level is 5% higher than your own level, the gold coin value will be increased by 400. If you kill the opponent's level that is 10% higher than your own level, the base gold coin value will be added. Add 1,000. And for every 10% more level, the value of gold coins will be increased by 500 for each level. So, zombies are no longer of much use. What he is facing now is not the group of living dead, but his own kind. Then what else can merit points be exchanged for? Zhang Bufang asked. In view of the fact that the survival rate of the host will decrease in the future, the system mall has 3 opportunities to purchase the resurrection pill. As long as the body is intact, it can be brought back to life. In addition, the merit points can also be exchanged for required elixirs, daily necessities, and battle supplies. as well as some of the intelligence data needed in the mission. Some rare good things will be refreshed in the mall from time to time. Please pay attention to the host to check. The system replied. Zhang Bufang hesitated for a moment. He had not forgotten that his mission was still going on. As he was thinking about it, he finally chose to go to the mall to exchange it. In this case, he would be defeated by force. Medicines that can help you recover quickly and treat you. Give Chun-Hee a new spear in exchange for it. What should I give myself in exchange? Zhang Bufang sat aside, seemingly in a daze, but in fact he was selecting things from the mall over and over in his mind, and finally, when I saw one, I said, let's hold it in place. The total consumption merit points are 6852. The system disappeared after saying this. Wait. Zhang Bufang seemed to have seen something and said, check the location of Guantong and Chuntao. Consumption of merit points 2000, querying. Ahead, 500 meters out, after leaving the woods, Chuntao and Guantong are fighting with someone. What is the level of the opponent? Zhang Bufang was relieved about Chuntao and Guantong, but he was worried about the strength of the enemy. If it was really difficult, he would go over to help with Chun-Hee on his back now. The query requires 1500 merit points. Do you want to query? The system asks. Forget it. I'll go and see for myself. Zhang Bufang accepted his fate and picked up Chun-Hee on his back, thinking about Chuntao and Guantong's position, and walked over. After Zhang Bufang's family carried them over, they were still about 50 meters away from the fighting place. It seemed that he was too worried that he underestimated Guantong and Chuntao's ability. There were 5 or 6 people on the opposite side. Maybe they had been fighting for a long time, but Guantong, Tong and Chuntao were not at a disadvantage. So Zhang Bufang simply put down Chun-Hee, sat aside to watch the show, and took a closer look. Guantong and Chuntao seemed to be much closer than before they were separated. These two are indeed destined for each other. Why does it seem like there's someone on the other side? That woman was behind Guantong and Chuntao, and her injuries seemed to be not serious. Guantong and Chuntao tried their best to protect the woman behind them. The woman was seizing the time to quickly bandage her injuries and go to the enemy from time to time. Fong looked around, probably wanting to bandage the wound and quickly join the fight. But the injuries were too serious, with wounds on key parts such as arms and legs. The woman was always on the side, and she became the person the enemy wanted to sneak attack on. So when someone finally couldn't hold it any longer, he took advantage of Guantong, and when Chuntao was held back, he rushed towards the woman with the intention of taking her life. The woman hadn't reacted yet. She seemed to be frightened. She whispered and even closed her eyes, preparing to die. Be careful. Why don't you take it easy when your injuries are serious like this? Zhang Bufang held the sword in his left hand without unsheathing it, and used the power of his right hand to concentrate and blast the enemy away. Chuntao and Guantong were also startled. After hurriedly dealing with the enemies fighting with them in front of them, they turned around and found Zhang Bufang. Both of them had a look of surprise on their faces and ran over together. Lord Buddha, are you okay? Did you encounter any trouble during this period? Chuntao was obviously very impatient. Guantong originally wanted to go up and say some greetings, but when he saw that Chuntao seemed to be holding on to Zhang Bufang, he just smiled helplessly at Zhang Bufang and wanted to pay attention to the woman behind Zhang Bufang. But suddenly he noticed Chun-Hee, who was lying aside by Zhang Bufang. Guantong hurriedly went to check on Chun-Hee and found that although the injury was serious, it had been bandaged in time and he should wake up soon. Lord Buddha, you are in big trouble? If she remembered correctly, Chun-Hee seemed to be even higher than them in strength. Chun-Hee was injured like this. Guantong couldn't imagine that Zhang Bufang was here. What have you experienced during this period of time? I was about to discuss this matter with you, but I haven't slept for a whole day. Do you have a place to rest? By the way, who is this? Zhang Bufang could indeed see a black and blue under his eyes. Not far ahead is a relatively simple cave. Let's talk as we walk. Guantong helped the woman up and led the way to Zhang Bufang. Chuntao consciously carried Chun-Hee on his back and followed him. By the way, I haven't asked your name so far. My name is Guantong. Who are you? Guantong asked the woman she was supporting. My name is Taylor June Cole. Taylor actually didn't want Guantong to help her. Although she was limping, she was not to the point where she needed help. But when she looked up, Guantong cared. Her eyes were sincere, and she was embarrassed to say it. It's like this. When we got separated from Buddha, we fell into a lake. It took a lot of effort to climb out of the lake. As a result, we were trapped at the bottom of the lake and couldn't find the direction to get out. It was very dark there, and we didn't know how to get out. After a while, I accidentally heard the sound of fighting outside, so I followed the sound, and after breaking open the cave, I found that the person outside happened to be Taylor, and Taylor was fighting with a group of people. Chen Tao described what happened in the past few days. Say it roughly. Oh, a group of people walked into the cave. The firewood pile had been raised, and it was getting very late. Zhang Bufang seemed to be curious about this woman. Taylor looks like a European and American, with fair skin, a tall nose, and beautiful clear blue eyes under a pair of raised eyebrows. In this way, Zhang Bufang thought of the original world and smiled unconsciously. It was just that the names were similar. The two people looked nothing alike. Then, let me take a rest first. As for what I want to tell you, I will wait until tomorrow. The moon is urging me to sleep. After Zhang Bufang relaxed, he felt endless tiredness. It happened that he could trust. Everyone was here, so he just played and lay down on the grass. His eyes could no longer be opened, and after a while, his steady breathing could be heard. Well, Chunhee will wake up soon too. Guantong put Chunhee in place. She has had enough rest and can stay overnight for a while. But it is obvious that there is someone who wants to accompany her. Taylor seemed to want to say something. Wait a minute, I believe you won't harm us. When Buddha wakes up, let's talk about it together, okay? If you are so seriously injured, you should rest first. Maybe there will be other things tomorrow. Guantong said softly. Thank you. Taylor agreed simply. The next day, Zhang Bufang only rested for about 4 or 5 hours. He did still have serious things to do, and even if he was out of the battle, he always remained vigilant. The slightest sound around him could trigger his conditioned reflex. He wanted to stand up. If he hadn't known that his teammates were all here, his sword would have been unsheathed by now. Chunhee, how do you feel? Zhang Bufang saw Chunhee sitting beside him. He must have been awake for a while, but the other person seemed to be in a daze and asked with a smile. Lord Buddha, did you bandage my news yesterday? Chunhee asked. When Zhang Bufang nodded, he became a little embarrassed as expected and said, Chunhee, thank you, Lord Buddha. Can I ask again? One sentence, what kind of wound medicine did Lord Buddha use? The effect is better than what I brought. Most of the wound medicine that Chunhee brought was produced by the Hope Survivor base. However, the medicine that Zhang Bufang gave to Chunhee was exchanged for the system with gold coins in his early days, but Zhang Bufang could never say that. I got something interesting by chance before. When I took the mission a few days ago, I happened to turn out this bottle of medicine. I thought it would be useful and took it with me. Zhang Bufang replied naturally. Thank you, Lord Buddha. Chunhee thanked him again. So can we talk about things now? Taylor came in from outside with several wild fruits in his hand, distributed them to Zhang Bufang and Chunhee, and explained. Guantong went out to find water, Chen Tao should. I didn't trust her, so I went with him. He left the extra fruit with Guantong and Chen Tao, and Taylor also sat on the ground. It just so happens that these two people are back. Zhang Bufang looked at the men and women who walked in one after another with a knowing smile. He stopped wasting time and went directly to the topic, saying, First of all, I want to know about you, Taylor. Where did it come from? Why were you being hunted? And what are your plans for the future? When Zhang Bufang asked this question, he knew that he was trying to find a way to get Taylor to join the team. The reason why he asked about his origins was to see if Taylor's background was troublesome, why he was being hunted, and to know the details of the survivors. Can you protect her? You are the highest level woman I have ever seen. Level 34, very good, Zhang Bufang praised. Thank you. I fled here directly from the northern part of the mainland. I'm lucky. I didn't encounter the desert you mentioned, because my family, June Cole, happened to walk down the last desert path not long ago. Downhill steps, completely finished. Taylor said these things that happened not long ago, and she was still a little emotional and touched in her heart. She should have been so sad that she cried, but after running away in this place for so long, she felt nothing at all. As for the group of people who were chasing me, I don't know what happened. Maybe they were sent by family enemies. I was still looking for a place to stay when such a group of people suddenly jumped out. Without saying a word, they just wanted to kill me. My life. Taylor smiled and shrugged. I plan to join you, but before that I want to ask about your levels. In fact, Taylor couldn't tell that only Zhang Bufang and Chun he had their levels, so she still asked out of politeness. Guantong and Chun Tao are now level 33? Yes, Chun he has become level 36, and I am level 45. Zhang Bufang looked at the levels of everyone present, and suddenly remembered that there seemed to be one more person among them, but it was a pity to go alone. After accepting a mission, I wondered if the woman from the hiring guild had abducted him. Zhang Bufang mentioned it. There is another one named Jiang Haiyang. You should be able to see him soon. By the way, my name is Zhang Bufang. You can call me Buddha. I welcome you to join, but you have to think carefully. What we represent behind us is the Hope Survivor base. If you join us, it is equivalent to agreeing to join the Hope Survivor base. Zhang Bufang said. No problem, Taylor replied readily. Zhang Bufang was a little happy to be able to unexpectedly hand over such a good team member, but he had not finished what he wanted to say. Zhang Bufang then told everyone present what she had encountered in the past few days. He said that what they wanted to discuss together was how to save Du Gua. Zhang Bufang has not received the system prompt that the mission has failed even now, which means that his guess is correct. Du Gua and number 3 may both be a card played by the hiring guild this time. Whoever is taken first. Washing, it's all the same. Du Gua is not dead yet. Maybe it can be delayed for a few days. Du Gua, I am thinking of subduing him to the Hope Survivor base, Zhang Bufang said. No problem, Lord Buddha. But the number 3 you mentioned, how strong is he? There were really very few enemies who could be exaggerated by Zhang Bufang. So Chen Tao couldn't help, but asked curiously. Level 50, 30 years old. What I can be sure of is that if this person enters the main city and just finds a level 55 person to fight, he will definitely be able to beat him, Zhang Bufang said with a smile, but the raised corners of his lips did not hide the admiration he revealed and the cold look between his brows. In order to always be vigilant that Zhang Bufang would come back again, and to prevent other troubles from getting involved, number 3 took Du Gua, who had been knocked unconscious, to the edge of the northern wasteland. As soon as they left this green mountain, the northern wasteland turned into the national territory of the far north. When he accepted the mission, the people from the mercenary guild told him that Du Gua was carrying very important information about a woman Taylor. After prying his mouth open, he immediately killed him. But so far, this kid's tough talk has attracted the attention of the head of the mercenary guild. What Du Gua is carrying is certainly not simple, and he must be more careful not to kill this person. First of all, after prying Du Gua's mouth, he himself could not guarantee his own life safety. People from the mercenary guild were even spread in every corner and would always appear in unexpected places. Secondly, even if the mercenary guild did not intend to kill him, you can't make people half dead just because this kid didn't speak for a long time. Extreme pain will make people clearer and make their memories confused. He didn't know much about the people from the far north outside the northern wastelands. He heard that this people had a very tough temperament and it was difficult to survive in the far north. He said that there were many people from the far north people who would go to the Green Mountains to find what they needed. Survival stuff. Because the northern wasteland is originally an abandoned area, it can be said that apart from quietly killing those who want to kill, there is nothing else that can be used. Therefore, all forces have to deal with these intruders. The nation also turns a blind eye and closes one eye. Number 3 does not plan to return from the same route in the Green Mountains. The risk is too great. For him, traveling among the people in the far north is relatively safer, even if he has to take a detour. Furthermore, starting from the Green Mountains, going back, it was a long journey, and he had no food to support him. He walked through the ethnic minority areas in the far north. If anyone dared to cause trouble for him, not only would the person be beaten up, but his things might also be taken away. Number 3 looked at the unconscious Du Gua and used a pair of shackles to connect his right hand and right foot. Once the shackles were fastened, there was no key to unlock them. Anyway, this kid was also unconscious. If he needed to rush, he could carry it. Keep walking, and when the time comes, with his strength, he can just split the shackles. Has anyone rushed here? Number 3 sensed something. It seems to be a man and a woman. So he subconsciously thought that the man might be Zhang Bufang. So in order not to alert the snake, number 3 was just about to lure the snake out of the hole, pretend to relax his vigilance, hide Du Gua first, and then start recording the plan. Unexpectedly, the other party. He went straight to the point, but unfortunately, he only saw one woman. Is there a man in your hands? The woman was veiled and wearing a long black cloak. Number 3 noticed that when the wind blew through the corner of the cloak, it revealed the silver dark patterns on the clothes. He had never seen such patterns before, but the material was unusual at first glance. It was plated with silver. Although Number 3 had doubts about who this woman was, he still did not let go of the idea that Zhang Bufang was around, so he had maintained a high level of vigilance. But at the same time, he was also a little curious about Zhang Bufang. In his heart, he hoped even more that the man who hadn't appeared yet was Zhang Bufang. He wanted to see how much fun this junior could give him. Oh, who? Number 3 replied coldly. I don't know what his name is. The woman suddenly became excited, and her tone was slightly suppressed, saying, there is a pattern on the clothes he is wearing. I checked, and he is from your mainland. And he is hired. From the guild. Really? You have also seen that I don't have anyone here. How dare you be so arrogant if you are not from here? Be careful of these unfounded things. If you throw dirty water on me, it will not end well. Now that Number 3 is thinking, if the other party wants to deal with him, then he will accompany him. You. The woman seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and she was able to conjure up something luminous in her hand, and then it dissipated. Although Number 3 remained calm, he was already on high alert. As long as the woman dared to act rashly, he could break the woman's neck at any time. My things can't be wrong. People from your mainland are so untrustworthy. He said he would stay with us, so we treated him like a friend. As it turned out, this man was lucky. He stole something from our clan, dared to run away without saying a word. Now even if he is my friend, I will catch him out and beat him up, the woman said fiercely. You've got the wrong person. I said there's no one here, so I don't want to explain it to you a second time. Number 3 began to show impatience. In fact, he was already guessing in his mind when Zhang Bufang would appear. It's just a little game of playing house. If today's juniors are all playing and relying on this method to win, then I'm afraid the talent will be severely lonely. Number 3 is very calm. Don't lie to me. You must be 2 people. You don't seem to know someone from the far north. Who do you want to avoid by going to this place that is confused with the far north? The woman kept chattering, obviously. I don't intend to give up so easily. Number 3 was disdainful to make the other party so anxious and angry. This woman was planning to fight him before she even said a few important words. Just because the female generation of this generation also cooperated with him to fight? Go away. Number 3 said coldly as he received the knife from the woman, and then flicked the blade away. The woman rolled back and took several steps back. Number 3 stood on the same spot, even the position of his feet. Without moving, he put his left hand behind his back and said, I don't hit women or children. Hypocritical. The woman didn't want to give up. She took a few breaths, took a break, and attacked him again. Number 3 just stretched out his right hand to receive the opponent's various attacks. He also has rules and bottom lines in his profession as a killer. Since the opponent is a weak female generation, he has the gentlemanly demeanor after all, so he will accompany him. Watching this woman play her boring game, also silently, telling the other party, you are not even qualified to ask me to move my steps or stretch out my left hand, let alone let me fight you. After a few rounds of back and forth, this woman's combos, which were still calm in the past, turned into attacks that were unorganized and focused on attacking. Number 3 was stalling for time with this woman, and was also paying attention to Dugua's side. Suddenly, he gathered strength with his right hand and pushed hard. The woman couldn't bear it anymore and fell back. At the same time, Number 3 gathered the blade energy in his right hand and struck in the direction of Dugua. Number 3 joked, Look, there is a mouse here. Why is it a woman again? This woman was dressed in red and embroidered with gold patterns. I can't say how fine the material of the clothes was, but judging from the style, she must be from the far north. Zhang Bufang, why haven't you shown up yet? Or maybe he guessed wrong. Number 3 was suspicious. You and the woman in black clothes keep fighting. What do you care about me? Didn't you say you don't hurt women? The woman was injured by Number 3's air blade and fell to the side, with blood on her arms. You are indeed 2 people. Well, these 2 women chattering incessantly were quite annoying. While Number 3 was diverting his attention, the other side was about to attack again. So he wanted to sneak up on him while he was free. But this woman was really weird. Since two people wanted to hit him, they actually scolded each other. Where did you come from, a wild girl? Go away and don't disturb my sister. You are the only one dressed in black. You are a typical person with no taste. You don't even look at yourself. You just come here to be a BTCH and curse others, right? It's so noisy. Number 3 is really impatient now. Two women hit him together. Although the two women's levels were too low to watch, he still found it extremely troublesome. The woman in red suddenly changed her moves and slapped the woman in black inexplicably. Then he grabbed the sack on the ground and ran away, shouting as he ran. I can see right through it all, and it's all black. It's as disgusting as a toad in the night. Number 3 was speechless, but he didn't let down his guard. He couldn't let the woman take the thing and leave. The thing was just some small items on the way. It would be fine if someone else's was taken away, but not his. Just in case. The bag went out, and someone found out that it belonged to him. What should he do if his enemies poured dirty water on him? And not to mention the coincidence of the appearance of these two women, the motives are certainly unusual. I didn't allow you to leave. Number 3 slapped the woman in black away with his palm. In an instant, he moved in front of the thief and grabbed the woman who stole the thing by the neck. Where did he get the thing from? Just throw this person back somewhere. We, the people in the far north, have very little survival resources to speak of. What's wrong with taking a few things from you? When the Green Mountains were covered with snow and the flowers were still there, I came here to look for things and found a lot of things that could be used. What about giving food and clothing to the tribesmen? You didn't take care of it for several years before? Now you are acting as a master, right? It's just an act. The thief began to curse. Number 3 once heard that the women of the far north tribe are very fierce. They insist on scolding people. Not only do they like to yell and curse loudly, but they also like to hit people. If they cannot be beaten, they are unreasonable and shameless. You are just a nation that is about to be destroyed in the far north. Why don't you talk before you look at how insignificant you are? Number 3 was disdainful. It seems that what they said was right. The woman in this far north does not look like a woman at all. It should look like a hungry zombie. Dougal woke up. Number 3 frowned slightly. On the one hand, it was the deliberate provocation of the woman in black, and on the other hand, there was such a troublesome far north thief. The main reason was that the appearance of such a thief disrupted the rhythm he should have mastered. You? Taylor. The first time Dougal woke up in a daze, he saw Taylor, the person he was tasked with protecting. But the person who killed him was obviously still beside him. So why did Taylor stand opposite her? Isn't it obvious that he is going to die? Dougal was still a little conscious, but the sight of this woke him up. We were kind enough to keep you as a guest, but you actually dared to roll up your things and run away, setting fire to the pavilion and making the pavilion owner angry for 3 days. Taylor was still pretending to be her identity and shouted to Dougal. What? Dougal was stunned for a moment. Perhaps his desire to survive was too strong at this critical moment. Dougal quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly cooperated. You made a mistake. Dougal argued in a panic. Today, even if God is standing here to stop me, I will take you back to negotiate. Taylor became fierce all of a sudden, as if he hated Dougal to the core. He simply ignored him and kept holding the knife. Rushed towards Dougal. The character disputes in this mission are really troublesome. Number 3 is upset. Can't you just kill the other person? You have a grudge, and the other person set fire to your house. Tell him to just kill this person with a knife. Even if he fell to the ground and told her such nonsense, she would let him run out of his territory? What a joke. He had to talk about so many troublesome things, and he felt confused even listening to it. Number 3 was so angry that he already said he wouldn't hit women, but he just lost his mind, so don't blame him for hitting a mad dog. Dougal was still tied up hand and foot. Number 3 pressed the woman in red's neck with one hand and pinched her until she was about to suffocate. He was unable to resist. Number 3 raised his left hand to catch the woman in black. Where did you come from? Now I don't care who you are. Get out of here. Taylor yelled directly at Number 3. Presumptuous. Number 3 was furious and directly charged up the force with his left hand to beat the woman out. The woman in black lay on the ground and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and then got up again. While cursing and saying harsh words to Number 3, she didn't know what to say there. Anyway, she probably couldn't leave without saying, I must do this today. Take away this Dugwa. The resistance and struggle of the thief woman being pinched by number 3 gradually became less and less. It seemed that number 3 was determined to kill her. When the woman in black on the other side came to attack unwillingly, number 3, the left hand of Hao already has 30% strength, and he plans to send the opponent directly to hell to tell the king of hell about those troublesome things. Number 3 did not forget that when Dugwa woke up, he called the woman Taylor. He had heard of this name himself, and when he accepted the mission, the mercenary guild only briefly mentioned it, in order to prevent the information he got from being incorrect. The name Taylor was the important person in this news, and he had also mentioned it before. I've never heard of Taylor, but I didn't tell you not to kill this woman until the mission started. The best way to solve the problem that will cause more trouble is to directly remove this key thing. Therefore, number 3 has no intention of saving the lives of either of these two women, and besides, he doesn't need to. His principle is indeed not to hit women, but once the other party becomes more involved, more troublesome, or even threatens his own life, he will ignore all mutually exclusive principles. He would not allow a woman to interrupt his mission. This was a great shame for a man. Tyler, back off. A leaf passed in front of Taylor. Taylor, who was still angry at first, calmed down instantly and quickly backed away before he could touch number 3. A man dressed in black and wearing a mask fell from midair and stood in front of number 3. Is this Zhang Bufang? Number 3 was initially excited, but when he looked carefully, he didn't look like it. He was even smaller than Zhang Bufang. Somewhat disappointed. Ahem. This man seemed to be suffering from some kind of physical pain. He frowned slightly as soon as he fell down, but he still straightened his waist and looked directly at number 3's probing eyes. There was a coldness between his eyebrows, and he said, "It's nothing more than him and me. We have some disputes with each other. I would like to ask you to do this first, but we need to take this person away. Your Excellency, what do you think? Can I?" Number 3 was about to answer the other party's human words, but before he could say "fuck you XX," the thief woman, caught in his right hand, suddenly increased in strength and was actually big enough to. After breaking free from his hand, number 3 felt a burst of pain in his right hand after retracting his hand. Cough, 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 cough. The woman in red lowered her waist and coughed for a long time before her complexion improved a little bit. But the woman's behavior just now offended number 3. Originally, number 3 tried his best to keep calm, but after these repeated provocations, the person he wanted to wait for never came out. Number 3 didn't want to give this woman a chance to breathe, so he placed an air blade around Dugwa and started fighting with the woman in red. This woman was very strange. She had been unable to resist just now, but she suddenly gained strength. With this woman, number 3 frowned when the fight started. The woman in red had become much more skilled, and she even liked to trick him secretly. She deliberately used her moves to be flashy, as if every move would dazzle the other party's eyes. But she is nothing more than a savage woman from a small and unreasonable nation. Number 3 didn't want to fight with this person. He also wanted to deal with Taylor's 2 people, so he asked the woman in red to help, which would also confirm some of his guesses. Number 3 punched the woman in red in the face. The other person panicked and tried to resist. Number 3 had long expected that a hidden weapon would attack him, so he flicked the hidden weapon away. The hit to the woman's face just now was nothing more than a bluff. As soon as his left hand passed, he twisted the opponent's neck, and during the fight, he deliberately went towards Taylor. "Sir, I must teach this person a lesson today. No matter what, now is a good time." Taylor could still give up the idea of beating Dugwa, but this time he attacked number 3 first. Go. Number 3 threw the woman in red in the direction of the man in black. The man in black behaved like a cold but fierce person. His pale face may have been injured, but judging from number 3's experience, if this person is really who he appears, then he will never save this woman in red. However, Chun he went to pick her up. After Chun he rescued the woman in red, he found that she had been seriously injured by number 3 and was now dying. "What? Your Excellency, are you interested in this little girl from the far north ethnic group?" Number 3 smiled, his murderous intent ready to come out. Chun he didn't say anything. His hand that held the woman in red was already sweating. He took a closer look at the woman's clothes. After a while, he said, "These are not the clothes of the people in the far north." "What? The air blade in number three's hand has already been raised. Although the people of the far north ethnic group wear colorful clothes, it is extremely cold all year round. It is difficult for the tribe to survive. How can they still care about such useless patterns embroidered on their clothes? Chunhee let go indifferently and blushed. The woman in clothes threw it aside, then took out a handkerchief, carefully wiped every place on her fingers, and then threw the handkerchief away with a look of slight disgust. It can be seen from just this action of this man that he is still living a very exquisite and meticulous life in the last days. Number three's guest did not turn out as he expected, but he still remained calm in the face of danger and was not alarmed by any changes. Number three smiled and said, "If it's not the case, then damn it, Your Excellency, do you recognize that the ethnic costumes of the far north are also from the far north? I still know a little about the people of the far north. The people of the far north. Is there a big dispute between Your Excellency and this person in my hands?" Number three's attitude softened, from you to Your Excellency, and now to Sir. His expression also became much more respectful. "Yeah," Chunhee just responded. "It's good to know. Why don't you send someone over quickly?" Taylor said. "Yeah. May I say a few words? Which ethnic group in the far north is Your Excellency from?" Number three asked casually. "You want you to mind your own business?" Taylor glared at number three. The people of the far north are just a general term. The peoples of the far north are divided into more than 10 categories. Even if the two ethnic groups have interacted with each other in the past, people of a certain ethnic group in the far north are never allowed to be called by the collective name of the people of the far north. Them. In the far north, this is a taboo of etiquette. Number three had not finished speaking. The air blade condensed in his right hand had already swept towards Chunhee and Taylor, making a loud sound through the air. This move used 70% of his strength. As expected, the two people were just pretending. A man and a woman flew out one after another. Number three yelled, "Brother Zhang Bufong, come out. This is boring housekeeping. It's home time already. How dare you trick him like this?" The sound of the cuffs behind him was clack, which was particularly harsh. Number three no longer wanted to pretend, so another air blade passed by. "You see, you shouldn't have been so merciful in the first place. Let go of that trouble." Number three knows that no matter what he does next, he has already lost. Even if Zhang Bufong and this group of people don't show up, he leads. After leaving the Du Kingdom, the mercenary guild would still send people to kill him. Moreover, when he heard the sound of handcuffs just now, he suddenly turned around, only to find that it was still a scam. It's just that Dugwa pulled the cuffs, and number three himself was defeated. Since there is no way to exchange it, it is better to die. Energy number three went berserk, and after a loud bang, everything was finally over. Qin Tao hugged Guantong, who was so angry that he didn't say a word, just hugged him tightly. Taylor and Chunhee limped over. They were injured by number three just now, and they both felt uncomfortable. Secondly, standing in the center was Zhang Bufong, whose face turned pale. Lord Buddha, Qin Tao shouted when Zhang Bufong appeared at this moment. He couldn't tell whether it was sadness, anger, or silent complaint. Dugwa. Zhang Bufong was silent for a long time and then looked at Dugwa. Every word he said echoed in Dugwa's ears very clearly. "What do you give us in return?" "System mission. Rescuing Dugwa has been completed." The system prompt sounded in my ears again. "The rewards include 2 resurrection pills, which can quickly heal wounds on the body. It is recommended to use them when seriously injured. Upgrade the host to use weapons, and the host can open the system panel, debug the weapons, and advance them. I hope the reputation of the survivor base will increase. The host experience increases, and the reward is 50,000 gold coins." However, for Zhang Bufong, the contents of these gift packs are of little interest except for the 2 resurrection pills. Yes, he felt guilty. He felt guilty to a certain extent for Guantong, Qin Tao, Taylor, and Chunhee. What kind of news does Dugwa possess that makes it worth risking the entire army to rescue? Dugwa doesn't have a deep relationship with him. If the system hadn't forced him to give up a fatal mission, he wouldn't have gambled for it. A handful, and he can get the reward in another way. Zhang Bufong is not unable to do things without the system, even though he had already planned to conquer Dugwa to the Hope Survivor base. At that time, he analyzed the people of Dugwa and found that Dugwa did not have much obsession with hiring guilds. He prefers to pursue good brothers in the mercenary guild and prefers to take on missions with extremely high mortality rates. He is a person who values love and justice and pursues life-threatening excitement. When he was sleeping outdoors, he vaguely expected something to happen. At that time, he was looking at Dugua's words and deeds. At that time, he thought in his heart, such a person is not suitable for taking over the employment guild. People, especially those difficult tasks in the guild that require killing people. Because if any brother in the team was injured, Dugua would not be able to ignore it, and would even risk his life to fight with the enemy for the sake of his good brother, just to avenge his brother. Of course, this kind of behavior is chivalrous and approved by Zhang Bufang. But when he becomes the controller of this incident, from the perspective of maximizing interests, he will choose to conquer number 3 instead of Dugua. People. After all, there is a difference between bystanders and those in authority. Once the two positions are exchanged, all one's bottom lines and principles may be broken. When the positions are exchanged again, everything is irreversible. Lord Buddha. Qintao didn't know what to do. They had tried their best to treat Guantong just now, but it was of no use at all. Nothing changed. They could only watch the body getting colder and colder. Qintao's voice was very low and he was very frustrated. He was ready to leave a person in his heart forever, and in his mind it would disappear forever with the passage of time. For the first time, Qintao doubted what he insisted on. Not worth it. Beauty and country. When you are unable to completely retain both, which one should you choose? Qintao clenched his hands and lowered his head. Don't panic. Buddha, I can't make fun of your lives. Zhang Bufang confidently patted Qintao on the shoulder. The other party immediately raised his head, his eyes full of hope. Zhang Bufang. He took out a box from his backpack, handed it to Qintao with a smile, and said solemnly, "Thank you for your hard work. When Guantong wakes up, we will rest for a few days and celebrate this victory." "Thank you for your hard work," Zhang Bufang repeated. "Thank you, Lord Buddha." Qintao was stunned for a moment, took the box, and walked back excitedly. After that, Zhang Bufang's smile suddenly fell. He walked quickly to the side of number 3 alone. Looking at the man who had closed his eyes but still had some breath, Zhang Bufang made sure that he was talking to the other person. "You can definitely hear it. Junior, thank you for your kindness, my humble gratitude." Zhang Bufang gave another resurrection pill to number 3. It was the first time that he called himself a junior, and it was also the first time that he spoke in such a formal manner. "You?" Number 3's body has been greatly damaged. Even opening his eyes takes a lot of energy. I don't know what Zhang Bufang fed him. After a while, since he was able, I felt a breath coming back again, and then I felt that my limbs were full of strength again. Zhang Bufang, respect your seniors. Zhang Bufang cupped his fists. Ha ha. Number 3 reluctantly stood up after regaining some strength, looked at Zhang Bufang carefully for a while, laughed, and said, "You are the same person I have seen for more than 30 years. They're all different. But do you know that what you are doing now is very dangerous?" Number 3 smiled jokingly, probably guessing that Zhang Bufang just wanted to use him for himself. "Yes, just as the senior thought. I do want to keep the senior, but I still respect the wishes of the senior." Zhang Bufang paused and then said, "The employment guild will not test the person who takes the task. Something? In a life-threatening situation, this testing thing will determine the death of the person who accepts the task." "Senior, we finally got rid of the employment guild," Zhang Bufang said. "Huh, don't be so senior. Senior calls me. Of course, I don't know what number 3 is. My surname is Chung, so just call me Lao Chung." Lao Chung laughed. With a smile, it was as if the cold disguise he had made for the mission for many years was removed. "How did you know that I couldn't help myself?" Lao Chung asked curiously. "My guess is just based on feeling and fate," Zhang Bufang said. Lao Chung looked at the other party in silence for a long time before suddenly saying, "Thank you." He said solemnly, "Senior, I think there must be more things to do, so just take care of yourself. I hope that if I have any trouble in the future, Lao Chung can come over and help me." Zhang Bufang. The depression in my heart also dissipated a lot. "See you again by fate." Lao Chung then only took away the food he needed on the road in his backpack, and did not touch anything related to number 3 or the employment guild. He worked as an employer for many years for the things in his heart. The guild ranked 3rd, and I thought that freedom might never have anything to do with him. but I didn't expect that it would be broken by this kid. The anger generated by years of killing people still surrounds Lao Cheng. But once this mood changes, the disguise can finally show a bit of unruliness in private. There are still many things that have not been told in this story. Zhang Bufang looked at the other party's back, hoping that the story could be finished the next time they meet again. System, don't you think it's very interesting? You should have calculated the probability of Lao Cheng's survival before, right? Is it unexpected? The system really gave Zhang Bufang a headache for this fatal mission, but this time it was. There was a feeling of success, but Zhang Bufang changed the topic. You gave me 2 resurrection pills, and now I have given one of them to someone else, so you have to give me another one during the next mission. The system ignored him as expected. Okay, I'm a little suspicious of you. What should I say about your system? It's so good that it makes me suspicious. I will find out what you are one day. Zhang Bufang didn't care. He said this, but this sentence was sent to his heart. Zhang Bufang has changed. The most obvious thing is that he used to definitely believe that the system was the golden finger that came to help him. But after experiencing so many things, he clearly knew that there was no such thing as a pie in the sky. He used to be a deadbeat. If he was asked to be the system, he would not choose himself. Why did the system take a fancy to him? A good thing like rebirth is acceptable, but Zhang Bufang had to become more defensive about everything around him. Lord Buddha, Guantong has gotten much better. She was a little excited to see Zhang Bufang come back. The feeling of escaping from death made her burst into tears, and she has not recovered yet. Has his teammates' admiration for him increased to a new level? Everyone has worked hard. Let's take a rest. Once tonight is over, we will leave this wasteland immediately. After we go to the main city, we will give everyone a holiday and have a good few days of fun. Zhang Bufang said with a smile. I can still rest. I can still have a vacation. I can still play. Chen He is undoubtedly the most excited one among them. After all, he is still young, but he has too many responsibilities on his shoulders, which makes him too busy. After all, he is still a playful young boy. Chen He thought that ever since he could enter and leave the Hope Survivor base openly, he had been running around everywhere. Master Jinjin seemed to have taken the people under their control seriously. No, it's just that Mr. Zhang Fui is better than Master Jinjin. He seems a lot more humane. From then on, he will do whatever Mr. Zhang Fui asks him to do. Lord Jinjin is not important. I have never been to the legendary main city in my life. Chen Tao was also very excited. The depression just now was swept away. The other party's smile was so sincere that Zhang Bufang felt relieved a lot when he saw it. He thought Chen Tao would still hate him more or less. Ahem, can we stop showing affection for now? Zhang Bufang pretended to cough and said seriously. What it actually refers to is that Chen Tao is still holding Guantong. Chen Tao suddenly blushed and lowered his head. He didn't dare to look at anyone, but he was unwilling to let go. After being silent for a long time, he said, No. Okay. I'll go out for a walk and make room for you too, Zhang Bufang said jokingly. I'll go too. Taylor envied the couple and didn't want to disturb them. Then you go. I want to watch it some more. It would be great if I also had a girlfriend. Chun He expressed his simple thoughts. Chun He. Or else, you can go. Guantong was obviously shy and said Chun He's name. He paused for a while before continuing the second half of the sentence. Let's go out with Buddha to enjoy the cold wind. Zhang Bufang grabbed him and dragged him out. The 3 of them just sat on a certain stone, blowing the cold wind. Taylor was envious of the pair of lovers and couldn't help but think of his past self, while Zhang Bufang kept answering Chun He's questions. Zhang Bufang felt that both of them in the team were talented people, and he was completely satisfied. There are hidden attributes that he has not discovered. Just like now, Zhang Bufang still remembers the first time he met Chen He. The chaos and terrifying battles in the apocalypse did not affect this high-spirited young man at all. He looked at the other party at that time. Baby face, I thought I was 17 or 18 years old. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.